morning and a very warm welcome to our Registrar, Dr. Nitin Malik, our distinguished guest, Shri Asit Gopalji, Professor Methili Ramchand, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, Dr. Nidhi Sabarwal, Professor Kartik Dave, our Controller of Finance, Mr. Rajiv Talwar, Professor Satyaketu, esteemed colleagues, guests, research scholars, students, and team from the press to the Symposium on Sustainable Development Goals, Fostering Sustainable Development Through Education and Climate Action. The Sustainable Development Goals are a global call to address the most pressing challenges faced by the world today. SDG 4 aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education, while SDG 13 is focused on taking urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. As a key actor in both of these critical areas, our university recognizes the need to raise awareness and engage its stakeholders to promote these goals. In the presence of our registrar and esteemed guest, let us embark on this event with enthusiasm and commitment to learning, growth, and positive change. Thank you for joining us on this special occasion. To begin with, may I invite our distinguished guests, Shri Asit Gopalji, Professor Methili Ramchand, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, Dr. Nidhi Sabarwal, along with Registrar Dr. Nitin Malik, Dean Planning, Professor Kartik Dave, to please initiate the event by lighting of lamp. I request Ayuj and Nayan for their assistance. Okay. Professor Satyaketu, sir, may please also join. Dean Academic Affairs, yes.
Without we cannot have any academic affairs.
शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्प्रदां शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशय
Professor Pankaj Arora, sir, is also here with us. I request him to please join. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I request Shri Asit Gopalji along with Dr. Nitin Malik and Professor Kartik Dave to please take seats on the dais. Sir, please come on the dais. Sir, please come. Please take seats on the dais, sir. Professor Satyaketu, Dean Academic Affairs. Please. To present the genesis and introduction to the program, may I invite Professor Kartik Dave, Dean Planning Division and Chairperson of the Sustainable Development Goals Organizing Committee, on stage to say a few words.
Thank you. So very good morning to one and all present here. We are sorry to inform that we are a bit late because of a lot of VIP movements in this particular area. We are expecting more number of our students, PhD scholars and faculty members. So I am extremely sorry for this delay. To our guests, those who have come all the way from different places. Warm welcome to one and all. Our guest, Shri Asit Gopalji, and distinguished panelists who have joined just now, Professor Pankaj Arora, Professor Maithili Ramchandran, Professor Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, Dr. Nidhi Sabarwal, and all the faculty members of the university, our registrar, Dr. Nitin Malik, our Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Satyaketu, our organizing committee members, and dear scholars and students. This particular topic which we have chosen for today's symposium, it's not just a kind of a ritual for which we are organizing this particular program. Actually, this is an agenda initiated by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anu Singh Lathar ma'am. She'll be joining the post-lunch proceedings. She called us and said that, okay, now we have to understand this particular sustainable development goals and how we can integrate in our curriculum, how we can integrate in our overall offering, and how we can take it forward. Being a social sciences and humanities university, this is our prime responsibility to not only to generate awareness, but also think about what kind of research agenda we should have in our research programs, so that we can contribute to the core purpose of research. So that is the idea behind entire effort. This is the first ever effort in this direction. We have taken similar kind of efforts in our other disciplines and other domains as well. But we should not forget that sustainability is a kind of an agenda which we cannot afford to ignore anymore. Perhaps we are all aware that it has become the need of the hour. I would say today newspaper says that 2024 will be the warmest year. That is the kind of a caution to all of us, and that is what we have been witnessing for last many years, that how sustainability and climate change is gaining momentum and gaining the front stage of all the discussions and debates. But beyond discussions and debate, I think now there is a time to integrate in our behavior, and that will happen only when two major agenda which we will take care in our education efforts. First is that, okay, when we are for this particular symposium, we have taken SDG 4 and SDG 13, which are very, very crucial among all 17 goals of United Nations. But these two domains can actually create awareness and can generate lot of energy for rest of the goals to be fulfilled. Education is taken for granted by many stakeholders so far, and that is why we are talking about, why I'm saying taken for granted, that still we are debating whether it's a state subject or it's a private subject. So this debate is going on, and we are struggling that how state can play a role. And if you look at accessibility aspect, or we talk about affordability aspect, then there is a larger role of the state which a state has to play. But unfortunately, we have been observing, yesterday we were there in one event organized by Niti Aayog, and they were also discussing that what is the role of state universities and public institutions particularly, because without them we cannot address the very purpose of SDG, that is inclusive education. We cannot achieve inclusive education unless until education is accessible, affordable, and it is available to one and all. Without that, it is not at all possible. So when National Education Policy was introduced in 2020, we formed a committee. Pankaj sir was also there, and I remember we started discussing that how we can address. There's a very interesting concept of 4 A's which we use generally in management, but I have written one article in University News published by AIU, and in that we address that, okay, how affordability, accessibility, awareness, and adaptability can be useful for National Education Policy 2020 to roll out. And if we address these 4 issues, and that is how we can address SDG 4 as well. So when we talk about accessibility, means the SDG goals in education particularly, they say that education need to be accessible by one and all, number one. Number two, that how we can ensure that accessible education is affordable too. And then we also discuss that education need to inculcate certain principles which we generally talk about responsible education we call, or we call it sustainable education we call, where we talk about what should be the method of education, what should be the research agenda in education, what should be the content of education programs in various disciplines. And there comes the role when we are talking about introducing NEP or introducing SDG issues in education. We generally think that okay, one or two subjects we will add in our curriculum and we will address the issue to the core, but that is not the right way to do it. Rather, the integration of sustainability in each and every sphere of the university higher education life, that is how sustainability can be achieved. It should not be part of only curriculum, but rather it should be part of co-curricular activities, extracurricular activities, and it should be part of the way of life of higher education sector. Look at the different kind of initiatives we are talking about in higher education, especially we talk about NCC, NSS and all these things we have. But whether those initiatives are actually kind of aligned with what education purpose is. So one important aspect that in every effort in higher education should address the purpose of sustainability and responsibility, and we have to ensure that how the course curriculum, how the extracurricular activities, how the co-curricular activities can address the needs of tomorrow, how that those things can be disseminated among stakeholders, how students should learn that sustainability is not a fashionable statement, but it's a way of life. So that is what the purpose of this curriculum, and this is how we are trying to not only you can say discuss about it, but also in our university programs we have taken sustainability in various aspects. Our programs are very innovative. Those who are aware, those who are from outside, I just want to inform that these things are part and parcel of the vision and mission statement of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University. So we have tried to inculcate all these values, sustainability and other things in our curriculum from the beginning. But let us try to align further with the SDG goals, and by 2030, we are committed that whatever efforts are required, especially from the university perspective, we have been doing it and we will be doing it further. And as far as the SDG 13 is concerned, there also we have dedicated schools in our research agenda for climate action. And again, in climate action, we have taken a lot of steps already in our curriculum design. Environmental science, that is as per Supreme Court, that is a mandatory course, but that is not the only thing. Apart from all the courses, even in professional and vocational programs, we have tried to bring in environmentalism and climate issues in our curriculum. So that is one part, but I think that more need to be done in this particular area. So this is just a humble beginning. We expect our researchers, our PhD scholars to focus more on SDG goals, not only these two, but others as well. This is just a kind of an introduction to SDG agenda. But I think that is the research we wish to do, and we expect that this kind of research will definitely bring the change which we wish for, and that is the purpose of research. So the today's agenda, the panel 1 will be discussing about inclusion, equity and quality education. I will not take much time, we are already late, but quality is a subject which is very near to my day-to-day life, and I believe that quality is not just again a fashionable word or fashionable statement. It should be part and parcel of each and every aspect of higher education, and that's the reason why accreditation agencies are focusing more on, whether you look at AACSB, EFMD, NAC, NIRF and NBA, all these agencies are focusing on these parameters, that whether the campuses are really environmental friendly or not, whether they are taking care of various environmental measures, because that is how students will see, that is how students will understand the meaning of solid waste management, meaning of water harvesting, meaning of biomedical waste and other kind of waste management practices. Because when they see it on regular basis, then only it will become the part of their day-to-day life, and that is the purpose of all these quality initiatives. So quality is not just a parameter for you can say talking in books and in your classroom, but quality should be lived, quality should be experienced, and quality should be promoted across various sphere of life. So that is what the purpose of our this initiative. So panel 1 will focus upon education, SDG 4, and panel 2 post lunch will be focusing on climate change, and what is the action plan needed for sustainability. So this is beginning. I hope that during the discussions we have invited experts in the field, and I am sure that these discussions will help our scholars to explore new ideas for research, and they will focus upon SDGs as one of their research agenda, or they will try to use SDG as one of the perspective in their research. So with this, I welcome all of you once again, and we hope that we'll take this agenda further, and we will keep working on sustainability and responsiveness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for taking a leadership role in initiating a symposium on a pertinent topic. We strive to work in the right direction with enthusiasm under your able guidance. The backbone of this symposium are our Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Registrar. We are indebted to the value contributions and active involvement of our Registrar, Dr. Nitin Malik, who have enriched and enhanced the essence of this symposium today. May I invite Dr. Nitin Malik, Registrar, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, to deliver the opening remarks.
Before I come over there, I'll request Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Satyaketu, to say a few words about our distinguished guest of the day today. We have a very senior Indian Forest Services officer who has really worked towards this all, what we are going to discuss today. Over to Professor Satyaketu.
So, very good morning to all of you. We have our today chief guest, Shri Ashit Gopalji. Ashit Gopalji is a senior IFS officer, and he is now on deputation in Delhi Tribal Affairs, Government of India. As he is the his cadre is Madhya Pradesh, and he has done a lot of work in Madhya Pradesh in the forest and environment and all the things. Now he is serving here to for education of the tribal students. So I welcome Ashit Gopalji, and we are here to just hear you to say a lot of things about education in tribal affairs. Thank you.
A very good morning to all. Though we are here today for this SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, and specifically as Professor Karthik, Dean Planning has emphasized that we are going to talk over here today for the SDG 4 and 13. But as I said, a very good morning. It's not a comfortable morning today. We all are experiencing the pollution which we have all come through, and that is what is the need of the day, where we all have to think and talk about that how the society or a planet as a whole has to work towards to achieve and talk on this SDGs. So coming back, first of all, welcome all the participants over here. Special welcome to our chief guest of the today's inaugural program, Asit Gopalji. And just now I learned, because we were just talking about the thing when I met him over here, that he is also from the Madhya Pradesh cadre, and we have worked a lot. Even I worked a lot in the Madhya Pradesh tribal population. So we were just exchanging our notes that how now he is going towards the inclusive education and the quality education, specifically as he is looking towards all the tribal school educations throughout the country. So that is the main thing, and we welcome you, sir, over here on behalf of our Vice Chancellor and on behalf of the entire Ambedkar University family, that you have taken out time to be present amongst us and give us the insight into what actually should be the roadmap towards this SDGs, what Professor Karthik had been saying. We all know that UN took a charter for the 2013 for this SDGs 17 goals which have been identified, and these 17 goals have 169 targets to be fulfilled. The entire SDGs which we are targeting for 2030 on our earth is based on 3 P's. That is the set action for the people, the set action for the prosperity, set action for the planet. And the 4 major, the important 4 SDGs goals, no doubt that all the SDGs goals, 17 goals are interdependent, they are linked with each other, but 2 of the major goals which are of concern to us as in the academia, that is the quality education SDG 4 and climate action SDG 13. And to be on the better side, both the schools of the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, the education school as well as the School of Human Ecology, they are already working on these thrust areas and contributing a lot, as the Ambedkar University has already carried out and is one of the first state universities to get the integrated teacher education program, ITEP, and also our School of Human Ecology is the first which has been given the responsibility by the Delhi government to develop the wetland, and we have successfully been working on towards it, and this is under the leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anu Singh Latter. I am sorry because she had a very important selection committee meeting right now in the morning hours, so that is why she is not amongst us, but she will be joining by 12:30, and she is going to be present entire symposium after that and will be present in the valedictory also. Coming to the simple definition of sustainable development, I'll not take long because there are distinguished panelists, distinguished speakers. I can see the entire stalwarts of the education present over here today. On my left side, on the front, they are all sitting, and even on the front, this side also, the madam is also there. So we want to listen to them. What roadmap we are already looking for and what we have achieved in our country. But I'll just add 2-3 things over here. Sustainable development, if we look into the simple definition which appears to us, development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their need. So what are we doing? Are we in the manner of development destroying the future generation's need? Are we all exhausting what presently is available to us? We all know about it. Today morning is a big example. Few days back, it was all the disaster in the hill, landslides and all, which we are already seeing. There's a lot of things. Professor Karthik told that the year is going to be, the next years are going to be the warmest year. We already are aware of the El Nino effect. So we all know about what is happening. But are we not being selfish towards taking the development into our own and not at all realizing that what is going to be left to the future generation? So that needs to be discussed and talked about, and that is what the UN has made the action plan. I'll just end with this thing. When we compare and see from 2015 to 2023, the ratio of the development of the SDGs towards the SDGs goal, which have been highlighted, we still find our country, India, to be at 112th rank. We are at the 112th rank, with a small country, Finland, to be at the number 1 rank. And if we see the success, it comes to 63.45. So lot have to be achieved. Lot has to be talked about. Lot has to be carried out towards achieving the sustainable goals. For that, We all need to think, and we are going to be hearing today all the experts over here. We are going to be blessed that how our thing of quality education, how our things of climate action needs to be improvised more towards in our curricula, towards into our academia, towards into the research, so that universities become the major factor to leap ahead and provide to the society the roadmap towards achieving this sustainable goal. अंत में मैं खाली यही बोलना चाहूँगा कि गर हम थोड़ा समझ लें, गर हम थोड़ा समझ लें और थोड़ा समझा लें तो ये विश्व और अति सुंदर होगा. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, sir. My thanks are due to Professor Satyaketu, sir, for his kind words. And thank you, Registrar, sir, for your inspiring words and actions that have steered our university in the right direction. Thank you. We are indeed delighted to have with us Shri Asit Gopalji, IFS officer, designated as Commissioner, Eklavya Model Residential School, National Education Society for Tribal Students, under Ministry of Tribal Affairs. He is a 1990 batch IFS officer of MP cadre. May I invite our Registrar, sir, Dr. Nitin Malik, along with Dean Academics, Professor Satyaketu, and Dean Planning Division, Professor Kartik Dave, to please felicitate our distinguished guest, Shri Asit Gopalji. I request the students to please come here. We are delighted to have you here with us today, sir. Thank you so much. May I now invite our distinguished guest, Shri Asit Gopalji, to deliver his talk on Sustainable Development Goal 4 and 13, Governance Perspective. Sir, presentation.
Good morning to all of you. I belong to the, as you know, belong to the 1990 batch of Madhya Pradesh cadre, Indian Forest Service. But I must tell you that since 2008, I have been away from my own department. I am now longing back to go back to my department for the remaining 2.5, 3 years of my service, which is left. But I have also served in the Ministry of Tribal Affairs from 2010 to 2014. And then again on deputation, I came back to Ministry of Tribal Affairs. And so I have also been associated with Ministry of Tribal Affairs, tribal things for a long. And
say something about you are also CVC also.
For 3 years, I was in Central Vigilance Commission. Yeah, Vigilance Awareness Week is going. So for the last 33 years of my service, I have seen the change. As a students, we were talking about our common future and then how we moved. And the most visible change, although it is, say, academic only, but our cadre controlling authority at the center used to be Ministry of Environment and Forest, MOEF. And now it is MOEFCC, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So that explains the stress on climate change, how the direction in which we are moving. So initially, we used to think that it is something very academic. People are being paranoid about it. Kya hoga? Sab theek ho jata hai. Nature is very resilient. Nature will take care of itself. That we have seen. Nature is very resilient. But Ati Sarvat Varjayat, there is a limit to everything. Ek limit, you cannot go beyond a limit. You cannot stretch something to its break point. So now we are reaching a break point. So that's why we talked about Millennium Goals, and on that we are talking about Sustainable Development Goals. Because the development activities, they cannot be self-defeating. What we are seeing is that development is now becoming self-defeating. You are producing energy, but what we are seeing? Pollution. You cannot breathe. So what is the point? So that's why sustainable development, the climate goals are very important, and they are based on this theme only, that we should not talk only about the material advancement, everything at the cost of environment. And coming back to SDG 4, now education. So that is the pillar of everything. Without awareness, without education, we cannot move forward. So I am lucky that I have served. When Professor Satketu told me about this workshop symposium, I accepted it because both the topics, SDG 13, climate change, and now I am associated with education of tribal students. So that in itself is very, very satisfying. Let me tell you that many a times, this is a very new organization in which I am working. It was set up recently in 2019. So sometimes there are so many problems, teething problems, etc., new organizations, lack of manpower, everything. But still, when I go to schools, when I see those poor kids enjoying their education, मैं अपना कष्ट भूल जाता हूँ जो परेशानी होती है हमें रोज वो मैं उनको देखकर फिर मैं भूल जाता हूँ. मुझे लगता है कि नहीं, व्हाट आई एम डूइंग इज ओके, चलो कुछ जो मैं कर रहा हूँ उसका कुछ तो फल मिल रहा है, डायरेक्ट एक्शन, डायरेक्ट रिजल्ट आई सी, तो सेटिस्फैक्शन होता है. ओके, सो नाउ कमिंग बैक टू द टॉपिक, this I prepared this presentation so that my talk is now bit structured. I don't go haywire. It's a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all by 2030. So we are already in 2023. It's coming to an end. So only 7 more years are left, and we have to now assess ourselves like where we are. The SDGs, also commonly known as global goals, were officially adopted by the United Nations in September 2015 as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The summit was held in September in New York, and this historic event, world leaders adopted the Agenda for Sustainable Development, which included the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 targets. The agenda aimed to transform the world by addressing pressing global challenges and creating a more sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for all. The SDGs succeeded the Millennium Development Goals, which were adopted in 2000, year 2000. बहुत हंगामा था मिलेनियम के बारे में, 2000 आ रहा है, 2000 मिलेनियम क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा, which were in place from 2000 to 2015. Unlike the MDGs, SDGs were developed through a more inclusive and participatory process involving all UN member states, civil society, and stakeholders from various sections. The SDGs are integrated in a broader 2030 agenda, which is I think, next. Okay. Oh, thank you. So now coming to SDG 13 goal, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact, and it has 5 targets. And those 5 targets are strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity to climate-related hazards and natural disasters in all countries. We are all seeing natural disaster in India. What happened in Uttarakhand, and other disasters that we are well aware of. Integrate climate change measures into national policies, strategies, and planning. That is very important because anything internationally, we don't have that any sovereign power. UN can only ask the countries to adopt or do some things, but the sovereign powers are the nations, the different states. So they have to integrate this policy into their own national policies, strategies, and planning. Improve education, awareness raising, and human and institutional capacity and climate change mitigation, adaptation, impact reduction, and early warning. Implement the commitment undertaken by the developed country parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So UNFCCC, that is implementing the SDG goals, 13 goals. UNFCCC is implementing it. And we have a goal of mobilizing jointly $100 billion annually by 2020 from all sources. So that has not been achieved. There is a global climate fund, but I think their funding is far much below this $100 billion. The Green Climate Fund, through its capitalization as soon as possible. So GCF is in place, but I don't think it has the target which has been given, $100 billion. It has that required. And it funds projects in underdeveloped or developing countries. Promote mechanisms for raising capacity for effective climate change related planning and management in least developed countries and small island developing states. They are very vulnerable, small islands developed states, including focusing on women, youth, and local and marginalized communities. And UNFCCC is the primary international intergovernmental forum for negotiating the global response to climate change. So every year we have this conference of parties. Every year we have this conference of parties. So Paris, 2015 Paris was the, I think, most historic, where historic decisions were taken. So these are the annual meetings of the UNFCCC on climate change. It is the supreme decision-making body of the convention. All states that are parties to the convention are represented at the COP, at which they review the implementation of convention and any other legal instruments that the COP adopts. And in COP21 in Paris, which was a landmark event, it was adopted that we should aim to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and pursue efforts to limit it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is very closely related to the SDG 13. And now coming to our own country, India, the National Action Plan on Climate Change. So we have in all together 8 national action plans which work towards climate change. The first is National Solar Mission. Unless and until we move towards renewable energy, because all fossil fuels, they are the major source of pollution. So we have to move towards renewable energy, clean energy to save our planet. And India was the leader. International Solar Alliance, which took place, India and France, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji took the leadership. And we are actually in this field, we are on track. We are on track. And our achievement has been quite substantial. Almost, I think, 43-44% now is non-fossil fuel, our energy production. 4 lakh out of 4 lakh megawatts, just above 4 lakh megawatts, above 40% is coming from non-fossil fuel. So that is a big achievement. Now, no coal-based new power plant is coming up. In fact, Bharat Heavy Electricals, which was very profit-making company, it started running into losses because it was the major supplier of all the equipments for coal-based power plants. But now they have got a turnaround because of Chandrayaan, the solar space mission. Now they are supplying for that. So in a way, that policy was sort of death knell for BHEL, but now they have shifted to some other field and they are doing quite well. So no new coal-based power plant is now coming up in India. We are totally dependent on solar Hydel also is clean, but it has its own problem, problem of displacement, etc. Plus, due to silting, its life is very limited. So the future belongs to solar energy, wind energy, etc. National Mission for Enhanced Energy Efficiency. So we should have more energy plus efficient energy. LED bulbs, etc. These are very, very efficient now compared to our traditional old bulbs. National Mission for Sustainable Habitat. So now these belong to practice of conservation, like our houses, etc. should be energy. They should recycling of wastewater, etc. So that we should focus on. Now, National Water Mission. बिन पानी सब सून, पानी नहीं रहेगा तो कुछ भी नहीं रहेगा. So that is another mission towards climate change. Now, National Mission on Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem, that has been given due importance because Himalayan ecosystem is very, very vulnerable and also source of our forest. Most of the forest is in Himalayas, our forest. So that an ecosystem is vulnerable, so that has to be preserved. And especially we are working towards restoration and sustaining the Himalayan ecosystem. The National Mission on Green India. Green India mission is being done by Ministry of Environment and Forest, and they are funding for afforestation. National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture is there. Agriculture practices more and more pesticides, etc. Chemical insecticide, pesticides, they are harming agriculture. So we should move towards biofertilizers. So that Ministry of Agriculture is doing. And National Mission on Strategic Knowledge. Now we should have the knowledge. जब ठीक से क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना यही पता नहीं रहेगा तो फिर कैसे होगा. So knowledge is the base for all that. And now coming to our second SDG 4. Ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. That is SDG 4. It has 7 outcome targets and 3 means of implementation. Now these targets are universal primary and secondary education, सबके लिए शिक्षा, early childhood development and universal pre-primary education. I hope I'm not taking much time. Equal access to technical, vocational and higher education, relevant skills for decent work. Because I think there is a lot of stress on skill because employability is a big issue. Like everyone cannot become a bureaucrat or teacher. So you have to have skills, or the dignity of labor that has to be ensured. So recently government is focusing a lot on skill and employability. Then gender equality and inclusion, of course, both genders plus inclusion means the our groups which have lagging behind, say scheduled tribe, scheduled caste, etc. So everyone should have access to quality education, universal youth literacy, and education for sustainable development and global citizenship. So these are the 7 outcome targets, and the means of implementations are effective learning environments and scholarships and teachers and educators. So we should have qualified teachers for achieving this goal. So these are the 3 means of implementation. Now, where does what is India doing for all these things? I'm working in the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, so I'm looking after education of scheduled tribe, which is the most backward, I would say, on human development indices, particularly health and education. If you see the literacy rate 2011, we don't have the data of 2020-21. Census has not been conducted due to corona and some other issues also. So we are still relying on decade-old data of 2011. The overall literacy rate was 74% of the country, and 66% was for SC, scheduled caste, and 58% for scheduled tribe. This gap is now narrowing down, but still the gap remains. Initially, it was much bigger, the gap was much wider, but now it is narrowing down. So I'm anxiously waiting for the data of 2021, and I don't know when it will come. Whether it has started or not, still we are not sure about it. But the point is that STs, there's a problem. STs are lagging behind, and government had to take special measures for groups which are lagging behind. Plus, overall implementation policies, overall measures which have been taken. So, first thing which comes to my mind, before the SDG goals, also Government of India has taken many steps. Like Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan is there, which basically means primary education for everyone from age 6 to 14. So, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan is for universalization of education. It is a centrally sponsored scheme in which major share comes from the central government. So, it is in the ratio of 75-25. 25% comes from the state government. And for northeastern state, it is 90-10. 10% comes from the state and 90% from the center. So Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan is there. Then Right to Education Act was there. And I think Professor Dave was talking about that there's a confusion that whether education should be private or state. Whose responsibility is this? Let me tell you that even in the USA, public schools are free and compulsory. Quality education they get free of cost. The primary education up to secondary level, it is free. And US is the model of capitalism. Everything is privatized, including health. But education up to class 10th, it is free. Europe, they are a welfare state. Education free. Even health is free in the UK. So what to talk about education? Education is free. Of course, there are some schools which are private schools which are very costly, but quality education is accessible to all. And that is the responsibility of the government. So there should not be any doubt about it that education, whose responsibility is this? Up to secondary level, it is the responsibility of the government. And I don't think it is written in black and white in the constitution, but education is the fundamental right. It is a fundamental right of everyone. One should have access to education and literacy and numeracy. That everyone should achieve. So that is the, coming back to the original topic, Sarv Shiksha Abhiyan, Right to Education Act, the National Education Policy, etc. That is for the entire population, that caters to the applicable to the entire population. And besides that, government has taken numerous steps even before SDGs came into picture. It talks about the three means of implementation. One of them is scholarships. Because those who are economically backward, those who don't have access to quality education, they must be supported through scholarships. So government has in place scheme of scholarships for SC and ST students, say pre-matric, post-matric. Then we have national scholarship for premier institutions like IITs, and 252 top-class institutions have been identified. And for that, everything is free. That tuition fee is free, plus stipend is given to students. So through means of scholarships, government is promoting education. Of course, for SC and STs also, there is a limit of income. For pre-matric and post-matric scholarship, the family income should not be more than rupees 2.5 lakhs per annum. And for national scholarship and overseas scholarship is also there. Every year, 20 ST students go abroad to study in higher institutions. For that, rupees 6 lakhs per annum is the limit. And now, coming to the, so this is about how education is relevant for achieving SDG Goal 4. So we can skip this. So now coming back to like what I must talk about what I am doing. I am running Eklave Model Residential Schools, which is a residential school for ST students. You can say that it is basically Navodaya Vidyalayas for ST students. It is from class 6 to class 12. The maximum capacity is 480 students. From 6 to 10, there are 2 sections each with 30 students. And 11, 12th, we have 3 sections. Ideally, it should be one for science, one commerce, one humanities with 30 students each. So 90 into 2, 180. So 480 is the capacity. Navodaya Vidyalaya also, I think, around from 6 to 12th, but capacity is, I think, bit more. It's more than 500. But more or less, other difference is that Eklave model schools, although now we are moving towards central model, but right now they are being day-to-day administration is being carried out by the respective state societies, EMI societies. Funding is completely by the central government. So it is a central sector scheme where complete funding is from the government of India. So the basic objective of EMRS was to bridging the divide through inclusive education, comprehensive educational ecosystem, empowering educators, embracing digital learning, fostering holistic development, and a call for collective action. And one of the aims of Eklave schools is to preserve tribal culture. So now we talk about, again, SDG 4 and SDG 13 are interrelated here, because when we talk about tribal culture, that culture itself is sustainable. Living with nature, living in harmony with nature. So that is a sustainable culture. So SDG 13, SDG 4, what we are doing at Eklave is in a way also supporting SDG 13. So now this, what we are doing at Eklave is bridging the divide through inclusive education, bringing ST education students at par with the general students. It is a comprehensive educational system with focus on skill development also. We are also collaborating with Ministry of Skill Development. And focus is also on promoting the natural talent, sports, arts, culture, archery. Now we are making compulsory that every EMRS school will have an archery ground, because tribals have a natural flair for archery, and our minister is the president of the National Archery Association. So archery has been made compulsory in every EMRS. Empowering educators, we are now moving towards centralized recruitment. Till now, teachers was also being hired by or recruited by the respective state societies, but now we got posts approved from the center, and teachers will also be recruited by us. They will be permanent employees with pay scales, because what we have seen in the states is not very heartening. In many states, what they do is that grant is fixed, so they hire teachers on contract at very meager salary. So that was adversely affecting the quality of education, naturally. So we have moved towards centralized recruitment. Now, in this age of digital era, you cannot ignore computers and digital learning. So we are collaborating with Microsoft, then Amazon, the CSR wing of Amazon Learning Link Foundations, for providing digital education and AI to Eklave school students. Then holistic development, basically making them aware about their own environment, culture. They should not be weaned away from their own environment and culture. And in a way, they should, when they preserve their culture, the planet Earth will become sustainable. And collective action means that we should work together in pursuit of the goals. By providing quality education, empower generation, enrich lives, and pave the way for a world where every child's potential is realized. thank you. I think, I don't know, but I have done something.
I just want to inform one more thing. अशीत जी इतने पदों पे रहे हैं कि एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज हम लोग भूल जाते हैं कि ही इज IITians. He has done his BTech from IIT Mumbai. So
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your talk has undoubtedly enhanced the success of this symposium and further cemented our commitment to actively participate and act to achieve sustainable development goals. We now proceed to the panel discussion on inclusive equity and quality in education for lifelong learning under Sustainable Development Goal 4, Quality Education. I request our distinguished guests and professors on stage to take seats in the front row of the theatre. Okay, we may request a group photograph with the session. Asit sir, can you please come for a group photograph? I also request all the panelists to please come on the dais for a group photograph. Ma'am, please. Thank you. Thank you. I request the panelists to please take their seats on the dais. Professor Pankaj Arora, Professor Maithili Ramchand, Professor Pranati Panda, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, and Dr. Nidhi Sabarwal. Now let me introduce our illustrious panelists who are experts in their respective domains. Our first panelist of this session is Professor Pankaj Arora from Faculty of Education, University of Delhi. He is also the Director of Institute of Lifelong Learning, University of Delhi. Professor Arora has keen interest in social science education, adolescence education, and democratic education in India. He has written over 20 research papers and 8 books. Professor Arora is the editorial member of various national and international journals. He was selected as one of the top 20 influential researchers in Indian higher education for the year 2021 by ULEX Learning Solutions. Being a pioneer of NEP, Professor Pankaj Arora played a vital role in formulation of guidelines in NEP 2020 at University of Delhi and at many institutions and universities across the country. He is a member of several official committees on education constituted by University of Delhi, Ministry of Education, central and state universities, and by different national institutions for strategic policy formulation, planning, and development. Professor Pankaj Arora shall unravel the necessity of inclusion and education for sustainable development during the course of discussion. Our second panelist for today is Professor Maithili Ramchand, joining us from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Professor Maithili Ramchand's research interests are in the areas of philosophy of education, initial teaching preparation, inclusive education from a social justice perspective, and mediation of resources in teaching learning process. With over a dozen of research studies that Professor Maithili has led, she has extensively used participatory action research, multimedia surveys, and case study approach. She has dozens of publications in peer-reviewed journals and books on related themes. She is a recipient of the Open Collaboration Award for Excellence by Open Education Consortium and UNESCO King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa Prize for the use of information and communication technologies in education. Professor Maithili Ramchand will share her thoughts on teacher education and sustainable development today. Our next speaker is Professor Pranati Panda, Head of Department of School and Non-Formal Education, and also heading a dedicated unit on school standards and evaluation of National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NIPA. She has more than 3 decades of teaching, research, and training engagement in a number of premier national organizations in different research and faculty positions at NIPSED, NIPA, and NCERT. Professor Panda contributed and managed significant research projects, including Encyclopedia of Indian Education, 50 years of teacher education in India, and a curriculum planning and development of school and teacher education. She is currently leading a national program on school standards and evaluation, Shala Siddhi, a major initiative of Government of India. She is consulted by UNESCO, UNICEF, World Bank, British Council, United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Asia Pacific Center of Education and International Understanding, and many other organizations from time to time. We are excited to hear about teachers as key actors in sustainable development from her today. Our panelist, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, who has joined us from Indira Gandhi National Open University, is presently working in the domain of education policy, education entrepreneurship, leadership, and management in education. Prior to joining IGNOU, he served as Professor of Education at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. He worked for Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan and Rashtriya Madhyamik Shiksha Abhiyan as Chief Consultant for Ministry of Human Resource and Development. Dr. Singh has also been on several expert committees set by the Government of India and state governments. Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh was a member of National Task Force on Curriculum and Pedagogy Reform mandated and constituted under Right to Education Act 2009. He is a recipient of Bharatendu Harishchandra Puruskar by Ministry of Information and Broadcasting and Sansadiya Pustak Puruskar by Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs. Today, he will focus his talk on education policy and governance for sustainable development. And our final panelist is Dr. Nidhi Sabharwal, currently an associate professor at Center for Policy Research in Higher Education under National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NIPA. Dr. Sabharwal is holding the position of Honorary Associate Professor in the Department of Education Studies at the University of Warwick. Dr. Sabharwal has also previously served as the Director of Indian Institute of Dalit Studies. She has studied intergroup inequalities across Human Development Index, focusing on the role of caste-based and gender-based discrimination, diversity and discrimination within higher educational institutes, midday meals, Anganwadi programs, and social protection and affirmative action policies. She has also studied excluded groups in other countries such as Barukumin in Japan. She has published books and articles related to equity and inclusion and presented papers at international conferences. Her current research focuses on access, student diversity, and equity in higher education. Today, Dr. Sabharwal will guide us in maintaining high quality and equity in higher education. With this brief introduction about our panelists, let me just share the format of the session. Each of our esteemed panelists will have approximately 15 to 20 minutes to share their valuable insights on their respective topics. And once again, thank you for being with us today. We may begin with Professor Pankaj Arora.
Good morning. My thanks to Ambedkar University, Delhi, for organizing such relevant theme on the days when we are facing worst pollution conditions, which are demanding for sustainable development and educative behavior from the people. Registrar Dr. Nitin Malik, Dean Academics, my co-panelist. This morning, my co-panelist, Professor Maithili, Professor Praniti Panda, Dr. Ajay Kumar, Dr. Nidhi, Dr. Manish Jain among the audiences, Dr. Gunjan, Dr. Rishabh, dear colleagues, scholars and students from Ambedkar University. NCR every year face similar conditions. Every year. While we were facing pandemic, the way our chief guest for the day has mentioned, that nature has its own potential to heal itself, and we have witnessed that during pandemic era. Those days we were working on most of us shifted from offline mode to online mode of classes, and that learning was too fast that the period which was required to shift from offline to online, gradually it should be 5 years to 7 years, but within those less than half year we were trying something, each one of us, whether we are technology oriented or not, but to maintain the pace of our classes and discussions and academic life of ourselves, we shifted so fast. Those days I was just wondering, while planning on digital world and digital inclusion in classes and education, we were thinking this is the need of the time, because in Delhi, and not only in Delhi, but in India, when there are climatic conditions getting changed, certain natural calamities are taking place, pollution is coming up, we need to shift to online classes, at least during those days. And that is the only solution. Yesterday, Government of Delhi has declared 2 days off up to class 5. This pollution break, pollution holidays are becoming common nowadays. And we collectively, as people of sustainable development, education, and environment, need collectively to think about it, not only on papers, but in action as well. SDG 4, which is talking of inclusion, my theme would be having a prime focus on inclusive education and education for sustainable development. And I'll be trying to have this discussion around NEP 2020, because NEP 2020 has a lot to suggest us with reference to inclusive education as well as sustainable development. We all understand by now, because policy has completed 3 years, and now we are in the process of implementation of Education Policy 2020. By now, we all have understood that policy had been a reformatory document with a robust vision, multi-layered robust vision. It is recognizing different aspects of Indian culture and values. अगर हम sustainable development की बात करते हैं, अगर हम environment को preserve करने की बात करते हैं, तो Indian culture and value play a significant pivotal role in that. क्योंकि हमने तो नदियों को माता के रूप में माना है, जाना है, पेड़ों को हमने देवी देवताओं से जोड़ा है, उनकी पूजा की है, तो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज का जो स्ट्रॉन्ग बेंट ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट एंड केयर जो हमारे इंडियन इथॉस में, इंडियन कल्चर में, इंडियन वैल्यूज़ में है, वो सब वी नीड टू रिविजिट टू माई अंडरस्टैंडिंग. We need to make connections with scientific world and prepare for global challenges. This is also an undercurrent of Education Policy 2020. जब हम बात करते हैं इंक्लूजन की, तो इंक्लूजन किसका? हम कहते हैं इंक्लूजन ऑफ एवरीथिंग, all species on this earth, all living and non-living creatures on this earth. प्लांट्स, नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज, वाटर, एयर, हम सब की बात करते हैं. 15 days back, I was talking at a panel discussion in IP University, and their theme was happiness and sustainable development. और मुझे बड़ी हैरानी थी टॉपिक के ऊपर, क्योंकि वो हैप्पीनेस हैप्पीनेस ही क्या है जो सस्टेन नहीं करती। तो मैंने इसी थीम को वहाँ अपना फोकस बनाया और बात किया कि एक झोंका हंसी का, एक झोंका खुशी का, उसको हम हैप्पीनेस नहीं मानते, इट्स अ मोमेंटल। और जब तक वो सस्टेन नहीं करती हमारी लाइफ में, हमारे प्रैक्टिस में, हमारे डे टू डे बिहेवियर में, till that time we cannot call it happiness. Happiness should be of a significant phase in our life. It should not be just today I am happy and tomorrow I am sad, day after I am nervous and then I am in depression. वो हैप्पीनेस तो मैं हैप्पीनेस शायद नहीं मान सकता। तो वो एक फील है हैप्पीनेस का। सेम वेज अगर मैं कहूँ इंक्लूजन, तो इंक्लूजन के बहुत सारे फेसिस हैं, बहुत सारे डायमेंशंस हैं। इंक्लूजन में हम ब्रॉडली सोशो इंक्लूजन, इकोनॉमिक इंक्लूजन की बात करते हैं, लेकिन सोशो इंक्लूजन में भी मार्जिनलाइज्ड कम्युनिटीज़ हैं। जैसे मैंने एग्जांपल के तौर पे जोड़ा, दोज हु नो मी इन द पास्ट दे मस्ट बी अवेयर दैट माय डिसर्टेशंस एंड माय research scholars are working on unique areas. Like one of them has worked on inclusiveness for the children of prisoners in Tihar jail of Delhi, the women prisoners in Tihar jail of Delhi. उनके बच्चों के इंक्लूजन के लिए हम क्या सोचते हैं जब वो फॉर्मल सिस्टम में आते हैं? डोंट वी पुश देम आउट ऑटोमेटिकली, क्योंकि वो टैग के साथ आते हैं कि उनकी माँ जेल में है। किरण बेदी ने इनिशिएटिव लिया और 6 साल के सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट के बाद 6 साल के बच्चे विद मदर दे आर अलाउड टू स्टे विद इन तिहाड़ जेल। अब वो 6 साल से छोटा बच्चा जेल में है माँ के साथ, किसी भी कंडीशन में जेल में बच्चा घर की कंडीशन से ज़्यादा अच्छा तो नहीं हो सकता। दो किरण बेदी ट्राइड हर लेवल बेस्ट, वहाँ कुछ एनजीओ के थ्रू उन्होंने क्रैच भी स्टार्ट किया, लेकिन जब वो बच्चा 6 साल का होगा उसके बाद वो जेल में नहीं रह सकता, वो बाहर आएगा और फॉर्मल स्कूल सिस्टम में जाएगा। तो उसके ऊपर जो हमने स्टडी किया, वी फाउंड दैट सच चिल्ड्रंस आर वेरी इजीली पुश्ड आउट ऑफ द सिस्टम बिकॉज दे आर कमिंग विद अ टैग दैट देयर मदर इज इन जेल। ऐसे एक स्टडी हमने किया चिल्ड्रन ऑफ सेक्स वर्कर्स ऑन जीबी रोड दिल्ली। जीबी रोड दिल्ली इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट सेक्स वर्कर्स एरिया इन एशिया। जो सेक्स वर्कर्स हैं उनके जो चैलेंज हैं वो तो हैं, लेकिन उनके बच्चों के जो चैलेंज हैं, उनके बच्चों की जो एजुकेशन है, उनके जो इंक्लूसिविटी की हम बात सोचते हुए करते हैं, वो अपने आप में बड़ी प्रॉब्लमेटिक है। तो अगर आपको कभी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले तो इस इंक्लूसिवनेस के ब्रॉड लेंस से कुछ माइक्रो इश्यूज को भी समझिए। वो भी ह्यूमन बींग्स हैं, वो मार्जिनलाइज्ड हैं विद इन दोज सोशल सेक्टर्स ऑफ कास्ट एंड इकोनॉमिक डिफरेंसेस। ट्रांसजेंडर्ड अपने आप में एक कैटेगरी है। छोटा सा एग्जांपल दूंगा। दिस ईयर लाइक अंबेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी, University of Delhi has also got approval for ITEP, Integrated Teacher Education Program, in 2 colleges. Both colleges are girls' colleges. And when we were doing admission, we saw 2 people have opted their gender as others. And they were boys, biological boys. But they are saying, my bent is toward femininity. So I want to go for a girls' college. Now, college is finding it a challenge because both are girls' colleges. Mentally, we find it very convenient to accommodate such children such young people into a co-education institution. But if they are going to a opposite sex institution, then the undercurrents are very, very deeper. We need to understand, are we able or are we willing to accommodate them and include them into the formal system of female education, where we are giving them an option to come with the option of others, not male, not female, but others. And eunuchs itself is a small population, insignificant for any political party, insignificant for any NGO working in the country. eunuchs का population कितना होगा आपके हिसाब से कंट्री में? कंट्री में हमें हर रेड लाइट पे, हर सिग्नल पे, हमारे घर में होने वाली हर खुशी में बधाई देने तो आते हैं, दिखते भी हैं, लेकिन जो बायोलॉजिकल यूनक्स हैं, बॉर्न यूनक्स हैं, उनका पॉपुलेशन कितना है हमारी कंट्री में? एनी एस्टिमेट, रफ एस्टिमेट? 5% इज टू बिग अ डेटा। टू 2021 का सेंसिस तो हुआ नहीं, 2011 सेंसिस में देयर पॉपुलेशन वाज 8 लाख। 125 करोड़ की आबादी में 8 लाख ढूंढना ही मुश्किल है, बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है, कहाँ है ये। और जो ट्रांसफॉर्म्ड हैं, जो बाय ऑप्शन ऑफ गेटिंग मेडिकल सर्जरीज जो हम देखते हैं रेड लाइट्स पर, और इनकी पॉपुलेशन में जो मेजॉरिटी आज के डे में दिखाई देती है वो शायद उन्हीं की है। तो ये कुछ ऐसे सेंसिटिव एरियाज हैं इंक्लूजन के, जिनकी हमें बात ना सिर्फ करनी चाहिए बल्कि इनके लिए रास्ता खोलने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। SDG 4 क्वालिटी एजुकेशन की बात करता है। क्वालिटी एजुकेशन हैव बीन अ कंसर्न सिंस इंसेप्शन ऑफ ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन ऑन दिस अर्थ। हम सिविलाइज्ड हैं तो उसके दो पैरामीटर्स हैं, वन इज एजुकेशन एंड अदर इज हेल्थ। In the morning, chief guest was talking about right to education, and he was saying education is a fundamental right. Yes, under Article 21A, it has been declared a fundamental right by the Supreme Court of India and followed by RT Act 2009. इसको आर्टिकल 21 में क्यों लिया? कहीं और भी रख सकते थे। राइट टू लाइफ के साथ क्यों जोड़ दिया? दिस वी नीड टू थिंक ऑफ। राइट टू एजुकेशन क्या इतना इंपॉर्टेंट है कि राइट टू लाइफ का हिस्सा बना दिया सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने इसको और लेजिस्लेशन ने इसको? क्यों? क्योंकि वी आर ह्यूमन बींग्स। हमारी लाइफ का मीनिंग सांस लेना तक लिमिट नहीं है। हमारी लाइफ का मीनिंग एक डिग्निफाइड हेल्दी लाइफ है। और जब हम डिग्निफाइड लाइफ कहते हैं तो इट्स अ नेचुरल राइट टू लिव। जॉन लॉक ने कहा था 300-350 साल पहले, राइट टू लाइफ इज अ नेचुरल राइट ऑफ ह्यूमन बींग्स। और हमने उसको सिविलाइज्ड लाइफ के साथ, डिग्निफाइड लाइफ के साथ जब जोड़ा तो हमने कहा राइट टू लाइफ इज इंक्लूसिव ऑफ राइट टू एजुकेशन एंड राइट टू हेल्थ। हम बीमार सांस लेते हुए सिर्फ हार्ड मास का पुतला नहीं है, हम रैशनल हैं, हम सोचते हैं, हम एक डिग्निफाइड लाइफ के हकदार हैं। इसलिए ये दोनों कंपोनेंट सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पैरामीटर्स, लाइफ, हेल्थ एंड एजुकेशन, बिकेम इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ राइट टू लाइफ। One of my colleague, when I was in my young days, when my children were very young, she taught me, she advised me, पंकज अपने बच्चों की हेल्थ और एजुकेशन पे खर्चा करने के लिए लोन भी लेना पड़ेगा तो ले लेना, बिकॉज दीज आर द ओनली टू इन्वेस्टमेंट्स व्हाट वी सर्विस क्लास पीपल कैन गिव टू अवर फ्यूचर जनरेशन। तो मैंने सोचा ये ऐसा एडवाइस क्यों कर रहे हैं, ये तो बड़ा ऑब्वियस नहीं है। लेकिन जब थोड़ा टाइम बाद जब बच्चों की एजुकेशन, हायर एजुकेशन, मेडिकल एजुकेशन, अब्रॉड जाने की सोच आती है, तब शायद लगा कि लोन लेना पड़ सकता है, बिकॉज वी सर्विस क्लास पीपल आर हैविंग ओवर लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज विद अस। तो मैंने ये समझा कि ये दोनों फैक्टर SDG 4 में अगर क्वालिटी एजुकेशन की बात करता है, अगर हेल्दी लाइफ की बात करता है, आर्टिकल 21 इंक्लूड करता है राइट टू एजुकेशन को, तो उसमें ये 10 टारगेट्स SDG 4 ने रखे, विच आई नीड नॉट टू रीड बिफोर यू, यू ऑल आर फेमिलियर ऑफ दिस। फ्री ऑफ प्राइमरी एंड सेकेंडरी एजुकेशन। RT एक्ट ने क्या किया, 6 to 14 ईयर्स के बच्चों को फ्री एंड कंपल्सरी एजुकेशन दिया। तो हमारे बहुत सारे एजुकेशनिस्ट साथी इस चिंता में थे कि व्हाट हैपन टू द चिल्ड्रन बिलो 6 years ऑफ एज, एंड दिस हैज बीन अ कंसर्न फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, व्हाट हैपन टू देम। तो RT के बाद एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने उस गैप को एड्रेस किया व्हेन पॉलिसी इज सेइंग children up to the age of 18 years through providing 4 new stages of school education: fundamental, preparatory, middle, and then secondary. So foundation stage, which is primary initial stage of school education, is inclusive of the children up to 8 years, 3 years to 8 years. So informal sector of education now becoming part of formal education. तो ये sustainable development goal की तरफ policy का एक initiative है which should be giving us results in the near future. यूनिवर्सल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी एक पॉपुलर कॉन्सेप्ट है। मॉर्निंग में चीफ गेस्ट के एड्रेस में भी आया लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग। अब ये लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग का कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है, इसको लेके हम सब लोग समझते हैं कि एडल्ट एजुकेशन एंड लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग आर सिनोनिम। नो, दीज आर नॉट। एडल्ट एजुकेशन हैज ए कॉनोटेशन विच इज एंशिएंट एंड ओल्ड कॉनोटेशन, एंड लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग इज अ मॉडर्न फिनोमिना, मॉडर्न कॉन्टेक्स्ट। Lifelong learning means as a professor of education, if I am not having literacy on financial matters, on legal matters, then I am illiterate in that context. Financial literacy, legal literacy are new upcoming areas which are becoming very relevant and important for all human beings on this earth. आपको पुलिस स्टेशन जाने के नाम से डर लगता है और कहीं कोई कोर्ट केस होता है तो टेंशन होती है. लीगल लिटरेसी शायद हमें ये समझाना चाहती है कि लीगैलिटी इज नथिंग विच यू शुड बी स्केयर्ड ऑफ, रेदर इट इज समथिंग विच एंश्योर दैट यू आर नॉट एक्सप्लॉइटेड बाय एनी फोर्सेस इन द सोसाइटी. फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, मलिक साहब तो फाइनेंसिस के, इकोनॉमिक्स के, साइंस के स्टूडेंट रहे हैं हंसराज कॉलेज से, तो शायद इन्हें चिंता कम होती होगी. हम जैसे जो प्रोफेसर्स होते हैं सोशल साइंसिस के, तो फाइनेंशियल मैटर्स में तो बड़े पुअर होते हैं हम. आई एम नॉट श्योर ऑफ एवरीबडी बट आई कैन से इट फॉर माई सेल्फ. मुझे फाइनेंसिस का कोई भी समझ नहीं है, आज की डेट में भी नहीं है. माई सन हु इज एन इकोनॉमिक्स एक्सपर्ट नाउ, ही हैज डन ऑनर्स इकोनॉमिक्स एंड नाउ डूइंग MBA इन फाइनेंसिस. ही सजेस्टेड मी, पापा दिस इज नॉट योर कप ऑफ टी, प्लीज डोंट इंटरफेयर, लेट मी डिसाइड करना क्या है. क्योंकि इन्वेस्टमेंट का ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है? इन्वेस्टमेंट सिर्फ सेविंग में ही इन्वेस्टमेंट है या फ्यूचरिस्टिक इन्वेस्टमेंट है? इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रॉपर्टी सेक्टर में होनी है या इन्वेस्टमेंट सोशल सेक्टर में होनी है? ये बहुत सारे ऐसे जनरल क्वेश्चंस हैं जो फाइनेंशियल इलिटरेसी हम जैसे लोगों के लिए कहते हैं. तो पॉलिसी यूनिवर्सल लिटरेसी की जब बात करती है, न्यूमरेसी की बात करती है, तो उसके अंडर करंट्स में लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग का एक डायमेंशन है. एंड दिस लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग इज सजेस्टिंग दैट पीपल शुड बी welcomed at any stage of life to learn new ideas, new tricks. और इसको लेकर हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली के ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर सर बहुत बार आते हैं हमारे पास, जानते भी हैं. अभी हमने एक स्कीम लॉन्च किया था, कॉम्पिटेंसी एनहेंसमेंट स्कीम. ये कॉम्पिटेंसी एनहेंसमेंट स्कीम इसी का एक्सपेंशन है फॉर्मल हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस में. मनीष जी ने हमारे यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली से 1996 में B.Ed किया, 98 में M.Ed किया, फिर PhD किया. आज इन्हें लगता है कि कुछ नए ऐसे डायमेंशंस आ गए. एग्जाम्पल, ये तो बाई चांस एजुकेशन में ही है तो इनको जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, लेकिन अगर कोई और ऐसा हमारे पास टीचर है जो स्कूल में चला गया, जो NGO में चला गया, जो अब्रॉड चला गया, उसको लगता है एजुकेशन सेक्टर ही छोड़ दिया उसने, उसको लगता है देयर आर सर्टेन न्यू आइडियाज इन एजुकेशन विच ही नीड टू अपडेट फॉर हिमसेल्फ. तो ये कॉम्पिटेंसी एनहेंसमेंट स्कीम वेलकम करती है ऐसे किसी भी एडल्ट का जो यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली का एलुमनस रहा है कि वो 8 क्रेडिट तक के 2 नए कोर्सेज किसी भी साल फॉर्मल रजिस्टर्ड होके रेगुलर स्टूडेंट्स के साथ पढ़ सकता है. और 8-8 क्रेडिट करके, जैसे हमारे पास लॉ में बड़ी डिमांड है इस कोर्स की, साइबर लॉ, तो जितने मेरी जनरेशन में लॉ किया होगा अब वो सोचते हैं साइबर लॉ इज अ न्यू थिंग, न्यू लॉयर्स आर फेमिलियर ऑफ, सो दे आर कमिंग टू फैकल्टी ऑफ लॉ एंड गेटिंग एनरोल्ड फॉर सच कोर्सेज. तो यूनिवर्सल लिटरेसी, न्यूमरेसी, लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग आर समथिंग which actually need to ensure, which are actually proposed to ensure sustainable quality education for the people. This is agenda for 2030 under goal 4, to ensure that complete, free, equitable and quality education is provided to the people. ये 100 साल पहले भी यही एजेंडा था. 60 साल पहले ये गीत जब लिखा गया था, हम होंगे कामयाब, हम आज भी उतनी शिद्दत से गाते हैं. ये हम कब होंगे कामयाब, ये कोई रास्ता मंजिल नहीं है जहां हम फिजिकली पहुंच गए तो हो गए कामयाब. क्योंकि जब हम एज अ ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन ग्रो करते हैं तो हमारे एजेंडाज, हमारे गोल्स ऑटोमेटिकली रीडिफाइंड होते हैं, टाइम के साथ चेंज होते हैं. तो क्वालिटी अर्ली चाइल्डहुड डेवलपमेंट, अगर मैं कहूँ कि ये गोल्स RT एक्ट में भी थे, ये 1950 के मुदालिया कमीशन का भी कंसर्न था, ये शायद 1854 में भी कंसर्न्स थे ब्रिटिश एजुकेशन के. ये गुरुकुल के टाइम भी चिंताएं थी कि कैसे बच्चे बड़े होंगे, वो शस्त्र विद्या लेंगे या ब्राह्मण विद्या लेंगे या बिजनेस की विद्या लेंगे. तो ये कंसर्न्स हमेशा से रही हैं, रहेंगी. इनका सोल्यूशन टाइम के साथ रीडिफाइन होता जाएगा. जो हम अचीव कर लेंगे वो प्रैक्टिस में आ जाएगा, जो अचीव नहीं होगा वो गोल बन के हमें गाइड करेगा, मोटिवेट करेगा. इक्वल एक्सेस टू ऑल वुमेन एंड मैन to comfortable and quality technical, vocational and tertiary education including university education. 86 की पॉलिसी ने जब ये सब बातें कही थी तो हमें लगा था वंडर होने जा रहा है। 2020 की पॉलिसी ने फिर कुछ ऐसी बातें रिपीट की। Policy, we understand, is a vision document which provides us a vision for next 20 years, 30 years, with which constitution के goals, constitution के preamble में जो guidelines है हमारे लिए, what is the significance of preamble of constitution? किसी भी किताब के आगे एक preamble होता है, forward होता है, वो क्या कहता है उस बुक के बारे में? वो बड़ा सिंपल बताता है कि इस बुक को लिखने वालों का क्या माइंडसेट था, किन ऑब्जेक्टिव्स के साथ, किस सोच के साथ, लर्नर में किस तरह की ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के ऑब्जेक्टिव के साथ इस बुक को हमने लिखा है, डिजाइन किया है, सोचा है। दिस इज एग्जैक्टली अबाउट प्रीएम्बल ऑफ इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लिखने वालों ने व्हाट टाइप ऑफ इंडिया वी वांट टू हैव, उसके क्या सिद्धांत होंगे, किस तरह का समाज होगा, तो उन्होंने वहां प्रीएम्बल में जो वैल्यूज दिए जो आज भी हमें गाइड कर रहे हैं, और जस्टिस, इक्वालिटी, लिबर्टी की बात की, रिपब्लिक की बात की, डेमोक्रेसी की बात की, ये जो गोल्स हैं, नाउ टाइम हैज कम व्हेन दीज गोल्स शुड नॉट रिमेन कन्फाइंड टू द प्रीएम्बल ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, बट इट इज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ अस द पीपल ऑफ एजुकेशन to translate it into pedagogical practices in our classrooms, pedagogical practices in our examples, make them part of our textbooks, how these, through case studies, we need to ensure that these are becoming day-to-day life practice of all the people and young children. इसी में NEP और इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन सिस्टम के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इंडियन हेरिटेज एंड कल्चरल विच इज रूटेड इन इंक्लूसिविटी एंड टुगेदरनेस, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हम सब समझते हैं, जानते हैं। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम कहता है दिस इज माइन, दैट इज हिज, दिस इज द सेइंग ऑफ द स्मॉल माइंडेड पीपल। द वाइज बिलीव्स दैट द एंटायर वर्ल्ड इज अ फैमिली। ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट, ये रेफरेंस हमारे इंडियन इथॉस से आता है। अगर हम एंशियंट इंडिया में एजुकेशनल सिस्टम के अंदर इंक्लूजन की प्रैक्टिसेस देखते हैं तो वी सी गुरुकुला एज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन सिस्टम। द स्टोरी ऑफ कृष्णा एंड सुदामा इज वेरी पॉपुलर स्टोरी कि फ्रेंडशिप में इकोनॉमिक डिफरेंसेस का कोई मीनिंग नहीं होता, सोशल डिफरेंसेस का कोई मीनिंग नहीं होता। इसीलिए हम कहते हैं, बिलीव करते हैं दैट यंग चिल्ड्रन आर प्योर सोल्स। जैसे जैसे हम बड़े होते हैं, एडल्ट होते हैं, हम करप्ट होते हैं, एंड दिस इज अ फैक्ट ऑफ द सोसाइटी। हम जैसे जैसे बड़े होते हैं, सोशल प्रैक्टिसेस, सोशल फियर्स हमें डराते हैं और हम अपने आप को रीडिफाइन करते चले जाते हैं। उसमें हम बहुत सारी ऐसी प्रैक्टिसेस भी ले आते हैं जो करप्ट है, वो हमारी प्रैक्टिस का हिस्सा बन जाती हैं। All students from different backgrounds and different abilities studying together and living same lives in Gurukul. ये मॉडल इंक्लूसिविटी का, होलिस्टिक अप्रोच का और एक होलिस्टिक सोसाइटी का मॉडल इंडियन इथॉस से है, जो G4 को एक डायरेक्शन देता है। एंशियंट इंडियन एजुकेशन सिस्टम इज इंक्लूसिव एंड हैविंग सस्टेनेबिलिटी पोटेंशियल इनटू इट, differentiating educational practices, realistic and practical learning experiences, purposive and value-oriented education, humanistic and sustainable education. ये चार जो पैरामीटर्स हैं, this need to be not only discussed but practiced. मैं बार बार practiced word को लाऊंगा क्योंकि I strongly believe कि हर कॉन्सेप्ट का एक फिलोसॉफिकल फ्रेमवर्क है, एक pragmatic फ्रेमवर्क है। हमारे वाइस चांसलर साहब कहते हैं इस देश में कथाकार बहुत हैं, कलाकारों की जरूरत है। कथाकार कहानी सुना सकता है, बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग बना सकता है। कलाकार उस कहानी में आने वाले कैरेक्टर को जीने की कोशिश करता है, यानी कि उसे प्रैक्टिकल लाइफ में जीने की कोशिश करता है। तो कलाकारों के देश में कथाकार नहीं होंगे तो हम एजुकेशन को लाइफ के साथ, एजुकेशन को सस्टेनेबिलिटी के साथ, एजुकेशन को डे टू डे नीड्स ऑफ द सोसाइटी के साथ रिलेट नहीं कर सकते। पॉलिसी ने जब एजुकेशन को, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन की बात की, तो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट जो इंडिया ने SDG 4 अडॉप्टेड इन द ईयर 2015, द गोल सीक्स टू एंश्योर इंक्लूसिव एंड equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. अभी lifelong learning की opportunities for all नहीं है। कॉम्पिटेंसी एनहेंसमेंट स्कीम जो एक्सपेरिमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली ने स्टार्ट किया है, जिसकी प्रोविजन पॉलिसी ने दी है, दिस नीड टू बी एक्सपेंडेड. By the year 2035, policy is proposing to reach 50% students in higher education. कैसे होगा? आज की डेट में 28% है, अगले 15 साल में डबल हो जाएगा. किसका डबल? जो 75 साल में हमने 28% पहुंचा, उसका डबल इन नेक्स्ट 15 ईयर्स. स्कूल कॉलेज डबल तो नहीं होने वाले. टीचर्स की रिक्वायरमेंट, टीचर्स की अवेलेबिलिटी अपने आप में क्राइसिस में है. तो एक नया फॉरम डिजिटल एजुकेशन इज कमिंग अप, डिजिटल यूनिवर्सिटी इज कमिंग अप. अब उसमें प्रॉब्लम्स सोच में आ सकती हैं, टीदिंग इश्यूज हो सकते हैं, हमारा एक रेजिस्टेंस हो सकता है, क्योंकि कभी भी चेंज होता है तो ह्यूमन सबसे पहले रेजिस्ट करता है उसको. लेकिन अल्टीमेटली उसका अल्टरनेटिव नहीं है हमारे पास. अगर हमें सस्टेनेबल एजुकेशन की बात करनी है तो एजुकेशन सबको एक्सेसिबल हो, ये तो प्राइमरी कंडीशन है. इसके बिना कैसे आप आगे चलेंगे? एनईपी एजुकेशन की जब बात करता है, इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन की, तो इट ट्राई एम्स टू मेक इंडिया अ प्रोग्रेसिव, कंसेंटियस एंड ह्यूमेन सोसाइटी विद अ स्ट्रॉन्ग कल्चरल फैब्रिक. इसकी बात करता है. पॉलिसी रिकमेंड सोशल इंक्लूजन, इंक्लूसिव इंक्लूजन, इमोशनल इंक्लूजन एज वेल एज मेंटल हेल्थ इंक्लूजन. पॉलिसी स्पेसिफाइज एडवाइजेज ऑन क्वालिटी एजुकेशन विच इज़ वेरी वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट. ये कुछ वैल्यूज हैं जो पॉलिसी ने प्रपोज किया, और इन वैल्यूज को हम इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन के साथ रिलेट करते हैं, बिकॉज वी आर अ प्लूरिस्टिक सोसाइटी. और इसमें इंक्लूजन की बात करने के बहुत सारे मायने हैं, क्योंकि हमारा जो प्लूरिस्टिक फ्लेवर है वो लिंग्विस्टिक भी है, कल्चरल भी है, सोशल भी है, ऑल डोमेन्स. यू टॉक ऑफ डाइवर्सिटी एंड यू विल फाइंड इट इन इंडिया. These are certain initiatives. मैंने जैसे स्टार्टिंग में कहा था, I will be relating my idea with NEP 2020. Intervention plans, unrepresentative communities including tribal groups की बात हम करते हैं. हमारे चीफ गेस्ट जो उस एरिया में काम कर चुके हैं मध्य प्रदेश जाके, उन्होंने भी इसकी बात की. चिल्ड्रन विद स्पेशल नीड्स की बात हम करते हैं, दिव्यांग की हम बात करते हैं. लेकिन इसकी जो रियलिटी है, इंक्लूसिवनेस, मैं अगर आपसे सिर्फ इतना सा छोटा सा उदाहरण कहूँ कि इस हॉल में पहुंचने के लिए हमारे पास क्या एक्सेस के प्रोविजंस थे फॉर द पीपल विद चैलेंजेस, ऑर्थोपेडिक डिसेबिलिटीज, तो वो हमें सोचना पड़ता है. जबकि हम न्यू दिल्ली के एक प्राइम इंस्टीट्यूशन में, एक प्राइम सेंटर में बैठे हैं, जो अपने आप में एक एकेडमिक डिबेट्स और डिस्कशंस का फोरम है. माय लास्ट पॉइंट, role of higher education institutions, because Ambedkar University, Delhi University NIPA belongs to higher education. हमें ये कुछ 7-8 एरियाज हैं जिनमें ना सिर्फ काम स्टार्ट करना चाहिए, बल्कि फेज्ड मैनर में उसे कंप्लीट करने का प्लान बनाना चाहिए. टीचर्स का रोल इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फर्स्ट, जैसे मैंने पहले कहा था, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज नीड टू बी प्रैक्टिस्ड एज पेडागोजीज ऑफ इंक्लूजन. इसके ऊपर हमारे पिछले वाइस चांसलर योगेश त्यागी जी ने, ड्यूरिंग माय इंटरव्यू फॉर प्रोफेसरशिप, ही गेव मी अ सजेशन एंड ही सेड कि जो आप लोग हमेशा एजुकेशन में पेडागोजीज मींस मेथड्स ऑफ टीचिंग तक लिमिट करते हो, व्हाई डोंट यू फील दैट द वैल्यूज ऑफ लाइफ शुड बिकम प्रैक्टिसेस ऑफ लाइफ, एंड दोज वैल्यूज कैन बी ट्रांसलेटेड इनटू प्रैक्टिसेस ओनली थ्रू टीचर्स. एंड व्हाट बेस्ट वी कैन स्टार्ट इफ वी कैन स्टार्ट इट विद कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज. तो मैंने डेमोक्रेसी को आज हम सिर्फ एक कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं मानते, एक क्लासरूम प्रोसेस बनाते हैं. डेमोक्रेसी क्लासरूम की बात करते हैं. जॉन डीवी ने किया था 1916 में. 2023 में डेमोक्रेटिक प्रैक्टिसेस आर बिकमिंग पार्ट ऑफ आवर क्लासरूम्स. इंक्लूजन इज नॉट ओनली अ कॉन्सेप्ट बट अ प्रैक्टिस, बट अ होलिस्टिक पेडागोजी. तो पेडागोजिकल फ्रेमवर्क नीड टू बी डेवलप अराउंड इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन. We need to develop resources for, ये resources कहाँ से आएंगे? जब आपके स्कूल में, आपकी क्लास में विजुअली चैलेंज बच्चे के लिए ब्रेल में भी कुछ लिटरेचर अवेलेबल होगा, आप कंसर्न दिखाएंगे कि ऑडियो में भी कुछ उसके लिए अवेलेबल हो, तब इसकी बात आप कहने के हकदार बनेंगे. अदरवाइज तो हम सिर्फ कथाकार हैं, कलाकार नहीं बन रहे. तो कथाकार और कलाकार की जो थिन लाइन है, दैट नीड टू बी एड्रेस्ड. Role of students in promoting inclusion, we need to be sensitive first. As a young people, we need to sensitize people around us, and we should be respectful to the fellow peer groups. Peer and share, helping each other, involved in group activities. ये एक्टिविटी के लिए जो स्मार्ट एक्टिव पहले से ही टैलेंटेड बच्चा है उसी को बार बार मौका देंगे तो फिर इंक्लूजन की बात करना बंद करना पड़ेगा. We should be learning about respecting different cultures and traditions. ये 21st century के कुछ टेक अवेज छोटे छोटे जो मैंने सोचा आपसे शेयर करने का. We should be focusing on abilities and not on disabilities. We should be connecting with individual learning styles. We cannot have common pedagogical practices. We are a country of diversity. We need to address it by respecting individuals. Nurturing shared respect and empathy, celebrating diversity and individuality, valuing other cultures and perspectives. ये cultural inclusive classroom के लिए एक module है. I am leaving this presentation. I have given it to Dr. Gunjan. If any of you interested, you can go through it again, and this will remain with you. ये last point है, the ease of inclusive education. ये sum up करता है पूरी holistic discussions को. Equal access, embrace culture, equal dignity, equality and effective communication. अगर इन 5 E's को हम थोड़ा थोड़ा अपनी प्रैक्टिसेस में लाएंगे तो we are actually going to inclusivity. My closing statement is, let us make committed efforts to create an inclusive, tolerant and peaceful society for the future, जिसमें sustainability का concern हो, healthy environment का concern हो और साथ साथ quality education, quality human life का concern. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you will be staying with us? No, sir. I wanted to confirm because I was told to ask.
leaving in another 15-20 minutes.
That would be. You can. We can expect you to extend the time as well. That would be nicer for us. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening talk, highlighting the different dimensions of inclusion and the undercurrents operating and the challenges to achieve sustainable development goals. We will now continue with the panel discussion, and I request Professor Maithili Ramchand to present her talk. Ma'am, please. In the interest of time, I request you to please stick to 10 to 12 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
And you could indicate
Sure.
2 minutes prior. Presentation is prior. Yeah, as he gets the presentation out, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. But more importantly, having teacher education as part of the panel, which is indeed rare in higher education. And it's a privilege for me to share the panel with luminaries like Professor Arora, Professor Pranati, Dr. Ajay, and Dr. Nidhi. So those of you who are already familiar with teacher education, I would ask you to bear with me for about the initial couple of minutes because Gunjan told me that I may have to introduce teacher education to the larger audience. So I'll take about 2 minutes to introduce the status of teacher education in the current Indian context, and then move on to education for sustainable development, with which Professor Arora has already connected to inclusion so very beautifully, and end with some ideas of how we could think of teacher education for sustainable development within our context. So broadly speaking, some data crunching. So we have close to 1 crore teachers, and there are close to 17,000 teacher education providers, the initial teacher education institutions, and 92% of these teacher education institutions are privately managed, and they are standalone, meaning they offer either a diploma in education or a bachelor's in education. It's a very highly regulated sector because the state has not invested in initial teacher education program, and instead the state has taken on the role of a regulator. So if you look at the proportion of teachers who are there, more than 80% are teachers of grades 1 to 10. There are very few ECE teachers, for example, early childhood education teachers, and very few vocational education teachers, and special education teachers are also quite few in numbers. So it's not as if the state has not been concerned. In fact, the very first national education policy, 1968, and the commission that led to the policy, Kothari Commission, has recognized the importance of the role of teachers and the need to prepare quality teachers. And this is a very famous line that everybody in teacher education programs, all students begin with this: the destiny of India is now shaped in her classrooms. Then this is reiterated in the National Policy of Education in 1986, which in fact set up district and sub-district level structures to ensure teacher education reaches the last mile. And just prior to NPE 1986, a National Commission on Teachers was set up, which spoke extensively on the quality of teachers and teacher preparation. Then the National Council for Teacher Education, which is the statutory regulatory body, was set up in 1993. And ironically, it was set up to improve the quality of teacher education institutions and curb out the substandard teacher education programs that were being offered through correspondence courses. But within a decade of its setting up, so the Supreme Court had to intervene and set up a commission under Justice Verma, which looked into the quality in teacher education because of the serious issues of graft that had crept into NCTE. And the current national education policy, for the first time, has an entire section on teacher education, and it recommends the closure of poor quality teacher education institutions and the shift of teacher education from the standalone isolated colleges into the university space. So yes, I mean, Professor Arora mentioned that policies give us a vision, and it is indeed a reflection of teacher education and the poor attention that teacher education has been receiving from the practitioners, I would say, that the policy continuously has to talk about the quality of teacher education. So this is one area where I'm afraid we have not made much progress, and the policies has to keep harping back again on quality in teacher education. So I hope by the time the next policy comes in, we'll have enough youngsters who are able to make the changes that unfortunately we at the present have not been able to do so. So other than the issues around the quality in teacher education, partly because, as I had already pointed out, state investment in initial teacher education was rather low. And although NCTE managed to curb the offering of teacher education programs through correspondence courses, it was not able to stop the marketization of teacher education. And the markets at that point in time, in the late 80s and early 90s, globally, came to be recognized as offering quality education. Then the framing of the notion of quality again increasingly came to be associated with the testing of learning outcomes for students, and the growing importance of regulating teachers as well through standards to test, that is through the national eligibility test. So obviously the teacher education programs were not providing quality education that the state could take it as a quality indicator. So it had to conduct its own set of entrance, the eligibility test. And yes, now we have the draft national professional standards for teachers. Yeah, I already went through this program and its outreach. Now, the other issue relating to the content and pedagogy within teacher education programs. So, there's been a general neglect of content knowledge. So, NEP now 2020 recognizes this issue and suggests a concurrent program for teacher education. So, meaning rather than having teacher education program post your undergrad degree, you learn the content that is needed for becoming a teacher as part of your teacher education program. And there is now the 4-year integrated teacher education program. So largely curriculum reforms in teacher education has been initiated even before NCTE by NCERT, and certainly after NCTE was set up in 1983, we've had the National Curriculum Framework for Teacher Education, close on the heels of the National Curriculum Framework for School Education. We've had 4 such NCFTE so far. But these have been largely driven by interest groups, and they've not been adequate engagement with the field and discourses around what is necessary for a knowledge base to prepare teachers. And we see fragmentation of curriculum across, which has led to a disconnect between the foundations courses and the methods courses, and the theoretical knowledge and the practical knowledge, and the eternal gap that we keep speaking about in terms of what teacher education programs prepare for and what teachers have to actually deliver in the classroom. Now, it's certainly the case that given the complexity of and the diversity of schools, as you're all aware, there are various ranges of schools that cater to children in our country, more than 32 as per study that Manish was also involved in. And no one teacher education program can obviously prepare teachers to meet all these different kinds of schools. But what a teacher education program certainly must do is to equip teachers to become adaptive experts, where she is able to think on her feet and adapt to the requirement of particular school. So that's why an induction program is also quite important for teachers, which is not the case right now in many states in the country. Then there is very little research on teacher education programs and practices, and inadequate engagement of key stakeholders, as I told you earlier, and very little resources. So even the 1983 Chattopadhyay Commission on Teachers and Teaching had spoken about the scarcity of local resources and scarcity of resources in local languages. And I'm afraid the situation continues to be so. And many of our B.Ed students have to, or even the DLED students, have to depend on Kunjis to prepare for their examination. And I think the problem squarely lies with us teacher educators who have not been able to make the effort to ensure that enough good quality materials are available for teacher education programs. And of course, the current uncritical adoption of the standards discourse. Standards by itself are useful, but how do you adapt it to the context in our country is something that we've still not been able to think through. So the post-colonial framing of teacher education offers us with some kind of a lens with which we could, or a prism, if you will, which offers us with alternatives, and especially when we are thinking about education for sustainable development and inclusion. So it calls for an epistemic shift in the way objects, phenomena, and people are described and interpreted. And it also asks us to actively engage with the legacy of colonialism. Of course, it's been 77 years, but the structures, especially in teacher education, continues to hold on. And a lot of our practices and our imagination continues to be, because teacher education as a formal setup was obviously a colonial legacy, and we've not been able to yet shake off it or even engage with it critically. So, so how do we overcome all these kinds of binaries that teacher education has come to imbue with? And how do we critically engage with the knowledge hegemony and the individualistic notion of economic gains that we have come to associate both teacher preparation as well as teacher practice in schools, and develop collective environmental and critical social consciousness? Now, the Sustainable Development Goals have certainly given us an impetus for sustainable development and inclusion. But even here, we will have to recognize that although the supply of qualified teachers has been mentioned, it misses out on the crucial aspect of their education, support, and working conditions. And more importantly, because it doesn't have a target for financing, which is the crucial element. So if you look at most countries, the maximum expenditure in education goes into teacher salaries. So without a target for, and that is why many countries in the global south are opting for contractual teachers, because states either don't have enough funds or are not able to commit long term for permanent employment of teachers. So SDGs have been argued are quite ineffectual without this commitment for financial targeting. And they've also been accused of being framed within the modernist Western notions of education that valorize liberal individualism and economic competitiveness. And countries like India, we are already grappling with the colonial legacies and the post-colonial problems and internal conflicts and equity issues. And this is overlaid with the reductionist approach to teacher education curriculum and practice. But even so, SDGs do provide us with an impetus to collaborate among countries and regions and learn from each other. For example, Bhutan had had a thriving 4-year integrated program for close to 25 years. And it just this year that you're shifting from the 4-year integrated program to a consecutive program, because there has been a pushback from the school saying that the teachers from the 4-year integrated program have not been able to meet the quality requirements for school content knowledge. And India is just making the shift to the 4-year integrated program. We've not been able to even talk to our neighbors and understand. So I think comparative lens to teacher education, especially from the global south context, becomes quite important. Now, teacher education teacher education for sustainable development has emerged as a very niche area within teacher education. Not much of it has been done in India, but it offers quite a few lenses for us to begin to understand how do we look at knowledge more critically, and how do we develop this kind of critical consciousness that is so crucial for us in the present context. So one of the powerful means that teacher education for sustainable development has brought in is the practitioner research methodological frameworks that allows research to be developed through the practitioners. So the traditional divide between the researchers and the practitioners that has always plagued our country. So even in teacher education, you see these turf wars being played out between higher education in the spaces where education is looked at as a discipline and teacher education is looked as practice, and the twain does not meet. Whereas TESD offers us the possibility to take up more grounded research with practitioners and scholars. So it's time that we started forefronting social and environmental justice in the equation to economics and education, and look into the competences that have emerged from teacher education for sustainable development research. And as you can see, it has a lot of overlaps with the competencies required for inclusive education as well. 2 minutes, yeah. So some of the reforms agenda for teacher education, building on this competency framework, would be to, of course, continue to engage with the state for long-term commitment from both the national as well as the state governments. Also initiate better South-South cooperation and begin to look at contextually rooted reforms undergirded by a transformative and democratic education agenda. So along with the teacher standards that is currently in the draft form, I think it is important for us to see that it does not exist in isolation, but it is integrated within the larger education system, both the schooling system, even if for the 4-year integrated program, unless there is a qualitative improvement in the schooling system and we are able to attract enough aspirants into the teacher education program, which the state now hopes to do with IITs and IASC and ICERs coming in to offer the ITIP program. Hopefully, teacher education will become aspirational the way law became 10 years back. But at this crucial juncture, it is important for us to relook at the standards and include the ones that TESD has shown us with. So among the research agenda that we should be looking at is to consider different models and not just the one ITEP model that NCTE is proposing, and study the models, document what is happening in different parts of the country. I think that is very important. We have not been able to do that yet. And as Professor Pranati Panda has been repeatedly telling in various forums, there is so little research to inform policies in teacher education. It is largely normative discourse driven or intuitively based on the understanding of those at the helm over a period of their life experience and history. So it's time that research started engaging with policy, both in terms of understanding the implications of policy on the ground, but also be capable of informing the policy in terms of the research that is taken up. And pedagogies from the larger perspective that Professor Arora was talking about, and not just in terms of methods and approaches, but also in terms of the discourse. So pedagogy is both an act and a discourse, and how we need to now begin to study different kinds of pedagogies that work for inclusion and sustainable development through a sustained system of documentation. And we should also be engaging with other kinds of literature and voices. So traditionally in our country, folk literature, for example, has been considered subaltern. And folk literature can offer a rich source for us to look into how education in general and inclusion specifically has been looked at. So these could be some of the research agenda that we take up for teacher education. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable thoughts and highlighting the gaps in philosophy and practice of teaching education. We are excited to hear about teachers as key actors in sustainable development from our next panelist, Professor Pranati Panda, who has joined us from NEPA. Meanwhile, we got to know that Professor Pankaj Arora has to leave and has further commitment. So we would like to felicitate him. And for that, I request our registrar, Dr. Nitin Malik, along with Professor Satyaketu, Dean Academics, to please present a token of our gratitude. Thank you. For a group photograph?
Only camera person can do this. Ask actors to play again and again and again.
Sir, please, you may.
Dean planning सब भी आ जाए. हम सर उधर आ जाओ. I'll come. Ma'am, you be there. I'll come over. यहाँ पे आ जाए.
We may have guests from the audience who would like to come for a group photograph with the dignitaries. Please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Pen drive.
आप start करो.
Presentation is ready.
Friends, very good afternoon. We have crossed 12:30, so good afternoon to all of you. As part of the sustainability discourse, yesterday I was with the group G20 Standards Dialogue, along with the Productive Agency. You can consider from the commerce and other sector, education is a service sector. When I was listening to them in the linking standards for sustainability and analyzing in the platform of education, possibly we are delaying to achieve our target and goal and take longer time to achieve that. And meanwhile, substantial changes happens in the other sector, society as well. So when we are talking about sustainable development goals, possibly we are taking it in a very, very late format, not the quick action format. So I learned from them that whatever development we require in a sustainable manner in education sector, we need to have a very coherent plan, implementation plan, and achieving the goal and target. So possibly we need to learn from those kind of platform from Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, and Bureau of Indian Standards having dialogue and improvement. Friends, I would be discussing with you the teacher agency within the continuum framework from school to higher education, but largely I would be focusing on the higher education sector. When I'm talking about the critical role of teacher within the sustainable development framework and extending bit to the National Education Policy 2020, one hand, we emphasize the critical role of teachers achieving all policy recommendations, achieving all the goal and targets of sustainable development goals as well. On the other hand, we acknowledge the fact that teacher agency is not in right shape. That's why NEP has talked about restoring the profession of teaching profession. And they have acknowledged that substantial support should be given to improve the status of teaching profession, restoring their identity, and also giving them the service condition which would provide them enabling ecosystem to improve their performance. This is true for school and higher education, and this national education policy has focused critically on higher education teachers as well. That our higher education teachers, their teaching profession, commitment, autonomy, accountability, all these things we need to focus. Quickly, friends, to extend our deliberation, I would focus on 3 parts. One is understanding the context. Where are we? How are we managing inclusion, diversity within this broad framework? What kind of teacher competencies we require to address those issues? Third conclusion is that we require multi-pronged approach, not simple rhetoric recommendations. Recommendations are continuing as a rhetoric framework rather than practically implementable. Friends, when I'm looking at the SDG and also NEP, the very aligned framework, we need to look at the kind of expectation we have placed from higher education, students profiling from higher education, and teachers in higher education. We need to look at this thing in a very composite framework. One thing is that they have emphasized the critical role of education, more so on higher education, on sustainable livelihood and economic development. And also, we are expecting now our higher education to operate in the larger multidisciplinary ecosystem, and huge emphasis on the institutional autonomy. So the management of diversity, inclusion, possibly would be in the hand of the institution or universities. When we're looking at the profiling of the students, there is a demand for changing profile of our students in the higher education. They require 21st century skill. People are talking about development of skill, and also thoughtful, well-rounded and creative individual, and possibly prepare them for the labor market demand, the kind of skills the globally we are looking at. So we are looking at a holistic individual endowed with values, our constitutional values and other cultural values, also character, scientific temper, so on and so forth. And within that, we are also looking at a very outcome-based higher education. That means students cannot complete the graduation without acquiring the desired skills with the capability for employability. Last one is the role of the teachers. They are talking about there is need for motivated, energized, and capable faculty. Somewhere the faculty of higher education should be strengthened, should focused, should be motivated, and that means we used to focus largely on school education. At NEPA, we work with the continuum framework from teacher agency, school to higher education. I'm just focusing on higher education. And somewhere we need to reaffirm the integrity of the faculty. What is that concept of integrity? That means performing as a professional within the higher education institution. What are the changing character of higher education? We need to align the Sustainable Development Goals as well as NEP 2020. One hand, we are going for massification, privatization of higher education sector. When we are looking at massification higher education, diversity of educational institution is the core component. There are good institutions, there are very, very low performing institutions, low performing colleges. So this is not a homogeneous concept. It's a heterogeneous and diversified institution, friends, that we need to acknowledge. And when we look at where are these higher education institutions are located, giving equal access and opportunities to the higher education, possibly we are having regional disparities. Sometimes we are not giving opportunity to our rural youth to pursue the higher education sector. And it is severely fragmented. It's not my word, it's the word of National Education Policy. Higher education is severely fragmented. And on the other hand, when we are looking at demographic profiling of the students, when their massification of higher education is happening, we are welcoming the diversified students. Inclusion cannot be discussed in this sector in exclusivity, with inclusivity within that broad framework. And NEP is focusing, we need to achieve GER 50. That means students from all sectors would be entering to the higher education. And we need to give more opportunity to socioeconomically disadvantaged group. This is the focus in the higher education, creating opportunities for this category of students. And when we look at the data, we see the intergroup disparities. Disparities is prevalent within the current situation. So how do you address the management of disparity and inclusion? That's a very gigantic task for us. Regional disparity, social disparity, and gender disparity as well. When we look at the teacher agency in the higher education sector, do we have equitable representation for various groups in the hiring of the faculty, which is NEP is recommending? Faculty with a professional development opportunity, and the more expanded role is that faculty motivation to be engaged in teaching, research, and service. Faculty cannot focus only on the teaching only, transacting the knowledge, but they have to create very intricate weaving of teaching, research, and service. Friends, when we look at the data, what it is telling to us, standalone institution, if you look at, it is the share of 11,295, but government university share is very low, friend. Morning, sir was talking about, Mr. Davi was mentioning about the share of government university. And if you look at the private university and their enrollment, this private university, these are aided, and private unaided colleges number is very high, and private aided college and government college. Friends, what it is communicating to us, most of the teachers, higher education teachers, are in the private sector, and look at the enrollment of these students. Further, when we look at our teacher higher education faculty, maximum number are the assistant professors, and followed by professor, because nowadays we have career advancement, and then associate professor. We have some support to the teaching staff like demonstration tutor, temporary teachers, visiting teachers. Friends, at the school level, we have 9.7 million teachers for managing 1.5 million school. At the higher education level, we have got nearly 2.5 lakh teachers to manage a total number of 12,000 institutions here. When you look at through the lens of equity, their share, those who are engaged in higher education sector, you just look at person with disability, it's only 1,000 people working across the higher education sector. and scheduled tribe and scheduled caste, other backward class, Muslim, other minority. When I was looking at this data, it's really mind-boggling. And we need to address equity, inclusion from institutional perspective, from faculty perspective as well. Further, when you look at the percentage-wise share, it is only 0.3 with person with the disability, 1.44 scheduled tribe, 4.49 scheduled caste. Though we are following the reservation policy for the recruitment, howsoever, numbers are very mind-boggling. And we want to create a very equitable, inclusive culture ecosystem within the higher education sector. Further, when we look at the enrollment-wise also, just look at scheduled caste 7.32%, and scheduled tribe 3.2%, other backward class 18.86%, and also person with disability 0.21%. So, and Muslim you look at 2.27%. These students are studying in the higher education sector. Across all the institutions, university, colleges, this is the social category wise percentage of enrollment in higher education institution. So friends, there are three things we learned: disparity and call for inclusiveness existing at three levels: institutional levels, students profiling level, and teachers level. This is the data what I shared with you, but somewhere if you look at the share of private is increasing in this democratic contest, and federal government is now for last 20 years very active to inject quality in higher education, more in school education sector and higher education through many centrally sponsored schemes. And school education sector, central government also sponsoring a negotiated salary to the school level teachers, whereas in higher education teachers, it is they have the responsibility to manage the central university and other sector. So the aspiration placed by the NEP, aspiration we need to achieve by 2030 as sustainable development goals and as well as NEP goal, possibly we need to carve out a very, very well-planned, well-structured, which requires enough investment for this sector. All of you can look at data to understand this. So I have been mentioning in many forums, not only for teacher education, privatization is, who is the culprit really? Is it private or withdrawal of government agency, or the autonomy of the university to come up with the very qualitative practices? So we cannot really call for the culprits, but it is in flowing, just like water flowing in the stream. Nobody is able to stop it or enrich from the other end. So friends, when we look at diversity inclusion in higher education institution, ensuring equitable access to quality education. Friends, I always argue for give them education, and quality is a very dynamic concept to move on. Improvements should align to the concept of quality. Quality improvement are incremental in nature, moving towards sustainable development. So goals are very dynamic in nature. Friends, never ever consider these are static. We would be reaching one goal post, possibly we'll searching for another. So special emphasis we need to give friends on socio-educationally disadvantaged group, more specifically for the rural youth, like what the speaker in the morning was mentioning about the Eklavya school, tribal school. Friends, I was just analyzing the diversity of the school education sector, hierarchy of schools. Similarly, we have hierarchy of higher education institutions. Hierarchy and branding. Sir can understand very well. So branding, marketing, hierarchy, branding, marketing, whether it is really supporting to create equitable system or it is really attracting middle class to go and spend what Pankaj was mentioning. Friends, we need to understand in a very, very in-depth manner the dynamic and many of the reasons for exclusion of ACDGS are common to school and continuing in higher education. Somewhere we are not stopping at the school level. These things are continuing in higher education, but possibly higher education students are adult to protest, speak, share their voices, but facet of education, exclusion when we are looking at lack of knowledge of higher education opportunities amongst the deprived category, and economic opportunity cost of pursuing higher education. Friends, I'm equally telling in teacher education, also in higher education, its privatization is taking a lot more space, not adhering to the reservation policy, not creating scholarship policy. The deprivation of this group for pursuing higher education would be immense. We need to look at this issue in much more critical way, and financial constraint. And when we need to really look at the meticulous implementation, not only the reservation policy, creating scholarship, other opportunity for this. And Nidhi has done a research, I'm flagging it, she would speak, is the language barrier, which I don't agree with her, that students coming from regional medium are really facing the problem in higher education sector, and how the language barriers should be overcome at the university level coming from regional medium or local medium. And friends, our graduation, post-graduation, they have the poor employability potential and lack of student support mechanism. Friends, I will not look at it, but the precondition for the higher education teachers are qualification like PhD, NET, like generating new knowledge, but they are not endowed with how to teach. That's why recently the NEP has recommended of all the PhD scholars and faculty should undergo some kind of pedagogic training or knowledge about education. Friends, what kind of teacher competencies in higher education we are looking at to manage diversity and inclusion? If you look at in education sector, we talk at great length, but it is the right way of communicating knowledge, application skills to the students, whether higher education teachers are endowed with that. There are few principles higher education should adhere. I'll just take 1 second. The higher education teachers only communicating knowledge, rather pushing out the students at the graduation and post-graduation. Absenteeism is very high. So they need to have 5 principles like contextually appropriate competence, competence in a holistic concept, like it's very, very interconnected, and also applying contextually appropriate knowledge and skill. That's why embracing this diversified student within the ecosystem and understanding the physical and cognitive needs of the students. And principle 4 is the psychological factors. I think we were clapping for IITs, but few students are doing equally suicide in the, so we need to address the psychological factor coming from all this thing. So friends, this is my brief interaction with you to understand the inclusion and diversity in the higher education sector. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for comprehensively summarizing the changing higher education system and role of sustainable development goals in changing the ecosystem of education system, specifically in India. May I now request our next panelist, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh from IGNOU, to deliver his talk on educational policy and governance for sustainable development. You have a PPT.
Presentation, yeah?
Okay, presentation.
Good morning, friend. Actually, good afternoon. इस सुबह में बातें इतनी खिंच चुकी हैं और सारी बातें जो मुझे कहना था पहले ही कही जा चुकी हैं, तो इसलिए अब मेरे पास कहने के लिए कुछ खास बचा नहीं है। हालांकि मुझे जो टॉपिक दिया है डॉक्टर गुंजन ने, इन्होंने कहा कि मैं गवर्नेंस और पॉलिसी पर बात करूं। ऐसा कोई इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं बोलने जा रहा हूं कि माइक इधर उधर हो जाए तो कोई फर्क पड़ेगा, तो
हम सुनना चाहेंगे।
पर मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी पंकज सर बोल रहे थे ना कि देश को कथाकार और कलाकार, मुझे लग रहा था मैं एक लंबे समय तक नाटक किया करता था, तो मैं अपने आप को कलाकार मानता था नहीं, मानता था। फिर मैंने सोचा कि अब कथाकार बन जाते हैं, फिर पता चला कि कथाकार बनना कलाकार बनने से ज़्यादा मुश्किल है, क्योंकि जो कहानी इन्होंने कही कहने के लिए कि गवर्नेंस की कहानी एसडीजी के इर्द गिर्द, तो जब कल रात को मैं इस कहानी को बुन रहा था तो मुझे याद आ रहा था कि 89-90s में हम लोग भी आपकी तरह कॉलेज में पढ़ते थे और पढ़ते थे, तो वहाँ पर अखबार भी पढ़ लेते थे कभी कभी। तो अखबारों में ये आता था कि भारत एक लोक कल्याणकारी राज्य, मैं हिंदी का अखबार पढ़ता था ज़्यादातर, जो वेलफेयर स्टेट अंग्रेजी में बोलते हैं, लोक कल्याणकारी राज्य है और शिक्षा की जिम्मेदारी जो है वो राज्य की जिम्मेदारी है, मतलब स्टेट की जिम्मेदारी है। और इस नाते भारी मात्रा में स्कूल बनाए गए थे और अभी भी वो जगह मुझे बड़ी पसंद आती है जहाँ पे हम लोग ये अखबार पढ़ा करते थे। तो ये जो लोक कल्याणकारी राज्य का गवर्नेंस था, उसने एक परमानेंट स्ट्रक्चर डेवलप किया एजुकेशन के लिए, चाहे वो यूनिवर्सिटी हो या फिर स्कूल हो। लेकिन जब मैं फिर वैसे जैसा होता है छोटे शहरों के साथ, आप बड़े शहर में आना चाहते हैं, मैं यहाँ सीआई पहुँच गया, पंकज सर अभी यहाँ से थे, वहाँ पर हमें प्रोफेसर कृष्ण कुमार, प्रोफेसर अनिल सदगोपाल, ऐसे लोगों को सुनने का मौका मिला। तो प्रोफेसर अनिल सदगोपाल की एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण थीसिस थी कि जोमेतियन कॉन्फ्रेंस के पहले और बाद, जोमेतियन कॉन्फ्रेंस 1989-90 के बाद की स्थितियाँ बदली। फिर मैंने उनसे भी समझा सुना, बाद में मैंने उसी प्रोजेक्ट का जिसका वो क्रिटिक किया करते थे, उसका एक इवैल्यूएशन स्टडी में था जो था डीपीईपी। तो अगर आप देखेंगे ना, तो ये जो लोक कल्याणकारी राज्य ने जो संरचनाएं बनाई थी, और ये मैं बात जो कह रहा हूँ वो मैं अभी जो मेरे हाल फिलहाल का अनुभव रहा है वो भारत का एक छोटा सा अनुभव अफगानिस्तान में रहा। जब मैं मैथिली जी के साथ काम किया करता था टिस में, तो एक अफगानिस्तान का प्रोजेक्ट कर रहा था, तो मुझे पता चला कि ये जो स्ट्रक्चर भारत में डीपीईपी ऑनवर्ड बना, उसका इम्पैक्ट अफगानिस्तान, और बल्कि बाद में एक पेपर पे काम किया तो पता चला बांग्लादेश, पाकिस्तान, पूरे साउथ एशिया रीजन में उस स्ट्रक्चर का असर था कि बड़ी फंडिंग एजेंसियों का फंड आएगा और वो एक तरह से एक मॉडल क्रिएट करेंगे। ये मॉडल स्टेट का मॉडल नहीं होगा, जो कि स्टेट का स्कूल था ना, वो मॉडल नहीं था, ये एक्सपेरिमेंट बेसिस पे था। याद रखिएगा, डीपीईपी कोई प्रोग्राम ऐसा नहीं था कि जो हमेशा चलने वाला था, वो एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया गया 4-5 साल के लिए। उस समय कई लोग क्रिटिक करते थे, जिसमें मैंने जिनको सुना, रोहित धनगर जी थे, प्रोफेसर कृष्ण कुमार थे, प्रोफेसर सदगोपाल थे, ऐसे कई लोग थे जो उसका, पर मुझे लगता है कि क्रिटिक उनका इस बात पे था कि चीज़ों को बहुत ही एडहॉक किया जा रहा है, पर उससे ज़्यादा था ये लोक कल्याणकारी राज्य जो 89-90 में पूरी पूर्वी यूरोप और पश्चिमी एशिया के ध्वस्त होने के बाद जो संरचनाएं बनी, उसमें राज्य अपनी जिम्मेदारी को छोड़ता गया और ये सोचा गया कि क्या ऐसा संभव है क्या कि हम प्रोजेक्ट पे जिम्मेदारियां डाल दें। और ये केवल भारत की घटना नहीं थी, ये पूरी साउथ एशिया की घटनाएं थी। और ये जिम्मेदारियों ने एक नए तरह की संरचना बनाई, जिसको कि बाद में 2002 में जब वो प्रोजेक्ट जो डीपीपी से शुरू हुआ, जिसके आधार पे सर्व शिक्षा अभियान बना, और 2002 से आज तक वो बाद में नाम बदल के समग्र कर दिया, उसकी उस कहानी के और कई आयाम है। लेकिन इसमें सिर्फ फाइनेंस नहीं था, ये केवल फाइनेंस नहीं था, इसमें क्वालिटी भी थी, शिक्षक भी थे। अभी 1/3 गवर्नमेंट टीचर जो हैं वो एसएसए के पेरोल पे है। इसका मतलब एडहॉक है। भारत में जो 1/3 15 लाख से ज्यादा, क्योंकि मैं तो 4-5 साल तक उसी यूनिट में काम किया जो ये सब करती है, तो वहां पे 1/3 शिक्षक ऐसे हैं। हमने उसको मान लिया कि नहीं, यही गवर्नेंस का यही मॉडल होगा। और फिर इसमें भी थोड़ी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी तो आने लगी राज्य के पास। तो 2015, अब देखिए इसको जरा एसडीजी से जोड़िए। 1989-90 में ईएफए था, एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल। तब हमने इस तरह की प्रक्रियाएं शुरू की और 2000 में आया, जिसको सुबह सर बोल रहे थे असित गोपाल जी, कि मिलेनियम डेवलपमेंट गोल जो था उससे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल बना। तो 2000 में बना मिलेनियम डेवलपमेंट गोल। तब तक हम वो ट्राई आउट पूरा कर चुके थे डीपीपी का, और उसके आधार पे हमने 15 साल का एक गोल बनाया, और ये पूरी दुनिया में था। आप जो मितिन कॉन्फ्रेंस की रिपोर्ट पढ़िए और प्रोफेसर सदगोपाल को पढ़िए, आपको कुछ महत्वपूर्ण इंसाइट मिलेंगे। वो पूरी कहानी कहने का भी वक्त नहीं है, लंच का टाइम हो रहा है। तो ये जो था, जो डीपीईपी का कनेक्शन एमजीडी से अगर आप देखें तो ये दुनिया में कई जगहों पे दिखता है, जहां बैंक्स ने, बड़ी फंडिंग एजेंसी ने फंड किया स्कूल एजुकेशन में, और इसके आधार पे हमने ऐसी संरचनाएं बनाई जो कि संरचनाएं आपके आउटकम को मेजर करती थी कई फॉर्म में। अच्छा, इसमें क्वालिटी को ट्रांसफर करने का तरीका हम कहते जरूर हैं डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन। देखिए डीपीपी में जो हुआ वही चीज हमने आगे बढ़ाया कि एक सेंट्रलाइज लेवल पे एक टेक्निकल सपोर्ट ग्रुप बना देंगे यहाँ पे। वो आपको ना हर चीज बताएगा कि कितने दिन की ट्रेनिंग करनी है। सब टीचर की 20 दिन की करो, पहले 21 था, फिर 20 कर दो, फिर 10 कर दो। मैं भी उस पाप का भागीदार रहा 4-5 साल तक। फिर वो सेंट्रलाइज ग्रुप के टेक्निकल लोग पूरे राज्य को बताते हैं। इसमें कोई डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन नहीं है। आपका पैसे का भी पैसा कैसे खर्च होगा, एक एक चीज वहां मेजर किया जाता है। आप क्या ट्रेनिंग करेंगे, एक एक चीज बताई जाती है। इसमें क्या है, ये डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन कहने को हम लोग डाटा और प्लानिंग के मामले में नीपा से और क्वालिटी के मामले में एनसीईआरटी के लोगों से लगातार सपोर्ट लेते हैं, लेकिन वो कही जाती है। सपोर्ट का मतलब कि आप आ गए और बैठ गए। तो क्वालिटी भी वैसा ही होता रहा कि लंबे समय तक क्वालिटी भी सेंट्रली ड्रिवन रही। जैसे अभी मैंने एक इंटरव्यू में ये पूछने की कोशिश, हिमाकत कर दी बल्कि, कि सर आपने ये जो ट्रेनिंग टीचर का डिजाइन किया, जो ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग, ये कैसे किया आपने? तो बोले कि हमने नेशनल अचीवमेंट सर्वे के आधार पे किया। और एक बड़े जिम्मेदार ऑफिसर ने कहा। तो मैंने कहा कि सर लेकिन आपका पूरा यूनिफॉर्म है ट्रेनिंग, जबकि नेशनल अचीवमेंट सर्वे तो हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज बदल जा रहा है। तो वो कह रहे नहीं, हमने उसके कॉमन फैक्टर निकाल लिए और उसके आधार पे ट्रेनिंग में। तो आप अपने पक्ष में तर्क गढ़ सकते हैं। तर्क गढ़ना बहुत आसान है, पर सच्चाई से रूबरू होना। इसलिए 2015 के बाद जब हम एसडीजी की तरफ बढ़े तो एक और नई फेनोमेना आए, और ये अभी पायलट लेवल पे चल रहा है। और उम्मीद करी जैसे डीपीईपी के कब्र पे सर्व शिक्षा अभियान को खड़ा किया गया, वैसे ही ये जो नया मॉडल है, वैसे ही इसके आधार पे नई चीजें खड़ी हुई। नया मॉडल क्या है? डीपीपी का पूरा पैसा बैंक से आया, और बाद में हमने 2002 में देखा कि एसएसए का पैसा स्टेट दे रहा है। अभी बैंक ने 25 करोड़ से 37 करोड़ तक, मेरी जानकारी में जितना है, बहुत सारे आरएफपी फ्लोट किए। बिहार में रिक्वेस्ट फॉर प्रपोजल, जिसमें कि आपको एक पीएमयू बनाना था, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट यूनिट। और आपने बिहार में, आंध्र प्रदेश में, झारखंड में भी आने वाला है, हिमाचल प्रदेश में, केरला में, कई जगह किए। और ये पायलट लेवल पे 5-6 स्टेट में चल रहा है। डीपीपी भी शुरू में 158 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में ही चला था, सब जगह नहीं था। ये जो फ्रेम चल रहा है ये एसडीजी के साथ साथ शुरू हुआ, ये 2015 में ही ये कहानी शुरू हुई। अब ये कहानी पूरे उफान पर है। अब प्रेम कथा का अंत होगा और पर्दा खुलेगा। अब आप देखेंगे कि जब ये कहानी अपने उफान पर है तो आरएफपी का मतलब क्या है कि जो हमारी परंपरागत संस्थाएं थी, जैसे एससीईआरटी थी, एनसीईआरटी थी, उनमें जो टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टीज थी, हम उन पर यकीन, या विश्वविद्यालय, हम उन पर यकीन न करके हम एजुकेशन के लिए किसी बिडिंग एजेंसी को, जैसे ज्यादातर बिडिंग एजेंसी कौन सी है? केपीएमजी, डेलोटाइट, ईवाई, पीडब्ल्यूसी, अर्नेस्ट यंग, और ये शब्द आपको पता है कि ये फाइनेंस की कंपनियां थी, ऑडिट किया करती थी। अब वो एजुकेशन के एक्सपर्ट हैं, हाँ, एजुकेशन के फाइनेंस की ऑडिट करती है। अब सर वो आपकी क्वालिटी भी ऑडिट करेगी, बिल्कुल करेगी। तो अब ये कंपनियां फंड कर रही हैं और ये कंपनियां एक मॉडल चला रही हैं जो एसडीजी के साथ साथ शुरू हुआ। मेरा आशंका है, उम्मीद है कि ऐसे ही ना हो। आप अक्सर देखते हैं कि हमारे भाषाई आशंकाएं और संभावनाओं को पैरेलल यूज किया जाता है। तो कुछ लोग आशंका व्यक्त कर सकते हैं, कुछ लोग संभावना व्यक्त कर सकते हैं। तो आशंका मेरी यह है कि शायद आने वाले समय में जो पॉपुलर गवर्नेंस मॉडल होगा पोस्ट एसडीजी 2030 के बाद, वो यही पीएमयू मॉडल होगा, जिसके जरिए हम एजुकेशन को, अभी 1/3 टीचर जो हैं गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के अप टू द क्लास 8, 1/3 टीचर जो हैं वो आपके सर्व शिक्षा अभियान के पेरोल पे, पेरोल का मतलब है तो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के पेरोल पे, जो सर्व शिक्षा अभियान का एनुअल बजट जाता है, जिसमें 65-35 का रेशियो होता है एक्चुअली, और वो सही थे सुबह सर की 10-90 का रेशियो नॉर्थ ईस्ट के केस में, उसी पैसे से उनको सैलरी मिलती है, जिसमें सिक्किम के टीचर को सबसे ज्यादा सैलरी मिलती है और गुजरात के टीचर और बिहार के टीचर को सबसे कम मिलती है। ये बताना जरूरी है कि सर्व शिक्षा अभियान के पेरोल में भी भयंकर डिस्पैरिटी होती है, क्योंकि जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की सैलरी होती है वही सर्व शिक्षा अभियान एडॉप्ट कर लेता है। पर मुझे ये संभावना लग रही है कि अब गवर्नेंस का मॉडल, तो हम लोग अब विश्वविद्यालय में जो स्थित ज्ञान है अगर उसको बचा लें, तो मैम जब प्रणति मैम बोल रही थी कि 50% का लक्ष्य है और सुबह से 2 बार इस पे चिंताएं व्यक्त की गई, तो मैं सोच रहा था कि 50% हायर एजुकेशन हो ही क्यों, मतलब ये किसके पक्ष में जाएगा? ये बात हमें सोचना पड़ेगा कि जो एजुकेशन का प्रेजेंट स्ट्रक्चर है, जिसमें बड़ी मशीन, बड़ी कंपनियां, बड़े, ये सब एसडीजी के बाद बदलेगा नहीं। एसडीजी ने इस पे कंसर्न जताया है पर ये बदलेंगी नहीं। ये बड़ी बड़ी चीजें जो हैं उसके लिए हम ह्यूमन रिसोर्स तैयार कर रहे हैं, हम ह्यूमन रिसोर्स गांव के लिए नहीं तैयार कर रहे हैं। तो अगर हम हायर एजुकेशन में इनरोलमेंट बढ़ाते भी और इसी फॉर्म में बढ़ाते हैं तो वो एक अलग तरह की संभावना है। खैर, इस कहानी को यहाँ रोकते हैं क्योंकि एक और वक्ता है। तो मेरा अब एक ही है कि हम अगर 1990 से लेकर के अब तक के परिवर्तनों पे गौर करते रहे कि किस किस तरह चीजें बदली है, तो आप अंदाज लगा सकते हैं कि आने वाले समय में एक नए तरह के कथाकारों की जरूरत होगी, और ऐसे कथाकार जो कि क्वालिटी की कहानी को मैनेजमेंट के नजरिए से बोल सकें। इसलिए जब आप इस आरएफपी के डिटेलिंग को देखेंगे तो वी नीड अ ट्रेनिंग एक्सपर्ट, हैव मास्टर डिग्री इन एमबीए। सो दिस इज अ न्यू कंसर्न फॉर एजुकेशन स्टूडेंट। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insightful talk located within the historical perspective and evolution, highlighting the role of management and quality for education system. I now request our final panelist of this session, Dr. Nidhi Sabarwal from National University of Educational Planning and Administration, to share her thoughts on equity in higher education for achieving sustainable development goals.
So thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Singh, for being considerate and giving me some time to, leaving some time for my presentation. So I first of all thank you, the organizers and AUD and Dr. Gunjan Sharma for reaching out and for the opportunity to participate in this event and present my insights on SDGs and equity in higher education in India. This presentation views equity in access to higher education as a necessary path towards better jobs, improved well-being, and sustainable development. And in the context of higher education in India, in this presentation, I will show what we have achieved in the context of higher education. Although barriers to entry has been reduced, which challenges still remain in terms of achieving SDGs and equity in higher education. My presentation draws from studies I've undertaken at the CPRHE at NIPA. These studies are primarily large-scale, multi-institutional studies and multi-state studies using mixed methods research approach. I've included all the references at the end of the presentation. So quickly, first, let me begin with how sustainable development is defined. The well-known Brundtland report defined sustainable development as development which meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. That's how sustainable development has been defined. Now, for many years, while climate change became the de facto proxy for sustainable development agenda, in the 1990s, the economic agenda in the context of globalization derailed the sustainable development agenda in the development discourse. However, the post-2015, a new model of development emerged as a path to sustainable development that is truly concerned with equity, poverty alleviation, reducing resource use, and integrating economic, environmental, and social issues in decision making. Now, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development promises to leave no one behind, and there is a concerted focus on equity and equality with a specific goal of SDG 10. The Sustainable Development Goal 10 argues for reducing inequalities in the development process. The SDG 4, which focuses on education, has an important role in reducing income and social inequalities. In fact, education is considered the foundation for sustainable development. The president of the 71st session of the UN General Assembly, Peter Thompson, pointed out that education taps the Earth's greatest asset, namely the inherent potential of the world's people. Access to quality education is not only a goal in itself, but a fundamental building block to creating a better world of sustainable peace, prosperity, and development, he underscored. He went on to explain that education holds the key to fueling sustainable growth, building social cohesion and stability, and promoting human rights and equality. He called it the golden thread that runs through all 17 goals. The SDG 4 thus is about ensuring inclusive quality education for all and promoting lifelong learning, which we have been discussing so far. Now, higher education. With 5 out of 7 targets focused on higher levels of education in SDG 4, especially related to post-secondary levels, access to this educational level is played, and it's given an important role in reducing income and social inequalities. Role of higher education in achieving an equitable society is more important now than ever before, given the recent acknowledgement that economic growth has been accompanied by widening economic and social inequalities. Now, studies have shown that human capital is the single most important factor contributing to faster economic growth. Unequal distribution of opportunities to develop human capital is an important source of inequalities in the current context of knowledge economies. Now, unequal distribution is an important aspect that one should remember. The opportunities of accessing these educational opportunities. Education has become a crucial factor influencing the distribution of income. Equity in educational attainment is therefore a necessary condition for more inclusive and equal distribution of benefits of growth. Now, coming to educational policies, now educational policies matter, especially those that promote equal access to higher education and increase graduation rates from upper secondary to higher education, which helps reduce inequalities. Now, what are these sorts of strategies in the educational policies, which NEP 2020 has been the framework of that NEP 2020 has that. Now, strategies focusing on equity are driven, and especially for equity, they are driven more by commitment to democracy and social justice. The policies favoring excellence to constrain expansion is rooted in the inherited merit argument. Now, but however, in democratic societies, inherited merit is replaced by equality of rights, whether in admission in institutions of higher education or in the employment market. The opportunity for pursuing higher learning is based on a rights-based approach for those who have the required level of education of qualification rather than as a privilege by birth or social origin. The move towards equality of opportunity looks more closely in variations in the opportunity structures in the given society. This approach not only relies on removing barriers to entry, that is higher education access, but also in widening the net to select talents from all social groups and disadvantages. Fairness and inclusion in access are the basis for ensuring equality of opportunity. Then, necessarily, expansion of the system and faster growth of higher education among the disadvantaged is a necessary condition for equity in future. An expansion of this education system is expected to achieve inclusivity rather than a system that remains small and not growing. And to level off inequalities in access to higher education in an unequal society, a higher rate of progress. Equity means that a higher rate of progress in favor of the poor and the disadvantaged is needed. Empirical evidence shows that when expansion is accompanied by widening inequalities, the rich benefit. And when there is no change in inequality indicators, no one benefits. Thus, policies to improve access need to focus on an accelerated rate of growth of higher education in favor of the disadvantaged group. Let me quickly come to the context of higher education in India, which is the massifying context of higher education and its key features, which has implications on many equity dimensions that I will present after this slide. Three key features define the context of higher education in India. Higher education in India, which has traditionally been an domain of the elite, entered a stage of massification in this century and has experienced a significant expansion in the recent decades. Between 2000 and 2020, student enrollment increased from 9.95 million to 41.3 million students. That is, number of students enrollment increased 4 times, making it the second largest higher education system in the world. The expansion is being fueled by the private sector and financed by the households. Close to 79% of colleges are privately managed, and the sector accounts for 66% in the total enrollment. And student diversity, equity is an important aspect of expansion of higher education in India. This graph shows that access to higher education has improved across all segments of population, including those from the socially and economically disadvantaged groups. Favorable public policies and affirmative action that at the entry level, at the access level, has resulted in improving access to students from traditionally underrepresented social backgrounds such as the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, other backward classes, and women. Affirmative action measures such as quota system specifically has been a significant channel for making student composition more diverse on higher education campuses and making higher education system more representative of the larger society. Even though barriers of entries have reduced, new forms of disparities have emerged in this massifying context, which we need to understand in order to achieve that SDG for 5 out of those 7 targets. These include regional disparities in enrollment, social disparities in access patterns, and those related to choice of subjects, disparities, importantly, disparities in learning outcomes and academic performance, and disparities in post-study employment opportunities. I won't spend too much time on the disparities, access disparities, because Professor Panda's presentation did specify some of these, but I would like to focus on the disparities that women face in access to higher education. And this is really related in relation to the choice of subjects. Now, these disparities are especially related to the elite institutions and those institutions which follow test-based admissions. Evidence suggests that social disparities are wider in access to elite institutions with high value subjects such as the TEM, not the science, but the technical and engineering and management subjects, with access to most selective universities and programs of study restricted to those from the most privileged backgrounds. So such disparities, what are the implications? Such disparities in a stratified structure of opportunities where there is hierarchy in institutional prestige and also field of study, the high value subjects, imply that these patterns of access and will in turn determine post-secondary employment earnings and opportunities. In relation to gender, due to gender conservatism, women continue to struggle to negotiate family expectations regarding the ideal age of marriage and the ideal level of education to complete, as well as their choice of courses is largely influenced by differences in educational investment by families, distance to and safe environment of the higher education institutions. And women belonging to rural areas and born in disadvantaged socioeconomic groups have the highest chances of being left out from higher education. The second pressing issue in the context of widening participation of underrepresented student groups is of their academic integration in the classroom and developing socially inclusive campuses for improving their learning outcomes, retention, and academic success. We did, Professor Arora in the morning was talking about the aspect of being pushed out of the institution. So academic integration means the degree to which students participate in teaching learning processes, which is in the classroom, which in turn is an outcome of academic support that they receive. How much time? That they receive while they are at college. So quickly, the findings of our studies suggest that varying pre-college academic conditions, English as a language of instruction pose a challenge, classroom lectures mostly one-directional, library not emerging as the center of learning, non-availability as well as lack of awareness about remedial classes, with remedial classes being attached with stigma, negative outlook of faculty members towards student diversity, and lesser attention from teachers with that care and empathy is something that emerged from our studies. And of course, Professor Pranati Panda's presentation already highlighted absence of same caste and same ethnicity faculty members also pose challenges. Now, in terms of non-inclusive social spaces, lack of informal student-teacher interactions, unsupportive student administration interactions, prevalence of identity-based peer group formation, unsafe campus spaces, and the vulnerable among vulnerable, the intersections of caste, class, and gender becomes additional vulnerabilities that institutions need to take it forward and address the issue. Quickly, in terms of inequalities in employment outcomes, data suggest a higher proportion of employed among the disadvantaged group are illiterate as compared to non-disadvantaged groups. Casual labor, which are vulnerable jobs and informal in nature with limited social protection, makes the group at risk of falling and remaining in that poverty line. So we are talking about the disadvantaged group. We also find the graduate unemployment rate is disproportionately high for disadvantaged group. The pattern of distribution of employed by educational levels calls for strategies, A, to increase enrollment and retention in higher education institutions, and equalizing access to technical and professional programs at the higher levels in order to increase the employability potential of students from the disadvantaged groups. Now, in conclusion, inequalities are inconsistent with the objectives of sustainable development, and hence inequalities will be less tolerated in sustainable development policies. While the affirmative action policies have registered positive effects in the increasing number of students from disadvantaged groups enrolled in higher education institutions, and inequities in varying forms persist. These include inequalities in access to high-value subjects, a lack of academic integration of students from the socially and economically disadvantaged groups in the teaching learning processes, marginalization in the social domain, and inequalities in post-secondary employment outcomes. It is important that access to higher education opportunities are more equally distributed. It is important that higher education institutions internalize that the one-size-fit-all approach that may have been effective when the higher education system was elite and small and student composition was more homogeneous is no longer applicable in the context of a diversified student body. The efforts of some institutions like Ambedkar University, I know, to provide compensatory classes and courses to improve English language proficiency have proven very helpful for students from the disadvantaged groups. Therefore, implementing targeted measures at the institutional level to systematically address diversity in learning needs and provide a supportive learning environment which is based on care and empathy can contribute in promoting equity and inclusion in higher education. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your thought-provoking talk on contemporary challenges to access to higher education, especially with respect to women, and emphasizing on the need of care and empathy to include in our education system so that all the diverse socioeconomic groups can be promoted and facilitated with higher education. Our gratitude goes out to all our distinguished panelists for their expertise and passion, and to each one of you for your active participation. I now invite Dean Academics, Professor Satyaketu, and Dean Planning, Professor Kartik Dave, to please felicitate our panelists. Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh. Professor Praniti Panda. Professor Praniti Panda. May I now request you to felicitate Professor Maithili Ramachand. May I now request you to please felicitate Dr. Nidhi Sabharwal. I request everyone to please come for a group photograph. Thank you. As we come to the close of the session, we reflect on the profound insights, diverse perspectives that have enriched our understanding of the inclusion, equity, and quality in education for lifelong learning during the lunchtime due to paucity of time. This hall has been booked for a further program and we need to vacate it, and therefore I invite you all for lunch at the Habitat Hub, which is at the first floor. The student volunteers will be escorting the guests and the participants to the venue. And the next program will start at 2 p.m. and we will be reassembling at 2 o'clock at Kasurina Hall, which is in Silver Oak Building, -1 level. Thank you.
Just one announcement before we leave. May I have your attention, please? Sorry. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anu Singh Lathar, is here. We request you to please be seated for 2 minutes.
Please be seated. We are indeed delighted and pleased to have our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anu Singh Lathar, who is the force behind today's event on Symposium on Sustainable Development Goals, Fostering Sustainable Development Through Education and Climate Action. May I request ma'am to say a few words? Not yet? Not yet? Okay. Okay, sir.
So I'm again back because our Honorable Vice Chancellor has just joined, and we were expecting her to be here 10 minutes before, as there is a lot of protocol outside because the Honorable President is coming today to this venue. So now the security checkups and all the other things are going on, and that has made it. Otherwise, we had thought that we will be felicitating our eminent panelist and from the family of the AUD, and not less than our own leader and the the Mukhia of the Parivar, our Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Anu Singh Lathar. But just to take another 2 minutes, because the lunch is already there, I am not coming in between your lunch and the things over here, because we have been sitting since morning. We had a first session, ma'am, over here today. This was on inclusion, equity and quality in education for lifelong learning. And from the speaker, starting from Professor Pankaj Arora, he spoke about the inclusiveness, inclusion, as well as of the national education policy, and how we are going to have a roadmap further for carrying out the things for this SDG goals. The second speaker is from TIS, Professor Maithil Ramchand, and she has raised certain strong observations that yes, we have to go for the SDGs, but we also have to look into the different aspects, how to carry out the things further. Then Professor Pariniti Panda, she gave us a very insight into the status of the higher education at present in our country, with the number of teachers at the higher education level, specifically focusing on the people with the person with disability, that if we are talking about inclusion, then we need to have a lot of things from the SC, ST and even from the disabled, that the ratio is very less. With no doubt that the enrollment at the private educational institute is much, much higher than comparative to the government or to the state public universities. So that also needs to be taken care if we are marching towards the achieving the goals for the SDGs. We had a very strong, I think all the people present in this hall will agree with me, when we had a straight talk from Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, when he differentiated that it is very difficult to be a kathakar and it is very easy to be a kalakar, and then how this can be linked, that when we are talking about, we have been talking about on the, it is not that we are just talking about this SDGs. These SDGs have come from on a very strong evolutionary pattern or performance from the other goals which we have been carrying out since inception or since freedom of our country also. And he very beautifully explained and gave us a very thoughtful ideas, rather questions, which we have to look into it, that if SDGs have to be achieved, then a lot of other things have also to be covered up. At the last, we had Dr. Nidhi Sabharwal. She has carried out her own research, being from the NIPA, and she shared her experience on that. So on behalf of the Honorable Vice Chancellor, on behalf of the entire Ambedkar University Delhi, I once again will like to thank all the eminent speakers who really gave us an insight into a very thoughtful process, and specifically for the SDGs, which the entire planet, as I told in the morning, that this is a 3P model, starting from the people, prosperity and planet. So we have to think about the planet, and that is why how we will go further for the contribution towards our planet and for the making the prosperity. With these words, I again thank all the eminent speakers over here, and it's a time for lunch, because we'll have to shift from this venue to another venue. We are going to have another venue after the lunch. This entire building is being sealed because of the protocol. So not taking more, I invite you for a lunch over here, and then to carry out the rest of the arrangements over to the next hall. Thank you. Thank you very much. Lunch is at Habitat Hub. We'll go all together. एक फोटो मैम आप लोगों की. या हाँ नहीं मैम के साथ आप भी आ जाओ सर. गुंजन आप लोग भी आओ. आकृति.
विश्वविद्यालय दिल्ली द्वारा आयोजित इस चर्चा सत्र में पुनः आप सभी का स्वागत है. विचारों में समता और कर्म में श्रेष्ठता का भाव लिए यह संस्थान डॉक्टर बी.आर. अम्बेडकर के स्वप्नों का साकार रूप है, जिसे हमारी माननीय कुलपति महोदया अपने दृढ़ संकल्पों से नए आयाम प्रदान कर रही हैं. उनकी रचनात्मक सोच, संकल्प शक्ति और उच्च शिक्षा के प्रबंधन के साकार रूप का उदाहरण आज का यह कार्यक्रम है. इस कार्यक्रम की प्रथम परिकल्पना जब कुलपति महोदया के मस्तिष्क में आई, तो उन्होंने प्रबंधन और शिक्षा के संयोजन से एक ऐसी टीम तैयार की जिसने न केवल अकादमिक जगत के अध्येताओं, प्रोफेसर्स को बुलाया, बल्कि नीतियों को धरातल पर ले जाकर काम करने वाले प्रशासकों को भी बुलाया। प्रोफेसर, प्रशासक और इनके बीच में कड़ी बन चुके ऐसे वैकल्पिक धारा के लोग जो एक नई सोच के साथ राज्य को भी चेतावनी देते हैं कि तुम्हारा सोचना गलत है और अकादमिशियन को दिशा देते हैं कि तुम कैसे क्या कर सकते हो, इस संयोजन का साकार रूप आज का हमारा मंच है, जिसकी परिकल्पना हमारे विश्वविद्यालय की मातृशक्ति मुस्कान के साथ शक्ति का संयोजन अनूठा होता है, जिसका उदाहरण बी.आर. अम्बेडकर विश्वविद्यालय की माननीय कुलपति महोदया हैं। इनके संकल्प शक्ति का साकार रूप आज का चर्चा सत्र है, जिसे प्रबंधन और शिक्षा विद्यापीठ के अध्यापक, विद्यार्थी मित्र मिलकर हमारे कुशल प्रशासक कुल सचिव के मार्गदर्शन में पूर्ण कर रहे हैं। आइए इस चर्चा सत्र से हम सभी लाभान्वित होते हैं। तो बिना विलंब किए कुलपति महोदया की अनुमति से मैं आज के प्रथम वक्ता प्रोफेसर पी.के. जोशी का परिचय देते हुए उन्हें मंच पर सादर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा। प्रोफेसर पी.के. जोशी जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय के स्कूल ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल साइंसेज में प्रोफेसर हैं। जियो स्पेशियल एनालिसिस एंड मॉडलिंग रिलेटेड टू लैंडस्केप एंड वेजिटेशन एनालिसिस सर का एरिया ऑफ स्पेशलाइजेशन है। मुख्य बात यह है कि सर को हाल फिलहाल में ही नेशनल अवार्ड फॉर जियो स्पेशियल एक्सीलेंस मिला हुआ है। सर नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर साइंस के फेलो रह चुके हैं। परिपक्व आयु में जिस प्रोफेसर पी.सी. जोशी को आप देख रहे हैं, उनके बारे में अनूठी बात यह है कि जब वो युवा थे, अपने करियर के आरंभिक दौर में थे, उस समय भी उन्हें यंग साइंटिस्ट मेडल और एकेडमिक गोल्ड मेडल मिल चुका है। ऐसे विद्वान वक्ता के साथ आज का हमारा मंच सुशोभित है। मैं सर को वक्तव्य हेतु सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं। आदरणीय प्रोफेसर जोशी।
वेल, धन्यवाद। नमस्कार एंड वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आई एम वेरी सॉरी, मैं इतनी धारा प्रवाह हिंदी नहीं बोल पाऊंगा, लेकिन मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि मैं हिंदी और अंग्रेजी को मिक्स करते हुए अपने जो भी मेरे व्यूज़ हैं रिलेटेड टू दिस टॉपिक उसको आप सब लोगों के सामने पेश करूं। ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर, को पैनलिस्ट, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स ऑफ AUD, participants, students. You know, the topic, first of all, I must congratulate AUD for identifying this topic. And also, I am highly thankful to you all, for inviting me to share some of my views on this. And when we look at sustainable development goals, which are being talked about globally, which people are working on, and then finding two of the goals which are very promising. One is SDG 4, which talks about quality education to ensure equitable and inclusive quality education, so as to promote, lifelong learning. And the second, climate action, which is Sustainable Development Goal 13, which is probably the urgent need of this time. When Sustainable Development Goals were announced, people tried to link them. And there were many of the publications which came immediately after that, in 2016 specifically, at the behest of UNESCO and World Bank. And everybody talked about that your Sustainable Development Goal 4, supports the rest of the goals, and which is something very, very important. One of the reasons could be, way back in 1950s and 60s, people used to talk about human capital theory. And that was precisely looking at, we need human beings which can contribute to productivity, and the talents or maybe the skills which can add to the productivity. And the only thing which was supporting that was education. Through education, you can bring the desired skills, you can bring the desired talent, and you can also bring the required capacity which can add to anything. And at that time, it was talked more on productivity. Later, many of the economists and many of the social scientists, behavioral scientists, they said, no, there are many more things which are needed there, like in talent, attitude or motivation, capital, rationale. And if you look at all these kind of things, somewhere Institute of Higher Learning add to that. And they help us to bring out just not a graduate but a leader who can participate, who can contribute, and who can actually make a mark in any of the areas. And whensoever, institutes like us, including AUD, JNU, the place I come from, Delhi University, IITs, we all are, aspiring only for that. We just don't wish to produce graduates. We wish to produce think tanks. We wish to produce change makers. We wish to produce catalysts who can actually bring the desired contribution to the society, to the economy, to this planet. There is another perspective which Stockholm Environment Institute bought into while looking at sustainable development goals. Rather than putting them as chart, it tried to put them vertically. So if you look at those donuts of sustainable development goals, at the bottom comes 3, and one of them basically talks about climate action. And if you actually want to do that, you need good education. And the moment you take care of these biological components of sustainable development goals, automatically your social components will be taken care of. The moment social components will be taken care of, then your economic components will be taken care of. But unfortunately, and I say this with a higher degree of responsibility, unfortunately, many a times, when people, and there is a sphere, I call it bubble, they always see our institutes as if we'll be producing some products. That's not true. That's not logical. We equally emphasize on processes of thinking, processes of learning. And this is the reason I thought I will talk on institutions of higher learning to bridge SDG 4 and SDG 13. There is a clear-cut intersectionality between these two. And the way education system feeds onto climate, this climate crisis is this challenge, and it is feeding to education system as well. We are challenged with the global problems today, and we are being asked just not to share the knowledge, but to bring the appropriate awareness. And I very purposefully use the word appropriate, which is, right to the context, which brings more of a just not informed citizens, but rather who can actually do something, including advocacy towards climate change. It is all about critical thinking, problem solving, bringing some kind of innovative solutions for adaptation as well as mitigation. It is just not technology which you have to produce to reduce greenhouse gases, which is typically called as mitigation pathway. Rather, you need to bring people who can actually look for spaces where adaptation could be taken care of. Our Prime Minister talks about life mission. It is nothing more than this. You are bringing the people who can bring some behavioral changes, just not in the front end, but entire spectra of life so as to address climate change. This could be done only with inclusivity, only with equity, where an entire set of society, including marginalized, including, where those are facing injustice of environmental management and conservation practices, those all could be brought into together so that the entire dream of sustainable development, still for me it is a dream, the entire dream of sustainable development could be realized, because you need responsibility for that, you need sensitivity for that, and then only you are able to take care of climate actions. But it is not that easy to say. You need some kind of innovations, and innovations in, when you talk about intervention of higher education institutes and all. So you need courses, you need programs, you need classroom interactions which can bring those changes. And I can give you a list of many of the universities, Berkeley, Stanford, Copenhagen, whatnot. But believe me, in country as well, you have plenty of the institutions which are bringing such type of catalytic changes. AUD has some multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and also transdisciplinary programs. And I believe, many other institutes like IITs, JNU and all, where we try bringing people from multidisciplinary backgrounds, but we try to find out interdisciplinary solutions. So for that, you need such type of courses, and these courses should bring altogether a different type of experimentation, just not in classroom teaching, rather wherein participants can have role playing. In the morning session, Dr. Datta will share with me, we were discussing somewhere, and one of the thoughts which came that professors are not ready to sit on the other side. That is wrong. It's not true. Professors are equally comfortable sitting on the other side, provided we bring that kind of component in our teaching and learning components. And most of the universities, you talk about ISC, you talk about, Cherry University next door, you talk about Ashoka University, they are trying to bring such type of agents of changes. And those things are actually happening. But what probably we need is green campuses, sustainable campuses. Many a times people feel as if these infrastructures are not that important. Wrong, they are very much true. Teaching doesn't mean classroom interaction. Teaching needs such type of corridors through which a student passes and believes in what has been discussed in classroom. Looks into the real site examples which one will be able to escalate, able to bring to a scale which is expected from all of us. So you need such type of green campuses, you need some kind of climate literacy, initiatives, and innovation hubs. So, with a degree of global partnership, probably one should be able to do it. But why just global partnership? Why not local partnership? Why don't we bring knowledge and examples right from the ground? Why should we look only at the top to give us some sort of solutions? Only a teacher can tell this. Probably policymakers need to understand this. It is just not top-bottom approach. It is two-way traffic, and you have to face that, you have to experience that, so that you can actually bring the leaders which are expected, actually bring the quality of decision making which everybody is looking at. As I said earlier, just not informed and responsible citizenship, but more of a proactive citizenship, which could be truly called as global citizens. But there are many challenges onto that. One is resistance to change. Let us accept it. Many of us, when I say us, I'm talking about institutions and individuals like you and me. At times, we find it very difficult to change. There is one simple reason for that. We are at the crossroads. We actually don't know what is coming to us and where all we have to take. So if actually you wish to do this, you need to look at entire system as one unit, right from primary education to higher education. Unfortunately, we have just less than 1% of GDP contribution towards education, and that to primary education. With those kind of, bottom frameworks, probably aspiring too much from higher education at times becomes much more challenging. But thankfully, when we talk about national education policy, it has tried providing some of the opportunities. There are excellent, contributions onto that. But at times, we get confused how to do that. And none else will be able to tell that other than academicians or other than practitioners who are actually dealing with those kind of things. Then comes, your resource constraints, which is again truth. And now it has become much more harder truth. So, the kind of contribution again, which is coming on to R&D, that is going much lesser, and that is resulting into lack of expertise which is needed. So we need to look at those kind of things. And then comes to your curriculum, design and all. I'm quite happy to see with many of the newer universities, newer institutions and all, people have brought components of climate change, components of sustainable development into mainframe. What probably we need to talk about entrepreneurship. We need to talk about climate entrepreneurship. We need to talk about environmental entrepreneurship. And that is the game changer. And the entire industry is also looking into this. When they talk about environmental compliance, when they talk about sustainability reporting, so therein such type of talents are needed. And none other than us should be able to imbibe such kind of knowledge onto that. To do that, you need a very high degree of openness, wherein data, information should be considered as the public goods. Then only that data, information could be converted into knowledge, which is desired from all of us. That could be converted into wisdom, which entire planet is looking at. So these kind of, some catalytic changes we need to apply onto entire game of higher education and implementation of those. Then only we'll be able to see what kind of proportional contribution of SDG 4 is onto SDG 13, just not SDG 13, but entire set of SDGs which are listed over there. COP3, in 1997, when it came with Kyoto Protocol, it came with wonderful promises. And there were nice commitments which almost 197 countries signed. Then what we see in COP21, when people talked about, Paris Agreement, that again came with something very good. But where are those commitments? You'll get to see next week, when we'll be meeting at Dubai. We'll get to understand that 1 million has hardly met 25% of the commitments. Though it says we have come to 83%, but if you precisely look at those kind of things, it has come in terms of loans. And this has become a very heavy word on academic institutions as well. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So we need not to look at loans, we look at grants, we look at funding, which should be able to bring in the intervention which is actually expected from Institute of Higher Learning. So I think people are prepared, they need a degree of support. And I have tried listing few of the things which can interplay very important role if you are actually serious about realizing these goals and trying to look at how quality, justifiable and equitable education system can contribute to sustainable development goals. I respect the time, so I am just resting over here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद सर। आपने अपने इस सारगर्भित व्याख्यान में जिस मुख्य बिंदु की ओर इशारा किया वह था उद्यमिता। उद्यमिता के साथ साथ जब भी किसी मंच पर अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय के किसी नवाचार की सराहना की जाती है तो हम सभी को हर्ष होता है कि एक नया विश्वविद्यालय इतनी छोटी सी अपनी उम्र में इतने उपलब्धियों की ओर बढ़ रहा है। सर, हम विश्वास दिलाते हैं कि जिस उद्यमिता की ओर आप संकेत कर रहे थे उस ओर हमारा विश्वविद्यालय आगे बढ़ेगा। हम न केवल विद्यार्थियों को ज्ञान देंगे बल्कि उस ज्ञान को उद्यमिता से जोड़ते हुए बदलाव के लिए भी तैयार करेंगे। सर के व्याख्यान में दो और शब्द आए, चेंज मेकर और थिंक टैंक। इसका सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण हमारे अगले वक्ता हैं श्री वरुण आर्या जी, जिन्होंने IIT और IIM से उच्च शिक्षा प्राप्त करने के बाद देश विदेश की बहुउद्देशीय कंपनियों में कार्य किया और इसके बाद चेंज मेकर की भूमिका निभाते हुए इन्होंने अरावली गुरुकुल आश्रम की जोधपुर में स्थापना की और अपने ज्ञान को विनय के साथ बदलाव में जोड़ते हुए आज प्रकृति और पुरुष का समन्वय स्थापित करके जिस ढंग से सर SDG के साकार रूप को हमारे सामने ले आ रहे हैं, उन्हें हम उनके विचारों के माध्यम से जानेंगे। बड़े आदर के साथ मैं श्री वरुण आर्या जी को मंच पर आमंत्रित करता हूं।
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and I really do not know, sitting in Jodhpur for now 24 years, how I was spotted and invited. But it's always pleasure. I do go all over India and speak at various universities and other institutions, and I do conduct programs at IIM Ahmedabad for the CEOs and at various IITs. And SDG is something very close to my heart because Salil Shetty, who was my classmate at IIM Ahmedabad, he was the first head of SDG division in the United Nations. Today he is heading the Amnesty International, the global body. And we used to interact and with all humility, as I was introduced, I have been involved in my own humble way in bringing positive changes to counter the negative climate change which is happening. We all are experiencing it sitting in Delhi, the fog or smog or pollution, whatever you want to say. That's a shining example of climate change. And many of my friends in Delhi who come from relatively richer backgrounds, they have shifted to Goa from Delhi and have made base there. And as soon as this pollution problem steps in, they shift to Goa and they are there for the next about 3-4 months. It's unfortunate, but then I think it was inevitable, and we are all responsible for it. I think government is also made by us only, and therefore collectively we are all responsible. Well, this I will not take much time. I mean, you're all aware about these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. There are two key words in this, I think, 3 key words. One is the sustainable. Sustainable means it has to be long lasting. It's not that you do something today and its effect is temporary or for a short period. Development is a very, very strong word, and during lunch, the ladies sitting with us on the table were talking about learning. Learning is the foundation of development. Learning leads to development. Development leads to competencies, and competencies lead to performance. But here the development is in a different context. It is development of our ecosystem, of the planet Earth, of the environment, of a better climate, of a better future for the coming generations. And goals are always there to be achieved. And the climate action is the, and purposefully I've taken the subject as climate change and environment, sensitization and synergies, because there are 2 key elements in climate change and environment which are interlinked, interwoven. One is the people have to be sensitized about it. And secondly, no organization, no individual can do it alone. During lunch, the Vice Chancellor was talking about the partnership. And एक और एक 11 होते हैं. That's the key to synergy, key to partnership, where your resources and other organizations' resources, your strengths and the other organizations' strengths combine together to make something which is bigger than 1 + 1. So now the main objective of the United Nations, there are 2 key elements in this. One is the promotion of well-being. Now this is where the role of sustainable development comes. And when we talk about synergies, partnership, the international cooperation to achieve this goal. There are 4 pillars of United Nations. The first is peace and security, but there are 2 which are key to SDG 13. One is the human rights, a right to have a proper climate, proper living standards, for not only for us, for our coming generation also, is a fundamental human right. And the development of the environment, of the ecosystem, of the infrastructure, facilities, so on and so forth, is another key aspect. This has already been spoken in the last panel, so I will not. When we talk about Sustainable Development Goals, there are 5 P's which are important. The people, the well-being of the people. The planet, the Earth, Mother Earth, protection of Earth's ecosystem. The prosperity for us and for our coming generations. Peace. Peace is the key to development. If you do not have peace, you will not have development. Let's be very clear about it. What's happening in Israel and in Russia and many other places, is the biggest hindrance to development. In fact, whatever development took place there, that's being undermined, that's being damaged, that's being destructive, and so on and so forth, and the partnerships. Now, all these 5 aspects are interdependent, and therefore SDGs demand integrated thinking as well as integrated approaches. The climate change is a long-term shift in Earth's temperature and weather pattern. The key word is Earth's temperature. Since 1800s, especially late 1800s, human activities have been the main driver for climate change, primarily because of burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. Delhi also, it is for the same reason. As compared to 1880, the temperature now is 1.1 degrees centigrade more. It is warmer than at any time in the last about 1 lakh years. And every fractional increase in this temperature has significant, severe impact on everything around us. It's not that 1.1 will become 1.2 and it will not have that much, it will have very, very significant. The consequences of climate change are many, and they are happening not only in India, all over the world. The intense droughts, water scarcity, as somebody said that Third World War will be fought over water. Severe fires, rising sea levels, flooding, melting polar ice, catastrophic storms, and declining biodiversity. I mean, these are just some of the major consequences of climate change. And each of these have impact on all kind of life, including human life on this planet Earth. I have been involved, the land on which our campus is located, which is about 100 acres. It was an extremely saline, arid wasteland. Salinity was 4 times the sea. The entire land has only salt, and there was not even grass, there was no water. And in a such an extreme saline land, you can't do even construction. Today that land has 15 lakes with 6 crore liters of water, 10,000 trees, and United Nations has recognized that one of the case studies, and we have get a lot of visitors from all over India and abroad who come and see what we have done, because when they face, and we found that we went to the experts to begin with, and all of them said that don't take this land. We went to Google, we couldn't find solutions. All Google said was use this chemical or that chemical. Now we were very clear that we were dealing with nature, and therefore chemicals have no place when we deal with nature. It has to be done organically, naturally. And the same thing applied to the climate change. Whatever the processes have to be natural, organic. Secondly, they have to be sustainable, long term. Third, the cost is very important factor. In management, the bottom line is cost effectiveness. So it has to be cost effective. It must give tangible, seeable, observable benefits while limiting the trade-offs. Whenever people do anything, organizations do anything, there are trade-offs. We must limit those trade-offs. Trade-offs are vested interest, personal interest, individual interest. Must be replicable and must be scalable. So these are the parameters, the yardsticks for the processes. Okay. We actually, I've written down based on what we did in our own campus, and successfully, and the same thing are applicable for. Professor Joshi talked about education. Education is the key to sensitization, and I'm very happy that the Ambedkar University, Delhi has organized this event I think of which the basic aim is sensitization of the people about the climate change and about the education. And education is the, through education you encourage people to change their attitudes and behavior. Very, very important when we about anything, but particularly in the context of climate change. Enable people to make informed decisions, right decisions, after due diligence, calculated decisions. Learn how to adapt to climate change and reduce the vulnerability, eliminate the misconceptions and fears, increase climate literacy and contribute to climate resilience. Empower and motivate people for action. Very, very important. I think we should not looking for solution elsewhere. We need to empower ourselves and be able to take our own informed decisions whenever, wherever, whatever required. When we talk about synergies for tackling climate change, any two countries, any two organizations, it has to be win-win. Okay. Of course, it would be dependent on the national priorities. And there are two organizations which are involved in synergies. One is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which had got a Nobel Prize some years back for its work. And second is Paris Agreement. I think I will not, go into much details because the time is getting up. But the IPCC, which is, prepares reports, it has said that the key is human-induced. Global warming of 1.1 degrees centigrade has spurred unparalleled climate changes all over the world. It has also said the warming beyond 1.5 degrees centigrade could have irreparable and irreversible consequences. Just 4 degrees more. The greenhouse gas emissions which are happening because of burning of fossil fuels, it has devastating results because of the rising emissions. Of course, the climate change impacts people and our ecosystem more widespread and more severe than expected. Some climate changes have already happened extreme way which are irreversible and led to severe losses and damages. As per one estimate, about 20 lakh people, more than that in fact, have died because of the climate change on a global basis. And therefore the world must shift rapidly from burning fossil fuels and go for alternative means, for example, the non-conventional energies, the solar energy, the wind energy, and many others, biofuels and whatnot. The Paris Agreement, which is the legally binding international treaty, and there's an agreement amongst the various countries which says that we must limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degree. Should not exceed beyond that under any circumstances. And whatever is the peak, it should not be too much in the future, must be before 2025, before that. It means within next 2 years. And then it should decline to the extent of 43% by 2030. And the various countries, they submit their, how they will reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. The richer countries should provide financial assistance to the poorer countries to tackle the climate change. There should be technology framework for harnessing the technology development and transfer. And there should be capacity building world over. Thank you. This is one of the photographs from our campus where it was all saline, and today, so thank you very much.
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर आर्या। माना कि चुनौतियां बड़ी हैं, लेकिन ये तस्वीर एक उम्मीद जगाती है कि हम कोई ना कोई रास्ता निकाल सकते हैं और उस रास्ते की ओर बढ़ने का जिम्मा हम सभी का है। यह एक सामूहिक प्रयास होगा जो एक सुंदर दुनिया का रास्ता खोलेगा। इसी उम्मीद के साथ मैं सत्र के अगले वक्ता की ओर बढ़ता हूँ। अगले वक्ता के रूप में हमारे साथ डॉक्टर चिराश्री घोष उपस्थित हैं। मैम ने रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर की भूमि से प्रकृति की सुंदरता का साथ लेते हुए अपनी शिक्षा दीक्षा आरंभ की। इसके वहाँ से शुरुआत करते हुए जर्मनी के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थान में फेलोशिप प्राप्त करके वहाँ से पढ़ाई की और इन्हें 2 बार 1999 और 2003 में डीएसटी द्वारा युवा वैज्ञानिक के रूप में कार्य करने के लिए इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी में भी अवसर मिला। तदुपरांत इन्होंने सेंटर फॉर एनवायरमेंटल मैनेजमेंट ऑफ डिग्रेडेड इकोसिस्टम में अपना योगदान दिया। इन्होंने वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के फील्ड में पर्याप्त कार्य किया है। विशेष रूप से इन्हें नीदरलैंड सरकार द्वारा म्यूनिसिपल वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट थ्रू नॉन कन्वेंशनल ट्रीटमेंट प्रोसेस के लिए भी सलाहकार के रूप में आमंत्रित किया गया। तो भारत की भूमि से लेकर विश्व में अपनी बुद्धि क्षमता की पहचान कराने वाली विशेषज्ञ के रूप में चिराश्री घोष को आमंत्रित करता हूँ।
Good afternoon all. Respected Madam Vice Chancellor, Register Sir, all the dignitaries from the AUD and all the delegates here, the panel speaker. I'm a very small person in front of them, but still I feel I want to come here to share, and I'm really thankful Dr. Pulab Das because this is also my first interactions with AUD. I'm going to all the university, private and government and everywhere, but I don't know why I lost here the first time. I'm so happy to be here because now this university is part of my academic family. So I'm a member of this thing. So before I just show you, I'm also try to give you that something, my research topic of climate change, pollution and health since long back 25 years when it was not a big challenge anyone was thinking. So little bit few work which I have done for the ministry, for the government, and why it is needed right now climate action. I must tell you that once it is a government agenda, everyone is thinking, listening, discussing, it's very good. But climate change is a natural process. It was there. No one was thinking and discussing. At that time, I must tell you, I had an experience that people are not listening to us. We are telling us that we are going to face this problem. Specifically, I'm talking about health. Pollution only matter of dispersion and modeling and risk analysis. Never thought that risk is coming to us. Risk doesn't mean the environmental risk. It is health risk. Health doesn't mean that public health, is environmental health. So I think that time it was very difficult for me to tell everyone what we are discussing. We are not astrologer, but something research data was telling us to think about very in a concern and a serious way. I'm right now very happy that all the people are here to listen to us and giving us time to give their ear to what we want to discuss and tell us that be in action. So what we can do, and goal of 13 is very important because climate change is topping over the thing. As before I start, the only thing I tell you that environmental education, I thought I missed that panel for due classes, but I must tell you, one thing I want to share you, like as Professor mentioned about my background of Shantiniketan, Tagore's philosophy. I did for the student, I did classes under the tree. So environment is a feelings. Environment cannot be a subject. I always tell one of my students is here. I'm so happy now he has joined in you as a faculty, Anish. So I'm so happy to see him here also today. That we taught them also, and he is also representing our university. So environment को feel करना है. We have the 5 senses. Environment cannot be syllabus. I always tell them we have to learn out of syllabus. जब भी syllabus के अंदर बांध के हम लोग पढ़ाई करेंगे, we can't do anything. And this is the problem happened from the school level to the university level. We severely failed. Our syllabus is not supporting to understand environment. And this is the reason I think these all educated, learned people should work not only in the university level. I strongly feel from the school. When we see the thing, flowers are blooming and the thing, and I'm lucky that I joined in Professor Babu's center where the concept of his his understanding of environment, our understanding of environment is actually same. We are action goers because we have to do an action wise and by the practicals, not by the theory. So what we have, climate change is topic. I'm not going to the basic because already my previous speakers discussed in all the issues. One thing we have to see, we always discuss about pollution. Pollution is the bottom, climate change is the top. That we have to understand. These are all small reasons. It is like watching an elephant from backside or front side. Problem is the climate change. It's a time-dependent reaction is going on. Pollution can you mitigate? But climate change mitigation is not so easy. So we have to be really focused on the bigger aspect, bigger achievement rather than the pollution. हम कभी खाली as winter आ गया, October months is we are having celebration month of Diwali and other thing. और उसके बाद हमें पता हो गया कि pollution होंगे. We are so used to it कि after Diwali pollution is another festival. We have to follow. And there are action. फिर बंद हो जाएंगे. Construction में तो इसमें कुछ नया नहीं है. The important, it should be, we have to understand the reason behind it. And this is the fact. And this is the fact is not, pollution is not the fact. It is the climate change is the fact. That we have to tell each and every person that we have to understand climate change rather than the pollution. So definition again, time, the main factor is the time. The life in our time, we are managing time. We have to manage the environmental time duration phenomena. So time is a big problem. So this two word, why the most of the time wherever I go and the students are asking that why we have to think about it. हम जो physics की है, जो management की है, जो commerce की है, it's not their subject. All the Mehta Commission created that it's a mandatory for all the students and teachers and all the subject discipline, even the medical people. I'm working with total as I'm lucky that IIT people are also working with me, and I have also a very good doctor group from GTP hospitals. They are with me. Beside the all holistic understanding, pollution health cannot be possible. This is the very important. जब मैं काम कर रही थी IIT दिल्ली में मुझे समझ में आया कि इसको health आता नहीं है. Then I approached to the doctors, and then because basically environmental studies is a subject of everything, so we approach and now we are doing the research based upon this. Next. This report, as Sir mentioned, that 21, this is very important, but the reason is that how much temperature it is increasing not. Initially, climate change told that can be natural and anthropogenic. Now it is proven, with 14,000 publications reviewing that we are the responsible. Now all climate change done by us, not the natural. Natural problems can be maintained. So this is the reason, and India, it was also written in that India is one of the vulnerable. So now we are the vulnerable, most vulnerable country based upon our population. So these are all problems are there. So people should understand. जो कुछ भी नहीं समझते हैं, storm तो दिखाई दे रहा है मीडिया में. The disasters are there looking. So they have to prove is there. What more proofs you want from the thing that climate change is happening? So then rainforest destruction is another mistake and blunder globally we are doing, because Delhi ka jaise green forest is lung, rainforest is another lung of global lung actually. We are creating that problem, so globally also changing. Delhi is diversified country, so we are having all the changes in every state. There will be alag impact. The different issues are coming. So this is the reason India is such a problematic. एक जगह फ्लड को संभाल रहे तो इन अनदर प्लेस वी आर हैविंग द ड्राई और फेमी. सो मैनेजिंग another is we are agriculture based countries. Paris Agreement, first time, I must tell you, that first time agriculture never been a part of climate change. This is the COP meeting was very important for the climate change people researcher. The first time they accepted agriculture and climate change relation, because but not as an agriculture sector, the sector as a food insecurity. सही ना मानो indirectly भी एटलीस्ट मान लिया कि एग्रीकल्चर को ध्यान देना जरूरी है. And because it was a very important consensus for because India is an agriculture based country. So in terms of food security, insecurity, डिफॉरेस्टेशन के कारण जस्ट लाइक वी लॉस्ट डायनासोर, सो मेनी पीपल वी आर गोइंग टू लूज द ओरंगुटान. कुछ दिन बाद हमारे बच्चे नहीं देख पाएंगे इसको, पिक्चर में डायनासोर जैसे देखेंगे. So this is the situation I try to show you. Because of there's a huge palm oil alarm call movement is going on. You know, this is the thing that in Amazon forest, they are coming out with the cash crop. Whole country is trying to, and this is not carbon sequestered plant. This vegetation is carbon emitter. So as a result of this thing, there are huge movement, environmental movement is going on, that palm oil alarm call. And they are destructing the plant. Those are habitat for the people. So biodiversity loss are also linked with this thing. So huge problem of biodiversity loss. This type of birds are losing their reproductive phase, because we all know they need a certain temperature and something like this. And we are not only climate refugee, they are also climate refugee. They are moving out from their own play. And this is the one reason we have to understand that what type of problem we are creating. Coming back to public health, where we are very much concerned, that हमें बचना है, हमें जीना है. We have to understand the active problem and the passive problem. Active is directly when we wiped out, we have a disease, we have different types of vector-bound disease, we are dying. Another inactive, after the post-disaster, traumatic disaster, what is happening to the people? No one think about it. Never we think about एक urban flood अभी दिल्ली में हो गए हैं. We do not know after that how the people are managing, coping up with the situation. Am I ever did any survey with the student to go there and to find out? This is our role as an educator. In the fag end of the career, my request to the thing, I'm teaching urban ecosystem, climate change, pollution, health. I've stopped taking MCQ from the student. I'm making them documentary. I'm giving an assignment. Go and do urban ecosystem, dekh ke aa jao. Photo खींचो, documentary बनाओ, come back and give presentation. Downloading and making PPT and presenting is a total flop so for our education system. Sorry to tell you as a teacher, because you are also peer group of us. So this is the reason I changed my internal assessment fighting with my HOD, because that I learned from my university, that you have to create the system. The people should learn, because they are the generation Z. वो नेचर में पैदा नहीं हुए हैं, वो मोबाइल लेके पैदा होते हैं, मोबाइल लेके जीते हैं. So we can't do them, we cannot make them contact. हम तो कुछ भी देख चुके हैं. So once this generation will go, then this generation having a severe problem of connectivity of the nature and environment. And we are talking about, तभी सबसे अच्छा होता है कि they want to do modeling. It's better for them. Sometimes I was working in a Center for Atmospheric Science. I'm giving one example, because sorry, maybe 1 or 2 minutes I'll take extra, but this is my pain what I'm sharing you. One National Institute of Oceanography professor doing ocean modeling. मुझे बताया गया था, हमारे जनरेशन तो बहुत ओल्ड है, तो उस टाइम हमें दे आर नॉट अलाउइंग मी टू बीइंग ए बायोलॉजी पर्सन टू डू द जॉब देयर. तो मैं तो आ गई, प्रोफेसर शिशिर दुबे डायरेक्टर थे, मुझे डाल दिए वहाँ पर फॉर डूइंग माई यंग साइंटिस्ट इंच. तो दे वर टेलिंग, वन डे आई आस्क्ड इन ए फनी वे दैट डू यू नो हाउ फाइटोप्लैंक्टन लुक्स, बिकॉज यू आर पुटिंग ओनली कलर ग्रीन ऑरेंज रेड हो गया. फाइटोप्लैंक्टन तो एक बार देख लीजिए कैसे देखने में होता है. So I took my microscope forcibly, जैसे बच्चे को फीड करते हैं. I went to the modeler and I showed that 1 ml drop में कितना phytoplanktons है, and he was jumping like a kid. So this is the thing, we are having huge knowledge barrier. We have to be really acceptable to each other without criticizing the thing. Environment needs everyone to be part of it. We are a cohort, we should work. And this is the reason these all problems are there. Knowledge gap. I strongly feel knowledge gap and lacunae. So climate change को समझना जरूरी है pollution से भी ज़्यादा. It is an important relation between pollution and climate change. So temperature is one of the issue. We all know. When we talk about health, if you are knowing this room, because right now we are discussing outdoor air pollution. I did by Minister of Earth Science का एक indoor air pollution के ऊपर काम कर रही हूँ. I must tell you, the indoor air pollution is 10 times higher than outdoor air pollution. No one is talking about this thing. I'm making a guidelines for ICMR right now. We have completed the data. No one knows that how much pollution अभी इस room में है. If I switch on the instrument, you can understand, because this is a closer activity. So ignorance is blessing. So this is the reason this is high time to talk about all the issues where we are. तभी आज we are having huge problem of the respiratory dysfunctions. People are suffering. It's not by outdoor air. It's wrong to blame only outdoor air because कुछ भी हवा भी है, कुछ टाइम डिस्पर्स हो जाते हैं, स्लो भी है. अभी why 3-4 days air pollution is so visible? Because of the stability, because of it is not going out. So that means if it is like a sweeper is not coming, you can go to see the thing. तो ये दिल्ली का अभी जस्ट नाउ प्रॉब्लम. कल एक बारिश हो गया, कल एक हवा आ गया, तो टर्बुलेंस इज देयर, देन एवरीथिंग इज गॉन एंड विल फॉरगेट अबाउट. सो दिस शॉर्ट मेमोरी हमारे जो एमनेशिया टाइप की है, कुछ टाइम के लिए याद करते फिर भूल जाते हैं. जब तक हमने इसको लॉन्ग लास्टिंग, दैट इज नॉट द अंडरस्टैंडिंग इन द एक्चुअली द कंट्रीज, दोज आर एक्चुअली try to understand and mitigate the problem. So these are all problems. We are working on this thing. We are working with the hospitals in 1E hypothesis. One disease, one problem. Try to prove. So what I am asking the doctors to give me patient, because doctors को कोई environment लेके लेना देना था नहीं. They want the bigger spectrum of the medicine. आपको फंगाई के प्रॉब्लम हो और आपको बैक्टीरिया उसको पता नहीं है, वो एक दवा दे दिया, हम सब कुछ में हम लोग एंटीबायोटिक्स खा लेते हैं. So if it is any bond, so because it is a mental medicine, हम लोग psychological medicine ज़्यादा लेते हैं. So I ask that if it is a COPD, give us a COPD patient, we'll trail them at home and we'll do the thing the way. And this is the way we did research. I'm thankful to the UCMS. And I must tell you in the real-time story, 80 patients I've started doing a PhD and 1 MD from their side. 30 patients died within this 5 years of time. This is the acuteness of COPD. So once a patient are having COPD, the patient is gone if they're staying in Delhi. So this type of acuteness we have to prove right now because data nahi hai. We have to give data to government. I'm working for the government with the projects. This is the reason I'm giving to the government to come out with some guidelines. So this we as a teacher can do only. इससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं कर सकता. I'm not a bureaucrat, I'm not a policy maker, but data, real time, good quality data we can generate and give it to the government. The government cannot tell that I don't have data. This is one thing. And so these are all sensitive groups, pregnant women, we all know the things. So I'm not going the basic file. Children, we have to save our children first. हम तो आधा जिंदगी तब भी बीत गए, but we have to save our children. And the pain we are facing, this is only for the children, the future generation. So this one, I am already part of this SUFFER program. One unit during the Commonwealth Games, I asked, they have given to me. And I'm keeping, is the one university where the United Nations based IITM Pune, the SUFFER station, I told, I don't need money, I need the instrument to show the student to the thing that AQI of Delhi North Campus, because green campus doesn't mean the good campus. I must tell you, ma'am, because plantations के बाद ये accumulatory zone भी हो जाते हैं. So I'm mentoring of many colleges like Miranda, LSR, IP, कि ये एक है, हम लोग मजाक भी करते हैं कि तुम नंबर 1 हो पर पॉल्यूशन में तुम नंबर 1 हो. So that type of fun also I do with the principal, because and then started monitoring, because the geographical location is wrong. Miranda IP College, they are in the part of a ring road and ISBT, and that has already happened. So what we can do the proper sealing and plantation of right plant, जिसका APTI है, Air Pollution Tolerance Index है. कुछ भी plant नहीं ले जाके लगाना नहीं है. There are many other things. So we have to work on that part, management part, rather than the only पेड़ लगाओ. ये पेड़ लगाओ और बेटी बचाओ, ये 2 वर्ड में मुझे बहुत नफरत है. I am very much hating this. बेटी बचाने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं, बेटा बचा दो तो बेटी बच जाएंगे. So the one and similarly पेड़ लगाओ. क्या लगा रहे हो? That you must know, and that is the one of the problem I found. This is one aspect I always make fun with Professor Babu also. आपने पेड़ लगाओ बता दिए टैक्सोनॉमी होके, पर आपने ये नहीं बताया कि किस टाइप का प्लांट लगाओ. And you worked on the soil and land, people understand, but they don't understand that time air was not the problem. Now air is the biggest problem. We have to plant a tree. Those are actually having APTI. और जो हम लोग टीचर भी करते हैं API, ऐसे ही है, anticipated performance index of the plant. We have to calculate API. देख के calculation scoring of the plant basis, we have to do the thing. So I'll just, and I request that people sensitization बढ़ाने के लिए we have to make student to post-traumatic, post-climatic, which the interactions with the people of poor people. I'm just coming to the global hunger index also showing we are in a very, हम वर्ल्ड कप में खुशी हो रहे हैं, पाकिस्तान को हरा दिया, पर हमने we are below than actually Pakistan, you know, in index. So conservation agricultural part, they are working on climate change. There are center in IRI Pusa campus. They are only working on government is doing. So many times people are working that they are not, government is not working. Government is working, excellent they are working. So you can make a visit to the center IRI Pusa campus where conservation agricultural part they are showing. Krishi Mela hote hain. I think that type of information students should get, that how government is preparing themselves. So social and mental impact, this is one thing. We have to be caring, not only the environment, people also. So health impact assessment is the report we have to tell the student to prepare of their own local areas from where they are living. So then they can be very caring to the understanding kya problem, starting from their own home. If they start their understanding the health impact of their own family member, it can be bigger as a country. So this one value must see that very high human development United Nations has given to 0.8. We are Indian, we are having 0.24. So we have to gear up for 0.8. So leaving all the things, ecosystem is a service. Try to teach them whatever. So that I'm going to tell them every service you count. So environmental audit in the campus, I'm happy and I'm thankful to the DU, the administration, that every college is mandatory to have environmental audit and green audit. So this is the way they are understanding the ecosystem services and ecological footprint. सबसे important बच्चों को समझाना, सारे दिन कितना पानी पीते हो, कितना खाना खाते हो, and कैसे अपने waste निकालते हो. So ecological footprint, if they know, then we are proud of GDP increase, but then we have to understand why it is very detrimental. So this overshoot days are there, we are increased. So at the end, actions plans are there. I'm just stopping, ma'am, 2 minutes. Okay? I want just a silver lining I just want to tell you. I did carbon footprint map Delhi for Delhi government before Copenhagen summit. And here we have found after having Delhi such a problem, then also we are below than London. So that means we are not in a bad shape till now. We have to only organize our thing, and the net zero emission is going on. So in this affordable, we have to count our own footprint, how we have to cope up with the situation. So green or everything I have already in a faster way I discussed. So last, these are all processes. We are asking the people to do ek or do sustainable solutions. The last 10 that we are not in a bad position. Environment में बहुत खराब है, हम लोग zero हैं, bottom. But climate change में we are in a good position because now we have understood the net zero emission. But actually what we have to understood, environment. So environmental education is more needed by the academia to the student. Thank you very much.
सरस शिक्षक को सुनना किसे नहीं सुहाता, लेकिन समय की बाध्यता कई बार हमें मजबूर करती है. बार बार हमें लग रहा था कि ये संवाद रुके ना चलता रहे, लेकिन घड़ी की ओर भी हमारा ध्यान जा रहा था. तो इसी क्रम में मैं अब अगले वक्ता को बुलाना चाहूँगा इस अनुरोध के साथ कि अगर घड़ी की ओर हमारा ध्यान जा रहा है तो उन्हें भी घर जाना है, और इस बातचीत को हम थोड़ा संक्षेप में रखते हुए 10-10 मिनट का समय लें. ये मेरा विनम्र अनुरोध है आगामी वक्ताओं से. मैं मिस विनिशा जी को बुलाना चाहता हूँ. मिस विनिशा 23 वर्षों से पर्यावरण विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में कार्य कर रही हैं. वे इंटरनेशनल वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ जुड़ी हुई हैं. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर UNDP, नॉर्ड जैसी संस्थाओं के साथ उनका अनुभव है, और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है इन्होंने अब तक वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट पर 150 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रोजेक्ट कार्य पूर्ण किए हैं. तो इससे हम अनुमान लगा सकते हैं कि कितना बृहद अनुभव मैम का है. इन शब्दों के साथ विनिशा जी को.
Can I connect the laptop?
ग्रुप नया से भी आई
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, good afternoon. So I think being a later speaker is always better because most of the concepts are already mentioned. Now I just want to draw your attention to this picture. It has already been touched upon by the second speaker here. This is 1880s. And you can see that what I want to draw your attention is on the 0, which is the base year, base degree, which is taken. Now, if you see India in the Asian side, it is well below the benchmark and it is blue and green. But this is the next picture that's in 1980. At least a few of us have been in this generation. We have been, so we have contributed for that blue to change to this orange. So we are all culprits here. I know some of you are not, but now this, I'm sure all of us have been responsible for this. This is something which needs to be imprinted in all our minds because this is the actual data. And this is what has been captured. This is what is climate change. Now, I don't want to draw your attention on the problems because it's already been discussed. And I would like to consider the entire climate change and SDG in terms of waste management because that's my forte. And I've been working for the last 28 years in this field. And I've also been working with the academic area, that's AICTE. I've made the guidelines for India for Green Campus. Here, green does not mean plants alone. It means all environmental infrastructure, eco-infrastructure, and projects being done in the campus and converting the campuses to a completely sustainable place. And this, I would definitely like to discuss this maybe some other time because we have been given a target in India to convert the entire campuses of India into a sustainable campus. So the guidelines are there. AICTE has made that as a mandatory requirement. We have NAC accreditation. So for all this, the guidelines, and we are also doing certification for all the campuses. So with that, let me just draw your attention on how climate change and waste management is connected. I again would take, rather than generalizing, take some specific examples so that you would understand that better, and not just talking about all kinds of waste, because that again is a very vast topic. I would concentrate on one aspect, that is construction, which all of us will understand it better. So I have narrowed it down to specifics so that next time when you are thinking about it, you can actually broaden it up and think about it in a generalized way. Yeah. Now, all of us know that whether it's your college, whether it's the country, whether it's your home, we always have a budget, and that's how we work on. Now, Earth also has a budget, and that is called the carbon budget. And unlike at home and at colleges and all that, our budget keeps increasing. Here we have a fixed budget, and that's running out. Now, how fast is it running out? That's again relating it to the pictures which I showed you. 1.5 degrees centigrade rise in temperature. That's what is the global warming which we talk about. 218 billion tons of CO2, and current rate of emission is about 43 billion tons of CO2 per year. Now, these numbers, what does it mean? We only have 6 years and 100 days left of this fixed budget which we have, which is called the carbon budget. Now, 70% of all these is for contributing to the GHG emissions is related to material handling and the consumption of it. Now, what is this material handling and consumption? That's again related to waste management. And that is why, because here it is not just consumption, like you consume one bottle of water and you throw the plastic bottles out. It's not just that, but it is also from where did it come? From the time when the oil is mined, converting that into the manufacturing the bottle, then logistics, because movement of that bottles to the place where you are consuming it, all this comes under the material handling and use. So that's why when you talk about waste management, it's not just that waste and just managing that. I'm just coming from one of the CIIs, judging the corporates, and that's precisely what we have been asking the corporates, because that for some CII award. And because everybody has that myopic view, the horse mentality, where they only look at it from their perspective. But when you're talking about waste management, it is from the beginning, the entire life cycle. And unless we target that entire thing, climate change cannot be addressed. And that's what I would like to bring in this forum. Now, the next one is about how do we reduce it, because I would mainly talk about that in the next slides. Now, which clearly means we need to come to one solution, and that solution is the secondary raw material usage. And our country has done a lot about it. And we are the best in the world when it comes to recycling, which hardly anybody talks about. We only think that we see a lot of waste everywhere, and we also blame our informal sector. But when it comes to recycling, of course, yeoman service is done by our informal sector. There are issues with it, but they are the ones who have actually been helping in bringing this secondary material back. We need to give it to them also. But of course, there are so many things which needs to be changed there also. Now, what I would like to draw your attention is on this circular economy, because that's the solution. My entire presentation, I would actually be revolving around the circular economy aspect of it, which has the climate change and CO2 savings. Yeah, this is something which has to be imprinted again in all our minds, because when we talk about waste management, this is the kind of hierarchy which we need to follow. That's the inverted pyramids. And how we need to go. First of all, we need to prevent, because we all the time we are talking about only managing the waste, but that's not what it is. First of all, it should start with prevention, then reducing the waste, reuse. I'm not going into the details, but I'm sure it's available. You can actually go through it. Now, how does this connect to the circular economy? Because only when you're reducing the waste, that's when the energy consumption, resource consumption, everything becomes the minimum. Now, when we are talking about recycling, again, we need to reduce all this. It's not enough that we keep producing and then we keep consuming and then we say that we are recycling, because that's what is being done today. Most of us think that if we have alternatives, instead of plastic, you use a woven bag or you use a cloth bag. It's not waste management, because the most important thing is how do we reduce the usage? Can we? Single-use plastics, definitely we don't require it, because there is no, actually if you think about it, most of the items which we are disposing, none of us in this room actually require it. But we still go by it because of convenience, which easily we can do away with. Whereas there are certain things, now if we say syringes, single-use syringes in the hospitals should not be used, there it is a necessity. So, you need to know what it is, how we need to reduce. So it's always how we have to think. It's just common sense. Waste management, entire reduction of GHG is, everything is how we think. And that's why I brought in this inverted pyramid, because, and the circular economy, because everywhere how the energy can be reduced. Now, right from the waste directly, if you can convert it into the monomers and then make the entire thing again, which is very, very difficult, because now they say plastic is being recycled. It is recycled to a lower degree items, like it's not upcycling but downcycling. Now that's not the actual circular economy. You need to bring it back to the monomer and then make the same thing. If it is a bottle, bring back the same bottle. If it is a dress, bring back the same dress. Now that is circular economy. Okay, now only then we come to the SDG goal of 13. That is exactly what the SDG goal talks about. We have to bring it back and change our lifestyle. And that's exactly what our government has targeted. And we have the Life Mission, which our Prime Minister has really come up with, the entire world is now following, is because of this kind of lifestyle change. And that's part of our culture. And it's embedded in our culture, because Indians are known to have this culture right from the beginning. Now, that is where we will be the leaders in the world. Now, I'm not going into all these things, but I would like to again touch upon the burn by beyond, because you will be tomorrow's entrepreneurs. I'm talking to you about the students, and our country, we're looking at having entrepreneurs in every home. That's our target. So, which means I'm sure all of you will also have one entrepreneur. What you need to think about is to do the audit. Somebody also mentioned about it. While you're doing the audit again, you need to look at not just your company's audit, because that's like burn. You are only looking at the resource and then how that resource is being utilized. And if you do the audit of that, it's very easy to do. But you need to think a little more beyond. That's buy, because you can be very clean. Like we always talk about Goa and Kerala. They are saying that they are the most clean and beautiful ecosystem. That's because they don't have industries there. Goa, of course, has mining and other things, but Kerala, of course, doesn't have industries at all, and that's why it's green. And they're consumeristic society. Now, does that mean that they're clean? They're green? No, because they have been polluting other places, other states. Now, Maharashtra or Gujarat is the one who's taking the brunt. So that is also accounted for. Now, next is beyond. Beyond is not just that you are having the manufacturing, but from where is it coming, the entire life cycle, and where is it going beyond? Because what is the waste management? How that waste management has to be controlled or reduced or mitigated. Now, all that also comes into the 13, that is SDG goal. Taking one example of the construction industry, because that's something which all of us understand. If you look at, again, why I'm stressing on this is because India is going to rely so much on this, because for us to reach the 5 trillion economy, this is a sector which has to really look at, and which is what is going to be our focus area, the government's focus area. Now, here, how can we do waste management or resource conservation? That's because, just take the example of steel consumption. We have 14 major sectors in this, I mean, the subsectors which are there in this. Now, if you talk about steel, we are the second largest consumer and also the producer of steel in the world. And construction industry in India is expected to reach $1 trillion in the market size by 2030, which is not very far off. But what is interesting is this. Today, 3 houses are built per 1,000, which is a very, very low number in terms of index. And what we need is it has to be at least 5 houses, which means just imagine the number of construction which will happen in our country. And this is what is also going to make our economy boom. Now, which means a lot of steel is going to be used in our country and other resources also. Now, this, how much impact it has on greenhouse gases. Approximately 7% of greenhouse gas emissions come from the steel industry. Now, the same steel industry, if we are not going to use the primary steel and if we are going to do the secondary steel, again, secondary steel industries, India is the leader. And we have the MNCs controlling the, I mean, not controlling, who is actually managing the entire world. We haven't heard about them, but tomorrow, very soon, the next Ambanis or the next Adanis will be from the waste management industry. That's going to be the next IT, the next oil, and which is already shown in here in terms of secondary steel, that is recycling industry. We are the leaders in the world now, and you can actually see it here also, how this secondary steel or the secondary materials, the recycled materials, when it is being used, how we can actually reduce. So how the impact of climate change can be actually brought down. The numbers are here. I'm not going into details of that. I'm sure this will be circulated. Yeah. And our approach, we have already started. The Niti Aayog has come out with the circular economy policy. We have all the circular economy policy and the EPR, which is embedded in all our waste management rules. We have almost 36 different kinds of rules in our country, which is all related to this. So legal systems, we are already very good at it. And we have systems which are also established in our country, which we are talking not just to the industry, but to you and me. And that's how the SUP, that's the single-use plastic ban, has also come in. When there are several such schemes and programs which are already there. And next, after this, I'm going for an other discussion forum where we are thinking about how to bring advanced research into universities, because there is a lot of discussion on innovations, entrepreneurship, but we are now also thinking about right from the beginning, that's from the research side. So our country is completely geared up. It's not just consumeristic or development oriented, but we are now completely looking at all-round development. And that's something which I'm very happy about. 28 years before, when I started waste management, there was hardly anybody even who spoke about waste management. People thought I was crazy that I took up this subject. I studied also environmental science, and today I'm really happy. It's such a positive thing because there's so much change which has happened. And that's the reason I'm very confidently telling that this is going to be the next IT. So as students here, I'm sure if you're thinking about entrepreneurship, think of waste management entrepreneurship. And that's the way to go. Thank you very much. Last one is, again, looking at how the Indian thinking also should go into it, because I'm very excited about this also, because Indian knowledge systems is another very pet project which our country is looking at, because there are so many things which we can learn from the past. The circular economy is very much related to the Nataraja here. So with that, I end. Thank you very much. I would have loved to have more questions, but I know this paucity of time. But of course, some other time, when there is an opportunity, we'll definitely look forward to that. Thank you.
धन्यवाद मैम। अगले वक्ता के रूप में मैं डॉक्टर देवप्रीत दत्त को आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं। डॉक्टर दत्त वर्तमान में साइंस फॉर इक्विटी एम्पावरमेंट एंड डेवलपमेंट सेंटर में वरिष्ठ वैज्ञानिक हैं। इन्होंने
मैं सेंटर में नहीं हूँ, मैं सरकार के डिविजन्स में हूँ। सरकार डिविजन्स को और डिपार्टमेंट को बहुत सीरियसली लेते हैं।
तो जैसा सर ने कहा, अब सर एक वरिष्ठ वैज्ञानिक के रूप में कार्य कर रहे हैं। सर के विचारों को हम सुनिए।
Yeah, I don't know like how much time I have because already we have overshoot the time like 5 minutes. I will try my best because I have been given the framework of 20 minutes. So you have to cut. I will try to cut because maybe I will be using this the slides, but I will try to communicate the like what I say, there is the soul of that. So basically, thank you very much for inviting me, like Sarkari Babu, into this discussions and the exchange of knowledge, which I always like. And thank you to Dr. Pulak Das for that, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam and the other faculties. So here, what I'm going to discuss about the climate change and the the community resilience perspective, because all of us are now discussing about the all discussions here is this in the context of the sustainable development, and whenever the sustainable development discussions, I think in your mind the student should be this three triangle: the environmental sustainability, the social, the economic viability, and the social acceptability. These are the 3 points. So if you look into the India's problem, we have made much of the material progress. Social environmental problems are getting aggravated. I think Madam has already showed what I wanted to mean here. Climate change, lot of definitions, but it is now it's a matter already we are experiencing. That's what we are experiencing. Like this is an old slide, but recently what you have seen of a drought in Sikkim and the landslides and all it shows that the uncertainty what is bringing. Like if you look at into this sixth, what I'm trying to bring it is this all this climate change we have discussed around, like other than the most impacted are those part of the society who are having the less resources. And this is being in also like if you see the last para here of the sixth assessment report of the intergovernmental climate change committee, that's talking about that the society is getting the most affected. As you see here, like the crux of this slide is today morning, like earlier when there was a normal the climate in Delhi, today morning you haven't heard about the chirping of the bird like when you came to office. So that's the impact, like the climate is taking on the life and livelihood. So if you see, the climate change influences the people who are not present in this room, the people whose voices are not heard about. They are the most they impacted about that the livelihoods. They these are all the different type of the livelihood which are becoming more and more affected. They became the uncertainty. So if you see in the Indian context, the climate projections in 2030 suggest the most affected area will be the Himalayan region, the Western Ghats, the Northeast India, and the coastal zones. And also, the disaster, as you see the migrations, like and as Madam was saying about that, it's the migrations is not only like as you see in Sundarban, the migration is taking place because of the climate change, but now there is seasonal migration is taking place. People are moving from Delhi to Goa because if you can, if you have the resources, you are moving there also. So so this is again the same way it is showing that which are the areas what will be the impact of because of the climate change. What we need to look at into the climate change and the resilience. Now in this context, basically like whatever is written here you can read. I'm not going to read it. What I'm trying to bring it about that the internal to us, all of us has a resilience, and especially if you look it into our community, like who are again not present here, they have already an internal resilience, because today what we are discussing here about, and all of us are product of a system which came out of Lord Macaulay. We are working within a governance structures which is a Westminster model. What the NEP and what we are discussing about to change that, to make it relevant for India and the Indians. And I think 85% of them are really not, their voice has been heard. Government, academia, all of us are a product of a supply-driven thinking. We feel they do not know anything. I will make the change. I'm in DST for almost 3 decades. I will take you my experience, the way we support the project, the type we get a project. People really do not understand. Like, I look after the Science and Society project. People do not really understand that the real issues with these the community. What we do is sitting in our the office is the perceived need. I can make the change of my knowledge into that. The knowledge which I have gained out of my PhD, the way I have done it, I feel that this will make a change. This things the modern education system needs to change. The NEP, what he is trying to say. We have to have a mechanisms of understanding the felt need and respond to that. And while responding, especially with a topic like in climate change and the community resilience, it cannot be done into the Macaulay model, what we have done, taught us, physics, chemistry, all these boundaries. These are good for a macro level knowledge gain. When you want to apply it in the context of the livelihood, I thought of almost 2 decades ago, probably the time has now come, we should have a livelihood science and technology with Shakti. We must understand, like if you see into our country, the nation has mapped supply side. We have agroecological zone, we have the land use, land cover mapping. But have we mapped really the livelihood system of our country? No. That gives us basically the demand side. Because like what we are discussing here about, ultimately it is the people and their life and their livelihood. We have no mapping of that. So unless and until we do, and in that context, especially when you see about the climate change and the resilience, and this is what we are talking about, that the SDG, like, the target 13A, 13B, 13.1, and I think all of these things we can discuss about. But think of what it is in the perspective of a common person's on the ground. We have to change the discussions of we now should start discussion of a contextual knowledge. One knowledge which we gain, another knowledge we apply for making an impact to the creating new India. The creating new India will not be by any Macaulay model. It has to have an our model. And I always tell, like, the people, especially the young people, when I come across, we have enough knowledge and model we have imported for validations. It's our time to develop our own model. Like, at least out of our these last 5 years of my Science and Society divisions experience, we have developed around 8 new models, which is India-centric, which is out of our experiences from the field, which needs to be validated. And I think the academia should encourage that. The other encouragement should come, basically, this is, India's climate resilience framework. As I said, I'm not going to read this, but within this, what I'm trying to create, that this is a concept we develop about the community resilience resource centers. Because if you see, in each of our life, every day we are trying to cope up with the uncertainties. And the climate change, the disaster, these are creating an external uncertainty into the internal livelihood of the communities. This needs to be looked into integrated way. The concept of a community resilience is relatively new in comparisons to the disaster related on the the resilience which came in 2006. So we are doing an experiment here. We have established some 25 community resilience centers across the nations, and what we are looking into the livelihood system. Then again, there is an issue here. Generally, we understand livelihood is only the means for income generations in a country. But by definitions, if you DFID introduced the livelihood system, it has a component of the other part of an multi-dimensional poverty. Means the mother and child health, access to the education, access to energy, access to water, access to the other developmental infrastructure, and the the income generations. So if you say that, why I'm trying to put you maybe haven't PhD in each of these things, but a person on the ground for whom we are trying to give your prescription doesn't need a single prescription. It has to be having systemic. And on the other hand, also you have to understand that he or our livelihood system of a people have a local knowledge. We have to bring that the local knowledge into the mainstream of our all these discussions, because this, like, we have developed a the framework. I think this framework is not here, with a Principal Scientific Advisor's Office, a mission mode program for SNT based sustainable livelihood, where we are considering first this local knowledge and innovation system has the impact of this local livelihood system. First, we have to consider that, and then bring the science and technological interventions in terms of an availability, accessibility, and the affordability. This accessibility, availability, affordability are different in our different country. Even if you say that the paddy, a farmer in Punjab, what he can afford, a farmer in Sundarban cannot. We have to have in practical these things, and that's the reason, we are trying to develop this. So I think I just end it with this. This is an opportunity, especially the NEP, and now again National Research Foundations, NRF, like an Anusandhan NRF is coming, is providing to whatever, this is mostly towards the teachers. What you and we have learned, it needs a different paradigm to be implemented it. And it's for the students. Your learning, as Madam was telling, the exams should not be on MCQ based. It should be more and more of an experiential learning, because in the NEP context, the educations or the knowledge have different component. There is a tacit knowledge component of that. And all of these things needs to be looked into integrated way. I think with this, I request Madam, I have seen that you have many interesting centers concept. Probably this is a center you can think of, that where, the really community can come. You can learn from the community, and can, on the other hand, what you are learning can get to that. In that context, if you need any help from the Department of Science and Technology, we'll be your partner. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सर। आपने अपने शोध के आधार पर न केवल हमें कुछ दिशा दी है, बल्कि हमें कुछ नया करने के लिए आमंत्रित किया। इसके लिए हम आपके आभारी हैं। इसी क्रम में मैं अब अपने अगले वक्ता प्रोफेसर गिरीश कुमार शर्मा सर को आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं। सर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जियोलॉजी, यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ दिल्ली से संबंधित हैं। सर ने अटलांटिक मिशन अंटार्कटिक सर्कल पे इतना रिसर्च किया है कि इन्हें सी मैन के भी नाम से जाना जाता है, और सर का शोध कार्य रसिया, जापान, चाइना और इटली जैसे देशों के साथ भी रहा है। सर, हम उसको सादर आमंत्रित करता हूँ।
So, very good afternoon to Madam, and thank you for inviting me to deliver a lecture here. And this is Dr. Malik also, and he, day before yesterday, he requested me that you should come here and deliver something. So I agree and here. So my topic is totally different. I mean, it is, everyone is talking about the climate change. My explanation is totally based on the geological aspects. Are the humans responsible for this, all the climate change which is going on, or the Mother Earth is playing the role, I mean, or the nature is playing the game? So that is the basic thing. I mean, as I am taking you into the slightly in the geological background, so that you can well understand. But before, I will explain everything. I mean, I think you will well understand the things. I mean, and I compare our Earth with two other planets, Mars and Venus. You must have heard that earlier the same climate was there. So that is the best example we can compare with the Earth. So why there was once same atmosphere, water was also there, oceans was also there, and they suddenly disappeared. And is it, I mean, the Earth, our Earth is also moving towards that side as the temperature is rising also. So that is my, basic, topic, I am taking. So this is the one of the disaster you can see here, that is in the 2011, which was take place in the Fukushima, Japan. And you must have known, that the major, nuclear plants, and that was all destroyed through, that was tsunami. So, the present day changes, the basic two classifications we follow. That is one is the human induced and the other is the natural disasters. So in the natural disaster, this all comes GLOF, you must have heard the things, rise in the sea level, which is rising, and the faster melting of the glaciers, earthquakes, volcanoes, landslide, and all those things. These are all, nature is playing. Humans can't stop this. Okay. And the human induced. So what we are playing, that is the hydrometeorological parameters or disaster which are doing, like storms which are coming, which are regularly coming. The frequency is increased. Floods, also the droughts. So these are the human induced, which they have accelerated this. जिन्होंने बढ़ाया है इस चीज को, होता रहेगा, that is there. So, now in the geological past, it was happened कि हमारे यहाँ हाई आइस हुआ, आइस का जब हम लोग बोलते हैं कि ग्लेशियल पीरियड आया, फिर इंटरग्लेशियल पीरियड, जो वार्मर पीरियड चल रहा है इस समय. हमारे जियोलॉजिकल पास्ट लास्ट 2 मिलियन ईयर्स का हम लेंगे, हम मिलियन ईयर्स में बात करते हैं, ईयर्स में नहीं बात करते. तो मिलियन ईयर्स में हमारी ये रिपोर्ट्स हैं, ये अवेलेबल है सेडिमेंट्स के अंदर, फॉसिल्स के अंदर, सब रिपोर्टेड है. दिस इज ऑल साइंटिफिक बेस्ड. नथिंग इज नॉट टेलिंग द स्टोरी. So this is all, induced by these, which is preserved in the sediment and which we all studied. So, this climate is responsible, how it is responsible, and when it was taking place, the climate change in the geological past. And in the past, when we talk about in the past, about 2 million years or 1 million year, there was no human, no industrialization was there, but both the periods were there. Glacial period भी था, खूब बर्फ पड़ती थी, उसके बाद में वार्मिंग भी आती थी, वो ग्लेशियर जो पिघल के जो पानी फिर पिघल के ओशंस वगैरह में जाता था, ये सब कुछ हुआ. फिर अगेन ग्लेशियल, ऐसी 5 साइकिल्स हुई हैं अभी तक, लास्ट 2 मिलियन ईयर्स. उससे पहले बहुत हुई हैं. तो ये उस समय तो कोई ह्यूमंस नहीं थे, उस समय भी वार्मिंग पीरियड हुआ. कहाँ से हुआ, क्यों हुआ, क्या हम ही रिस्पॉन्सिबल? Humans were not there and we are the responsible during that when we were not there. So that is the main thing. So on that, I have taken the two planets, that is the Mars and Venus. Now, just see, before going into the these two other planets, just I am giving the Earth's climate. Earth में क्या क्या है देखिएगा जरा सा, जो third number पर है, that is the, you can see here the composition, the nitrogen is here, oxygen is there, and if you come see into the Mars one,
the Mars is having the carbon dioxide 95%, and also the Venus 96% carbon dioxide. No carbon dioxide is here on the Earth at present. This carbon dioxide basically present in the reserve. I mean, this is in the dissolved form, or is in the preserved in the volcanoes and in the many animals. We are breathing, we are taking this and then giving out, then the animals and plants, they all take up in the form of the respiration and the photosynthesis, what we are doing now. So this is the main difference. I mean, the carbon dioxide that I already told you, that is preserved there or in the sink form, the sources. Now, on the earth, we have the magnetic field which you are experiencing. Acceleration, जो हम gravity की बात करते हैं कि हर चीज नीचे क्यों आती है, गिरती है, that is all gravity. तो उसमें क्यों है ये? Why it is so? Here, I mean, just I'm taking this example that this is the earth at the center, and these are the sun rays which are coming. Now these sun rays, they are, I mean, covering the whole, I mean, earth. Okay, the only the rays which are entering into the our Earth's atmosphere is only in the polar regions, North Pole and the South Pole. That is the only entry point. If suppose this magnetic field is removed, then what happens? These all sun rays come here, the water, everything will gone away. Right? That was happened in the Mars and Venus. That I will explain you a little bit later. This is also the Mars, which I already told you that this 95% carbon dioxide, and we have the clouds, water and carbon dioxide. And this is the picture which you see in the. Now the weather also, you can see here the low temperature minus 130 degrees Celsius is there, and the plus the extreme seasonal changes occurs. Now this which engulf the planet is, you can see here the reddish one part of it. Now what we say that water was there on the Mars. I mean, these are the features which are available on the Mars picture. So you can see here that say here the river bed, जहाँ पर नदी होती है, आप देखेंगे नदी जहाँ सूख जाती है तो उसके नीचे जो है ये स्ट्रक्चर्स मिलते हैं. ऐसे ही गली साइड में जब पानी गिरता है रिवर में या नाले में, ऐसे फीचर्स बनते हैं. ओके, ऐसे ही लेक बॉटम में कहीं लेक होती है वो सूख जाती है तो उसकी बॉटम में these are the features over there. Now here also you can see here that I mean when it is dried up, the lake and bottom, they all such type of features are there. That means it shows that the earlier the water was there in the on the Mars. So these are the geological features which are present over there. Now similarly we can see here the big ocean was also there. You can see here that I mean there is a depression here. So this depression was basically, these were the ocean, big ocean on the Mars. So that was all dried up, right? So here, I mean, I already told you that I mean this due to the magnetic effect of the field, this is all in the Mars part. Now this earlier the field was like that. Now when this appeared, then the size of this planet is also decreased because the high temperature, not high, low temperature was there, very low temperature. Then it shrinks, and then when it shrinks, then the effect on this, the carbon dioxide and all those things, when it was present on this planet, it does suddenly disappears. So next planet I'm taking this, the Venus one. Now the Venus is also having the same, but it has got this carbon dioxide, nitrogen, but it has the clouds of the sulfuric acid. So that is the another planet. Now you can see her also. Now the important thing which I am coming to this point, we have the glacial cycles, the ice, the ice caps. These are the glacial cycles in the last year, and these are the interglacial cycles, warmer. Okay, so these are now, see here only that the glacial period, about 1.5 million years back it was there. Then it is rising, the interglacial means the warmer period is going on. Now here you can see slightly increase in this time period. Why it is so? And now it is going to be again, the curve will be down like the Earth. So the warming which is right now going on, it will go to the extreme, then suddenly the glacial period will start. So that is the main reason. Now what are the other factors? One factor I told you, एक magnetic field था, दूसरा क्या है, eccentricity. देखिए ये eccentricity भी जो है, अब हम जो है कर्व शेप है इसका, अर्थ का शेप भी हमारा चेंज हो रहा है. पहले सर्कुलर था, सॉरी स्फेरिकल था, then it is now becoming the elliptical shape. तो इलिप्टिकल और स्फेरिकल में यही फर्क पड़ेगा, जब सनरेज पड़ेगी, जब स्फेरिकल होगा तो इट विल स्टॉप मोर, और जैसे जैसे एग शेप में आएगा, इलिप्टिकल में आएगा, रेज आराम से निकलते जाएंगे, तो कम उसको कवर एरिया करेगा. तो इस तरीके की ये आपका ये भी चेंज हो रहा है अर्थ के. एक और जो पॉइंट है जो आपका ऑब्लिक्विटी, जो ये एंगल है, अर्थ एक्सिस जो है, दिस इज ऑल्सो मूविंग. जितने भी ग्लेशियर पीरियड टाइम के पीरियड में हुआ है, वहां पर 24-25 डिग्री के एंगल के ऊपर उस समय ये पोजीशन थी मार्स की और वीनस की, और हमारी भी इस समय मतलब 22 और 24 के बीच में 23.5 इस समय चल रही है, दिस एक्सिस ऑफ रोटेशन. सो अब इसका क्या है मतलब कि इट इज और होगा, होने के बाद में अंतिम, हाँ एक मिनट बस लास्ट है, जो मैग्नेटिक फील्ड हमने बताया, देखिए वही चीज है कि मैग्नेटिक फील्ड का इफेक्ट जो है उसके ऊपर चेंज हो रहा है. नाउ जो बेसिक एक चीज जो हम बता रहे थे कि जैसे ये अर्थ है, यहाँ पर जो रेस पड़ी आपका ग्रीन हाउस इफेक्ट से सारा जो आपका एयर और वाटर जो टूट करके खत्म हुआ, फिर उसके बाद में ये कंडीशन होती है कोई सारे के सारे जो प्लैनेट्स. सो दैट वाज ऑल द बेसिक थिंग व्हिच इज गोइंग ऑन. बट आई एम नॉट सेइंग एनीथिंग कि क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, हो रहा है, बिल्कुल हो रहा है, और वहाँ इस चीज़ को, नेचर को देखते हुए आप कुछ स्टेप्स न लें, that doesn't mean. वो एक अलग है, that is, you can say this is local one which is going on, but I am telling that globally. ये मैक्रो लेवल पे है, आपका माइक्रो लेवल पे है. माइक्रो लेवल पे you can change anything, whatever you want, for the survival of humans. That is the only. So that's all, and thank you very much.
धन्यवाद सर. प्रोफेसर शर्मा के वक्तव्य के साथ हमारा द्वितीय सत्र यहाँ समाप्त होता है. इस सत्र के समस्त वक्ताओं के प्रति आभार ज्ञापित करने के लिए और विश्वविद्यालय की ओर से उन्हें प्रतीक चिन्ह देने हेतु मैं माननीय कुलपति महोदया को आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा. इसके साथ साथ मैं कुल सचिव प्रोफेसर मलिक और हमारे डीन प्लानिंग कार्तिक दवे सर को भी आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा कि हम प्रोफेसर पी के जोशी सर से निवेदन, प्रोफेसर पी के जोशी सर।
अच्छा चेंज करो भाई।
अच्छा सबसे पहले मैं मिस बिनीशा जी से निवेदन करूँगा कि वे
shawl will change. But shawl should be gender neutral. It is only, it is a little
मैं प्रोफेसर श्रेष्ठी घोष से निवेदन करूँगा। डॉक्टर देवप्रीत
पहले वो शॉल्स खत्म करेंगे ना सर फिर
डॉक्टर देवप्रीत दत्त, प्रोफेसर जोशी,
आइए सर।
प्रोफेसर गिरीश कुमार शर्मा, प्रोफेसर वरुण आर्या,
और मैम हम लोग वो नैनीताल वाले हैं ना सारे पुराने दोस्त स्टूडेंट डेज। आइए
मंच पर उपस्थित वक्ताओं से निवेदन है कि वो सामने की दर्शक दीर्घा में अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। स्टूडेंट वॉलंटियर से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वो डायस को वैलिडिक्टी सेशन के लिए तैयार कर दें।
आप लोग इधर आ जाए मैम। अच्छा फिर ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा मैम। एक मिनट रुकिए मैम, आप ऊपर आ जाइए। जोशी सर प्लीज फॉर वन ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ। सर को भी सर कृतिका प्लीज कॉल ऊपर ऊपर ही हाँ 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 यही है बताइए। अच्छा मैं करता हूँ।
मैं समापन सत्र के लिए मैं अपने विश्वविद्यालय की कुलपति महोदया और मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से निवेदन करूंगा कि वे मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। इसके साथ साथ मैं कुल सचिव महोदय और डीन प्लानिंग से भी रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि वे भी मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। डॉक्टर बी आर अम्बेडकर विश्वविद्यालय दिल्ली द्वारा आयोजित आज के सिम्पोजियम के समापन सत्र में मंच पर विराजमान सभी अतिथियों का स्वागत है। आज के इस चर्चा सत्र की दिन के प्रथम सत्र में कलाकार और कथाकार दो शब्द आए। तर्क था कि कलाकार प्रदर्शन करता है, कथाकार उसके लिए किसी नीति की, किसी स्क्रिप्ट की रचना करता है। और सुबह से मैं सोच रहा था कि एक कोई ऐसा शब्द भी होना चाहिए जो इन दोनों के बीच तालमेल से संतुलन बनाते हुए सही अर्थ को संप्रेषित करे। और जब आज के समापन सत्र के मैं मंच को देखता हूँ तो कथाकार और कलाकार के बीच तालमेल बनाता हुआ जो शब्द नजर आता है वह है कर्मकार, जो अपने कर्म से कथा और कला दोनों को समन्वित करते हुए किसी कल्पना को मूर्त रूप देता है। और इसकी प्रतिनिधि के रूप में मंच पर आज के सत्र की अध्यक्षता करने के लिए हमारे विश्वविद्यालय की कुलपति महोदया उपस्थित हैं। मैं उनका पुनः एक बार स्वागत करता हूं। उनके साथ साथ इस सत्र के विशेष वक्ता के रूप में हमारे साथ श्री राजेंद्र रत्नू जी उपस्थित हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। मैं कुलपति महोदया की अनुमति से इस सत्र को आरंभ करता हूं। दिल्ली स्थित सभी प्रमुख अकादमिक संस्थानों, दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय, जवाहरलाल नेहरू विश्वविद्यालय, नीपा और साथ साथ अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय के प्रतिनिधियों ने सुबह से लेकर अब तक आपके सामने अपने विचारों को साझा किया। इसके अलावा स्वतंत्र रूप से कार्य कर रहे रिसर्चर्स ने भी अपनी बातों को रखा। इस समापन सत्र में हमारे साथ मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में जो वक्ता उपस्थित हैं वो यहाँ के चर्चा के बिंदुओं को राज्य की नीति का हिस्सा बनाने वाले संस्थान का अंग हैं। उससे बढ़कर यह है कि वे दिल्ली के ही एक संस्थान से पढ़े और वहाँ के स्वर्ण पदक विजेता हैं। तो मैं सर का परिचय देते हुए उनकी अकादमिक पृष्ठभूमि को केंद्र में रखना चाहूँगा और अपने श्रोताओं को बताना चाहूँगा कि श्री राजेंद्र रत्नू जी जवाहरलाल नवोदय विश्वविद्यालय से पढ़े हुए हैं, वहाँ से वे गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हैं। इसके बाद उन्होंने भारतीय प्रशासनिक सेवा ज्वाइन की और जिसको एक बार स्वर्ण पदक मिलने की आदत पड़ जाती है उसे आगे भी मिलता रहता है। तो एक आईएएस ऑफिसर के रूप में सर ने जिन जिन राज्यों में भी अपनी सेवा उपलब्ध कराई वहाँ के राज्य पुरस्कार, मुख्यमंत्री पुरस्कार, प्रधानमंत्री पुरस्कार जैसे पुरस्कारों से सर सम्मानित होते रहे। सर की ब्रीफ सीवी से गुजरते हुए मुझे यह भी समझ में आया कि जब जब किसी नए क्षेत्र में राज्य को दायित्व देने का अवसर मिला, सबसे पहला नाम जो आया वह राजेंद्र रत्नू सर का ही था। इसी क्रम में सर वर्तमान में नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट के एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर हैं और इसके द्वारा अपनी अकादमिक मेधा, प्रशासनिक प्रबंधन की क्षमता का तालमेल करते हुए वह भारत को नई दिशा दे रहे हैं, भारत के युवाओं के प्रेरणा स्रोत बन रहे हैं। ऐसे सम्मानित अतिथि राजेंद्र रत्नू जी को उनके वक्तव्य के लिए मैं मंच पर सादर आमंत्रित करता हूं।
मंच पर आसीन अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय की वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर अनु सिंह लाठर, रजिस्ट्रार, अदर डिग्निटरीज, आज बड़ा चुनौती भरा दिन है। एक ब्यूरोक्रेट को अकादमिक जगत में बोलने के लिए बुलाया जाए, ये पहली चुनौती। दूसरी चुनौती ये कि मैंने सोचा था कि चलो भाई अकादमिक जगत में जा रहे हैं तो थोड़ा हम भी पढ़ाई वगैरह करके चले जाते हैं, थोड़ा 2000 वर्ष की कहानी बता देंगे तो लगेगा कि भाई पढ़ा लिखा आदमी है। अब जीके शर्मा साहब ने 2 मिलियन साल की कहानी बता दी। फिर हमने सोचा कि चलो भाई पुराने यूनिवर्सिटी टीचर रहे हैं तो उस दृष्टि से बोल देंगे। अब जो प्रोफेसर लाठर बैठी हैं, अब मेरा परिचय थोड़ा सा अधूरा रह गया था, उसे मैं पूरा करने के लिए चाहूँगा कि जो मुझे कर्मयोगी बोला, तो जिस कर्मयोगी ने अपना जीवन काल और जो करियर शुरू किया था वो प्रोफेसर लाठर के साथ में किया था। ये मेरी पहली बॉस थी जीवन। I was a university teacher in Guru Jambeshwar University, where Professor Latter was in charge of psychology department. तो उस समय में थोड़ा सा आंख मिचौली रहती थी कि कुछ दिन पढ़ाया, 1 महीना पढ़ाया, 1.5 महीने की छुट्टी, तो लेकिन बाद में इन कई सारी चुनौतियों के पुराने आपके बॉस बैठे हों ये, और तीसरी चौथी चुनौती आपके लिए यह है कि पुराना शिक्षक अगर उसे मंच मिल जाए तो वो 35 मिनट की उसकी आदत जो आज मेरा शिक्षक अंदर से जागृत हो गया है, वो प्रोफेसर लाठर को देख के और आज के इतने एकेडमिक लोगों को देख के। लेकिन आप चेहरे मायूस न करें, कुछ लोग बड़े डिप्रेशन में जाते नजर आ रहे हैं कि पूरे दिन की इतनी गहरी खुराक के बाद में लो एक और। लेकिन आपके लिए संतुष्टि की बात यह है कि मेरे पास में कोई पावर पॉइंट नहीं है। कोशिश करूंगा कि कुछ पॉइंट्स अगर उसमें आपको पावर डिराइव कर पाए तो मुझे प्रसन्नता होगी। प्रोफेसर शर्मा ने जो बात कही उसमें मुझे लगता है, मैं उनका आभारी हूँ कि उन्होंने एक बहुत ही हम तो ग्लोबल तक पहुँच के सोचते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा पर्सपेक्टिव दे दिया, और हम NIDM के दायरे को सोच रहे थे कि देश से थोड़ा दुनिया तक ले जाएंगे, अब आपने तो मार्स और वीनस तक हमें ले गए, तो बड़ी चुनौती भरी बात है। लेकिन प्रोफेसर शर्मा, आई विल लाइक टू सबमिट and slightly beg to differ from you on this account that this debate is, I think, more or less settled under the scientific community. So I think as a scientist, while your perspective is well taken, that how much warming can be attributed to the geological factors and cyclic factors, but there is no dispute that human induced activities have accelerated the pace of global warming. I think there is a absolute consensus on science this side. If at all there is a debate, that is either a political or there is a debate by the certain commercial houses which are still pumping out the bad energy into the atmosphere. So I think we have to be little calibrated when we talk about this issue, not to give, हालांकि हमारी थोड़ी सी गिल्ट फीलिंग कम हुई है कि भैया हमने ही सारा कुछ नहीं किया, धरती में भी होता है, तो मैं आपका आभारी हूँ कि थोड़ा आज जो है वो गिल्ट फीलिंग थोड़ा कम हुआ है। लेकिन जब आपने वीनस और मार्स की कहानी बताई तो मुझे लगता है कि हम शायद उस मेंढक की तरह है। I don't know how many of you heard the frog syndrome. I like to just again reiterate that story to you, that in one vessel there is a boiling water, slowly boiling. In another, it is a absolutely boiling water, and 2 frogs are introduced, one in a normal water which is gradually boiling and warming up, and another frog into a vessel which is absolutely at a boiling temperature. And the common sense says that the boiling water wala mar jayega, lekin it doesn't happen. The frog in the vessel where there is a boiling water jumps out of it, but the vessel which is introduced with a frog and water is very gradually increasing, loses all its energy in the adaptive process, and when it decides to jump out, it is left with no energy to do this thing. So my dear friends and all dear academicians, I think we should not be left like that frog in the second vessel which thinks that there is too much of time. I'm coming from a similar event that NIDM had curated today, which was very unique in the history of governance. We came up with the idea, we feel that without going into the, this debate that whether it's a human induced or not, but we feel that the rising temperatures are showing unprecedented impacts of extreme events. And as the part of the fraternity of national apparatus which deals with the disaster management, and we are given the statutory mandate by the parliament to do the study, to the monitoring, to the research, documentation, training, capacity building and policy support. I can tell with confidence that I think we have not seen this kind of frequency as well as intensity of events happening in this country. And unfortunately, these are the countries which did the least damage to the environment, are the ones which are paying the highest price in terms of the human losses, in terms of the property losses, in terms of various impacts on the social sectors, infrastructure, economy, as well as our natural resource base. I think in that context, it becomes very, very pertinent that we understand these two linkages. And I'm very happy that today the two SDGs that you have, really put on the table are very, very relevant. And one is the education and one is on the climate change and other thing. When we come into education, why it is so that our education system, I'm very happy that Ambedkar University under the leadership of Professor Latter has taken this initiative to break these silos and to understand that these connections. But many times we think that environment है वो environment विभाग का काम है, education है वो उस वाले विभाग का काम है. The biggest problem in the government as well as the education is that we have created so many silos. We have to break these silos and we have to go by the issues and problem. And I think this disconnect between the society, the environment and education has long roots, as was being told in the Macaulay system. I'll not go deeper into Macaulay system. बस थोड़ा सा एक थोड़ा लेखन से थोड़ा कवि और साहित्य में भी रुचि रखता हूँ, तो मैथिली शरण की आपको बहुत ज़्यादा बोरियत नहीं हो तो बीच बीच में थोड़ा आपको जगाने के लिए, तो आई जस्ट लाइक टू टेल दैट the kind of education system that was created was for the colonial interest. It was to see that if you get detached from your culture, from your nature, from your surrounding, and आप जो घानी में एक बैल होता है जिसको एकदम कोल्हू के बैल की तरह आपको ताकि आपका विस्तृत दायरा आपको सीमित कर दिया जाए, so that you are detached and alienated from your environment, from your society, from your cultural values, and you understand in a very myopic sense the meaning of education. And that had led to sort of a decline in the Indian values. The Indian value system and Indian philosophy always had emphasized, जो भारत में और भारतीय संस्कृति में जो मुक्ति के मार्ग की बात की जाती है कि कर्म, भक्ति और ज्ञान, जो भक्ति के मुक्ति के मार्ग बताए गए, ज्यादातर लोगों ने सोच लिया कि मृत्यु के बाद में ही मुक्ति होगी. मुक्ति सोचा कि संसार से मुक्ति है. I think these were not. These were the goals of life. The liberation was not from this life. The liberation was from the negativities of the life, and to see that. So that was also reflected in the purpose of our education. Our education was very much wide-based. It was very contextual. It was very holistic. But gradually we have narrowed down because the science had narrowed down the perspective. The science brings with it as a package so many good things, but the negative thing of the science is its reductionism. It's deviation from the holistic thinking to a very, very minuscule thinking, and that detaches. And I think that in the process we have somewhere left behind our cultural values, our environment, and this disconnection between the climate change and education happened. And that's why we need a seminar like this to understand that. Otherwise, this was always integrated. And to in the lines of Maithili Sharan, I'll say कि आधुनिक शिक्षा किसी विध प्राप्त भी तुम कर सको तो लाभ क्या, बस क्लर्क बनकर पेट अपना भर सको, लिखते रहो सिर झुका सुन अफसरों की गालियां, तो दे सकेगी रात को 2 रोटियां घरवालियां. तो आई थिंक जो 2 जून की रोटी कमाने के लिए जो शिक्षा थी, वो कहीं न कहीं आज भी जो है वो धन के लिए शिक्षा कमाई जा रही है. एक बच्चे को इसलिए बाध्य कर दिया जाता है पढ़ने के लिए कि उसका पड़ोसी का जो बच्चा है वो मैथमेटिक्स में सेंटम लेके आया, इसलिए तुम्हें गणित पढ़ना है, क्योंकि ये हमारे परिवार की खानदान की इज्जत का सवाल है. या आपके पिताजी जो है किसी परीक्षा में फेल हो गए थे, इसलिए आपके लिए जरूरी है कि आप बेटा अपने समाज और कुल के गौरव के लिए आप ये बताओ कि आपको ये पढ़ के साबित करना है कि हमारा परिवार इतना कम नहीं. So somewhere we have lost a meaning, and today our topic on which we were deliberating, and we had called CBSE, we had called the school education secretaries, we had called All India Council of Technical Education, Science Department, everybody, to see that what is lacking in the education system where the innovation is not there. And I think we could identify so many ideas came from there. The other bucket was that how this innovation can be, given the rightful way of intellectual property rights. And third bucket of our thinking today, this forenoon, was that how these innovations can be commercialized so that there is a monetary value and an innovator gets, encouraged. But a very discouraging aspect of today's education is that the innovator who thinks innovatively today is reduced to a intellectual laborer. I find hardly any universities or the head of the department who comes and encourages and in public acknowledges his student or a researcher that this is his idea. What we have created is a culture of a feudalism where we hijack the idea of our junior. We have to see that unless an innovator, a creative thinking, a divergent thinking is encouraged, incentivized and recognized, we are going to have only a mediocrity, and the mediocrity is not going to neither address the issues of climate change, nor education, nor society. I think we have to transform. We are at a crossroads. If any, I just showed today figures that how these big economies have changed. The United States of America, they brought their patent laws in 1790. That was a part of their constitution, and 7 presidents of US used to sign with their own hands that if any innovation is done by anybody, it was the president who was signing. That was the importance given to that. The China, which was filing less than 3 lakh patents in year 2008, jumped on to filing of more than 40 lakh patents in a year by year 2020. And in 2021, China becomes the biggest economy of the world. So my dear friends, it is the knowledge that drives the economy. And something is plaguing our education system. And I think unless we address it, unless we put it right, we will not be able to achieve the aspiration that our Honorable Prime Minister set for this country. Even if we drive, I think India will be seen, continue to be as a consumer of technology, consumer of innovation rather than a producer. I think today, on one side, we have never been a part of the problem as is being perceived by the West, because 100 चूहे खा के बिल्ली हज को चली. तो मुझे लगता है कि कहीं कहीं the people who have done the biggest crimes on this planet are today giving the biggest moral lectures. But when it comes to the performance, I will draw your attention to our commitments to the Paris Accord that Honorable Prime Minister of India has done, and our track record for fulfilling that. Whether it is green energy, it's a composition of non-fossil fuel energy into the overall energy segment, or it is providing the basic right of energy or alleviating poverty or other SDGs. I think our track record has been commendable, though we should not become lethargic on that. But I think we have overachieved on many of the aspects, though we have to internally critically look that where we are lacking and to cover up on those areas. But there is another interesting evidence which was coming up was climate change performance index. It's called CCPI, which was brought in year 2022-23 by some of the independent organizations of Europe, including Germany, Environment Watch, etc., and which has put that in terms of compliance to the climate goals, India is among the first 5 countries and one of the biggest, and among the big economies, India is the top one, except the Sweden or one of the Scandinavian countries. So that way, I think there is something to be very happy about also, because I started with a little gloomy picture of our education system, but I think somewhere we have delivered well. But if the aspiration of a 30 trillion US economy, and we also have to see that how this transition can be greener, how this can have a minimal impact on our climate, and at the same time, we see that the disruption into this economic ambition will be much more if we do not address and understand that increasing impact of climate on in the natural disasters. And therefore, we have to continue to engage with this academia, policymakers and practitioners disconnect. And I like to bring to notice with this August forum that we were also in touch with the Ambedkar University to start a center for disaster education in the university, and I'm sure that under Madam's leadership this will get materialized, and which will surely be a multidisciplinary study, bringing the, your all departments which are already there. You have to converge those resources and to see that this also happens. And I'll also like to share that the National Institute of Disaster Management, under Prime Minister's 10-point agenda for DRR, has also created India Universities and Institutions Network, where 250 universities and institutions have already become member of this network within last 2 years, and that way it becomes one of the largest network bringing together the academia in terms of the knowledge pool. And we are in the process of creating further knowledge verticals as well as local knowledge network, where rather than these questions being coming to the national government, we can facilitate that those respective SDMAs, DDMAs, the academia and the people who are implementing the project, they can throw up their questions, and our research can be more pragmatic, more oriented towards the real questions of the field, and the innovation is more oriented towards what are the problem in the field, rather than it being totally isolated from that and being very abstract and theoretical. I think I'm deviating from my promise of not being 35-40 minutes lecture. So I again reminded that I have to control my bureaucrat inside, has to control the academician and the old teacher, and to say that to be more focused, more precise. So I'll just like to conclude by telling that these kind of events, I'm sure that this should trigger kind of action which is required, not only in a university, but I will be very keenly looking towards the proceedings of this event, and if there are any policy recommendations that are worth pursuing with the Government of India, will surely NIDM will steer that process and take them forward, so that your event today does not become one of those where you meet, you greet, you treat, and then you retreat, and you hear from here and that goes from there. I'm sure that अध्यापक मैं हमेशा कहता हूं जब भी शैक्षणिक जगत में जाता हूं कि जब मुंह से बात करते हैं तो सिर्फ कान तक पहुंचती है, और जब दिल से बात करते हैं तो दिल तक पहुंचती है, और आत्मा से बात करते हैं तो आत्मा तक पहुंचती है. तो शिक्षक को वो मेंटर बनना पड़ेगा. You will have to that spark which can ignite our youth and to bring that energy into them, that the youth can be vulnerable to climate change and they can be very vulnerable to disaster, but at the same time they are a huge resource. They are also a potential answer to these situations if we engage them with them very meaningfully and rightfully. I think this era where we are seeing a lot of technologies and fourth industrial revolution, I think this may have redefined education, this may redefine the job spaces, and we have to also factor them into when we are thinking about future, about the education goal. And inclusivity both in education as well as climate change is a core of it. We will have to continue to think that the India does not is not represented by all those students who are here or the teachers who are here. India lives in very, very diverse, very marginalized communities also, and unless our education does not serve the purpose of the person who is in the last in the line, I think as Mahatma Gandhi has told, we will not fulfill our duty. So with that words, I do not want to stand between you and your plans for today evening, though I think evenings are not very pleasant these days, and I think yesterday was the most polluted day. So I think there is a captive audience and a poet in me is not able to control. So I'll just conclude by reciting my poem that I had written yesterday night when I saw the sky full of darkness. रंग, खुशबू और धुआं, कि कुछ रंगों की चादर नजर आई थी क्षितिज पर, वो अचानक धुआं हो गई, और वो जो धुंध सुगंध आ रही थी शरद के फूलों की, आज की इस विशैली शाम में कहीं खो गई. लेकिन आज आप लोगों से मिलकर मुझे लगता है कि क्षितिज पर धुआं और धुंध नहीं है. आप लोगों के जो एनर्जी लेवल्स देख के और अंबेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी की लीड को देखकर मुझे लगता है कि क्षितिज पे अभी भी आशा का सूरज अभी भी जगमगा रहा है, और शरद के फूल अभी भी मुरझाए नहीं, उनमें अभी भी सुगंध बाकी है. थैंक यू.
अभी पिछले 15 मिनट हम एक ऐसे शख्सियत से रूबरू हो रहे थे जो अध्यापक भी हैं, जो प्रशासक भी हैं, जो विद्यार्थी भी हैं, जो रिसर्चर भी हैं, और इन सब के साथ जो भारत की माटी में रचे बसे हैं, जिन शब्दों को उन्होंने अपनी कविता के लिए चुना, वो शरद हो, क्षितिज हो, फूल हो, वो कल्पनाएं हर उस युवा मन की कल्पना है जो एक सुंदर सुखद भविष्य में की ओर बढ़ रहा है और की ओर लगातार बढ़ते जाना चाह रहा है। आपके इस ओजस्वी ऊर्जा प्रदान करने वाले वक्तव्य के लिए अम्बेडकर विश्वविद्यालय आभारी है। आपके इस सकारात्मक वक्तव्य के प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करने के लिए एक प्रतीक चिन्ह के रूप में हम आपको सम्मानित करना चाहते हैं। आयोजन समिति से निवेदन है कि सामग्री उपलब्ध कराएं और विश्वविद्यालय के आदरणीय कुलपति महोदय से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो आज के हमारे इस सत्र के मुख्य वक्ता का प्रतीक चिन्ह द्वारा सम्मान करें। धुंध से शुरू हुई सुबह इस ओर है कि इस धुंध को कैसे छांटा जाए, इसका प्रकाश कहाँ से आए। इस पर बात करने से पहले मैं सदन को यह भी सूचित करना चाहूँगा कि आज के प्रत्येक वक्ता ने अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय के इस मंच का उपयोग करते हुए अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय की विशेष उपलब्धियों को रेखांकित किया। पहले सत्र से लेकर अब तक जिन प्रमुख बातों को कहा गया उनके बारे में मैं कहूं तो यूनिवर्सिटी इंडस्ट्री इंटरफेस के बारे में तो सारे विश्वविद्यालय यूजीसी सब कोई बात करते हैं, लेकिन अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय यूनिवर्सिटी इंडस्ट्री और कम्युनिटी इंटरफेस के लिए जो कदम उठा रहे हैं उसकी सराहना हमारे बाहर के वक्ताओं ने की। एसडीजी गोल 4 एंड एसडीजी गोल 13 के बीच जो हमने तालमेल बनाकर एक ऐसा मंच बनाया जहां कैसे दो चिंताओं का एक समाधान का रास्ता हो सकता है, इसकी सराहना हमारे वक्ताओं ने की। पढ़ने वाले, शोध करने वाले, नीति बनाने वाले, इस संयोजन को हमने एक विचार का मंच प्रदान किया, इसकी सराहना लोगों द्वारा की गई। हमारे बाह्य विशेषज्ञों ने एनईपी के लिए जो एक्शन प्लान एयूडी ने बनाया है और इस ओर हम बढ़ रहे हैं उसकी भी सराहना की। हमारे अंतिम सत्र के वक्ता ने भी संकेत किया कि अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय के पाठ्यक्रम यूनिक हैं। अब सोच रहे होंगे ये बातें मैं औपचारिकता में कह रहा हूं, नहीं, ये बात औपचारिकता में नहीं है। जब जब अंबेडकर विश्वविद्यालय की नई पहल को, नई सोच को, नए सपने को, नई सर्जना को पहचाना जाता है, तब तक उसके पीछे की ऊर्जा, उसकी चालक शक्ति की भी खोज की जाती है। और आज यह ऐसा अवसर है कि जो मैंने पहले भी कहा कि भारत में मातृशक्ति की कल्पना हमेशा मुस्कान के साथ की गई है। ऐसी ओजस्वी, ऐसी ऊर्जावान कुलपति को मैं अध्यक्षीय वक्तव्य के लिए मंच पर सादर आमंत्रित करना चाहता हूं और मैम की अनुमति से मैं एक व्यक्तिगत, जिसे कहते हैं, राज भी खोलना चाहता हूं। पिछले 8 वर्षों से मैं उच्च शिक्षा में पढ़ा रहा हूं और इसके पहले 20-25 वर्षों तक जो भी मेरा विद्यार्थी जीवन रहा, मैं हमेशा सोचा करता था कि जब मैं यूनिवर्सिटी में कभी पढ़ाना शुरू करूं तो एक महिला वाइस चांसलर के साथ काम जरूर करूं। और 8 वर्षों से जब लगातार मैं वर्धा में अध्यापक था तो शुरुआत के 3-4 साल तो बहुत अच्छे गुजरे। फिर मुझे लगने लगा कि नहीं, कितने जल्दी वो मौका आए जब एक मैं महिला वाइस चांसलर के साथ काम करूं। लगता है ईश्वर ने मेरी वो बात सुन ली और मैं मैम के नेतृत्व में यहाँ पर काम कर रहा हूँ और आगे भी काम करता रहूँगा। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, इसलिए मैंने इस व्यक्तिगत राज को भी इस मंच पे आज डिस्क्लोज कर दिया। थैंक यू मैम। आदर के साथ कुलपति महोदय।
Good evening. I would like to speak from here. I've got little sprained leg. नमस्कार। आपके चेहरों से लग रहा है बहुत 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 थक गए हैं आप सुनते सुनते इतने सारे भाषण। दोपहर बाद जब मैं यहाँ आई हूँ और सब पैनलिस्ट को सुनने बैठी हूँ तो मैं खुद ही कंफ्यूज हो गई हूँ। ऐसा लगता है हम जल्दी मर जाएंगे। हो सकता है आज रात ही मर जाएं। और इस माँ अर्थ को बचाने का सारा जिम्मा इस कमरे में बैठे लोगों के कंधों पे है। और बहुत बहुत घबराहट हुई थोड़ी देर, तो थोड़ा सा रिलीफ मिला जब शर्मा जी ने बताया कि सारी गलती हमारी नहीं है, मार्स और वीनस की भी है और हमारी भी हो सकती है पर बहुत कम। तो थोड़ा सा रिलीफ मिला सारी बात में। ऋषभ, अरे तुम बहुत अच्छा बोलते हो। सबसे पहले कंग्रेचुलेशंस, आई डिडंट नो यू स्पीक सो वेल। ऋषभ को मैंने पहली बार सुना है, हिंदी में भी तुम इतना अच्छा बोलते हो। दैट्स रियली रियली वेरी नाइस। राजेंद्र was the first joinee in my department at Jambeshwar University. It is so wonderful seeing you growing out of one boy who was a little shy, innocent, but very hardworking and very assertive. I must say that when he entered my office, when I was the in charge and head of the department there. आपकी जर्नी इतनी अच्छी रही और इस तरह से मुलाकात होगी, I didn't never expected it to happen after 25-26 years. It is such a pleasure having you here. बहुत सारी बातचीत, so many panelists have appreciated AUD's initiatives on our goals. I'd like to share with you first, coming to what panelists were trying to say about the climate change. बहुत सारी अच्छी चीज़ें भी आसपास हो रही हैं, हमें उसे भी देखना चाहिए। 20 years back when I used to fly, the aerial view from the aircraft would be of a rocky, dry Delhi. Completely rocky, dry Delhi. But now when you fly over and see and have the aerial view, the forest cover in Delhi is wonderful. And I have been congratulating the forest department whenever I meet the officials there. Because that's a change I have seen in last 23-24 years in the Delhi's landscape itself. I live in Dwarka. Some of you must be living in Dwarka too. Dwarka's temperature is at least 2 degrees lesser than the temperature in other parts of Delhi. The reason has been that in the master plan, while Dwarka was designed, and with the participation of the RWAs into that implementation of the master plan, the green cover, the parks, and also the public open gyms are at every nook and corner of Dwarka. I'm sure people who are staying there will understand that. While you move from this part to Dwarka, you'll feel immense change and you feel you've come to a forest cover and you definitely feel better than the other parts of Delhi. What I want to say here is, इस कमरे में जब हम शोर मचाएंगे कि स्नेक आया, सांप आया, सांप आया, सांप आया, सब जंप मार के चढ़ जाएंगे। अभी सांप आया नहीं है। Longevity of life, I hope you all know that the index for longevity of life is gone up. So the average living span for men and women, and particularly the women, has gone up compared to men. इसलिए घबराने वाली बात ज़्यादा नहीं है। एनवायरमेंटलिस्ट की कंपनी में कम रहिए, वो आपको बहुत बहुत डराएंगे, घबराएंगे। Reading about how smog has taken over the cover in Delhi, we are all facing it since yesterday. Mumbai is also facing the same situation there, all thanks to the construction work which has been happening. Probably the construction industry, the policy makers in the construction industry, and the engineers who are actually have done the research in these areas I've also been the pro vice chancellor at Delhi Technological University, so I do know that researchers who have been doing a lot of research in these areas, they are the captive scientists and the researchers to contribute as to how to control this at the national level. Construction will not stop. Economic activity cannot be stopped. And you'll be too surprised to know that the world economy size put together of all the countries which exist on the planet is $105 trillion, out of which 50%, around $45 trillion, come from the exploitation of natural resources, from the nature itself. And this is how human race has developed and reached where we are today. And these activities shall continue. They will not stop. But then there are, as Rajendra rightly said, that there are people who need to do the relevant researches, and the connect between the university in terms of those researches is very important. Again, coming to AUD, I would like to share with all of you that we laid the foundation here in our Ambedkar University for a lot of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary researches. But I still feel that we left with a very limited choice because we're still in silos. We're still in silos for the reason that we're confining the gamut of our work, which is social context, to social context alone. We're not bringing in the science and technology perspective to our research at AUD, which essentially is important. And I have always said that the social science universities will become much more important, and they are going to play the central role for all other universities in the country, and we're going to play the leader's role for sure. But that will require interdisciplinarity, going beyond the borders of social science and humanities, touching the borders of sciences and technology, and tell them how relevant we are. Tell them how relevant we are. So I'm looking for that kind of research to happen here in our university. Coming to the SDG Goal 4, in terms of diversity, in terms of poverty eradication, in terms of inclusion, I think we are the best example. My budget for fee waivers, scholarships, and financial supports in terms of learning enhancement which goes to my students is 39% of my budget. And there is a CAG audit objection to this for last 3 years for restricting the budget to 24%. Every year when they come, they say, ma'am, you've not addressed to this para. This is very serious matter. Please reduce your budget, yes, towards spending on learning enhancement, etc., etc. What I want to say is, and this para will stand, I know that, because they will not let me do that. So my administration and my people in the administration, they'll come and tell me, Controller of Finance is here. He comes and tells me, ma'am, isko thoda kam kijiyega. तो मैंने कहा ये अगले वाइस चांसलर आके पैरा कम करेंगे. Till I am there, it's not going to be reduced. So what we've been doing in terms of the policy framework, we've been supporting the idea and the goals essence where it lies. We are fearless about what we do at AUD. I think my faculty is also very fearless. Our scholars are also very fearless. So we are fearless about doing our work. Coming to the climate action plan, I was there in Niti Aayog yesterday, and there was a lot of discussion again on SDGs. And tomorrow I have been invited for a consultative meeting for the policy document to be created for higher education institutions as to how this should be taken up at the research level and at the curriculum level. So I'll be going for the consultation, and let's see, we shall contribute the most in terms of how we take it up at our university level for sure. Also, innovation and entrepreneurship, which we've been talking about since morning. So many panelists have been referring to entrepreneurship activities. Let me also share with you that AIC AUDF, which is Atal Incubation Center, which we have. We are supported by, again, the Niti Aayog with 10 CR. We have 2 incubatees. One incubatee is about terrace farming. And it has turned from a simple business idea into a business proposition and funded by a venture capitalist with 2 CR as the support money, which the 4 or 5 of them have got. And then there is also another incubatee, a business plan which is called Kyari. Kyari is basically, it employs the local farmers. And there is a concept of having your own kyari. For example, you want to have fresh organic vegetables to be delivered at your doorstep. So there is a land which is owned by the promoters. They are going to give you an identified area. You don't own it, but you own it virtually. Virtually in the sense, you pay them for the land which you have hired, and in that particular land they are going to they will ask you what kind of vegetables or what kind of fruits you would like to plant there, and they shall do it and then deliver it at your doorstep. That's another business proposition, and that is one of the business plans which we have. So connecting directly to the nature and nature's organic farming and bringing nature to your doorstep is also the initiative which AUD has been taking. Some of the business plans have not been doing too well, as we know that the failure rate for the startup is very high. We know the reasons why they are there, but we're still trying to support most of the ventures which have come to us. The next step, obvious step, is the industry partnership, which probably we need to work more on those sides, which we are going to do in future. Not taking very long time. Longer discussion here. I just want to congratulate everyone who is here, and panelists were wonderful. They really made the idea very, very clear, and I think you all have a lot of takeaway from today's workshop. And we don't close here. We write the proceedings, and also your suggestions, please send it directly to my office, and we fund the original idea and the creative idea of any type in any format which a student or a faculty gives to us. So we've already been doing it at the faculty level, and we've been doing it for teachers as well. But from the student side, if it is sent, we are also going to be funding that. So congratulations to Professor Karthik Dave, our registrar, Dr. Nitin Malik, Kritika. She is all the time there for any kind of program. Rishabh is there, Pulak, Gunjan, Akriti, and I'm forgetting her. Huh? No.
Controller Finance, Rajiv.
Gunjan. I'm forgetting her name. Gunjan, yes. Yeah, congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much.
Before the formal vote of thanks, I'd like to thank the Sutradhar who contacted me, Professor Santosh, who had been my hostel mate and who was and he just 2 days before he told me, I said it's a crisis, but I'm a crisis manager, so if you tell my friend else, I'll surely be there. Thank you, Santoshji, for this being catalyst.
जनवरी, फरवरी, मार्च, ये तो अंग्रेजी के महीने हैं. हिंदी में जो महीना चल रहा है उसके हिसाब से ये कार्तिक का महीना है. और कार्तिक के महीने में जो मौसम बदलता है उसमें जो गुंजायमान चीज़ें होती है, जिनकी गूंज होती है, उनके ही सौजन्य से लोधी रोड से लेकर कर्मपुरा से लेकर कश्मीरी गेट तक दौड़ भाग करके कुंजन मैम ने जिस तरीके से संयोजन किया, और कृति और आकृति ने इस कार्यक्रम को अमली जामा पहनाया। तो जिसने अमली जामा पहनाया उसे ही तिलक लगाने, मुकुट पहनाने और कार्यक्रम के समापन की घोषणा करने के लिए भी आमंत्रित करना चाहिए। तो इस कार्यक्रम की कृतिकार डॉक्टर कृतिका को मैं औपचारिक धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूँ।
इतनी क्लिष्ट हिंदी के बाद मेरा छोटा सा वोट ऑफ थैंक्स बहुत कम लगेगा, लेकिन आई विल अटेम्प्ट इन इंग्लिश. As we come to the closing of the thought-provoking symposium on sustainable development goals, it is indeed my privilege and responsibility to express our gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, we extend our deepest appreciation to our esteemed panelists. I would like to name of them: Shri Asit Gopalji, Professor Pankaj Arora, Professor Mithili Ramchand, Professor Pranati Panda, Dr. Ajay Kumar Singh, Dr. Nidhi Sabarwal, Professor P.K. Joshi, Professor Varun Arya, Dr. Chirushi Ghosh, Ms. Binisha Payatati, Dr. Debapriya Datta, Professor G.K. Sharma, and our star, Shri Rajendra Ratnuji. We extend our deepest appreciation to each of them for their valuable contributions to our symposium on sustainable development goals. We would like to express our profound thanks to our esteemed Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Anu Singh Lathar ma'am, for her continued support and presence at this event. Your commitment to advancing the cause of sustainable development is truly commendable. Our heartfelt thanks goes to Dr. Nitin Malik, Registrar of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, for his enlightening remarks and his insights on the goals. We extend our gratitude to Professor Karthik Dave. Under his leadership, the committee was able to execute this symposium with precision and efficiency. A special thanks to the organizing team, Dr. Gunjan Sharma, Dr. Pulak Das, Dr. Akriti Grover, Dr. Rishabh Mishra, Shri Deepak Kapoor, and a whole lot of others who helped us organize this. A round of applause for our volunteers from BBA program who have been working with us for organizing this. I'll take their names at this juncture: Ajay, Arnav, Aryan, Ayuj, Bhavna, Chakshu, Lucky, Anansh, Nayan, Pallavi, Vanshika, and Vinita. Thank you. Finally, I'd like to thank our audience for their active participation and commitment to the cause of sustainable development. Your presence here has made this event even more meaningful. Thank you. As we conclude, we encourage everyone to carry forward the spirit of today's discussion and continue your engagement with the goals. Together, we can contribute to the global efforts to achieve a more sustainable and an equitable world. Thank you all.
धन्यवाद। आप सभी चाय के लिए आमंत्रित हैं।